get a lot of interest in. As I mentioned earlier, the definition is interaction between allies and partners to build trust and confidence, share information, coordinate mutual activities, maintain influence, and achieve interoperability from health unit activities. This is the current Department of Defense Instruction 2000.30, and it's undergoing revision. Right now, everything is being reevaluated. We're re-looking at where we focus our efforts. As SecDef has noted, the Indo-PACOM AOR is one of the primaries along with the southern border, but things change, and as you all look in the reality of global events, just because it's put in doesn't mean we're going to focus attention. So it's basically based a lot on the current events of where we focus our energies. But from a strategic and goal standpoint, that's the definition. So what I want to talk about is where we work in global health. So this is what we call the bubble chart, the areas where traditionally the Department of Defense is focused on. I'll give an example of each of these, but essentially there are 4 bubbles. It's for self-protection, humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, new chem bio programs, and building partner capacities. Again, this is subject to change as we look at the new priorities. And I will give you an example of how DoD has worked in each of these areas. We good so far for translation? I'm not too fast. Yeah. Okay. So one of the things that the United States has is a vast network. We have bases all over the world. And within these, we have medical support in all of these. So we're sending back surveillance data. Every one of these little dots is where we have the forces forward. And one of the things we do is we collect samples for respiratory enterics. Our surveillance system is probably one of the best in the world because we have troops deployed. We collect samples all around the world, both Southern Hemisphere and Northern Hemisphere. And during flu season, we bring these back, and this is how we figure out what the threat is. And it assists the DoD collect samples, we roll them into CDC, and then CDC rolls it into the international repository. So this allows us to look at what potentially would go in the next strains of influenza. Plus, we have overseas labs. If you look across the world, we have Navy labs in Peru, Ghana, and in Singapore with detachments in Southeast Asia, Malaysia, and Vietnam. And the Army has large labs in Kenya, Thailand, and Georgia. So this allows us to have a lot of forward work, and we'll note on Georgia because that's also where one of the major rehab centers get developed. But these are forward sites, a lot of infectious disease. And I was very lucky. I was a preventive medicine by training. I got to rotate here as a fellow. You learn a lot. I don't know for those providers here in the United States, how many cases of dengue or malaria do you get to see? It's very limited. And then over there, in any of these overseas labs, it's like a cold. So you learn so much from our partner providers because it's just routine for them. And so you need exposure to this. And this is part of the training exchanges we have with our international partners. I'll pause here, but this is a slide of all the, if you've ever gone camping, you've ever gone overseas, every one of these products was developed with a military medical research. So vaccines, countermeasures. I'll pause it for a second. And I believe these slides are on index, so you all can have this reference. So that's the force self-protection bubble. Then you've seen this, so a lot of it is what is the military good at? We're not good at something, so don't think we can answer everything. But one of the areas where the military is very good at is just mass force and logistics, making water, having manpower, command and control. So a lot of times in the very bad disasters, the military tends to be called in. And we don't respond to every disaster, but to the larger disasters that the country can't handle it, then it gets pushed up, and then only if asked. One of the largest humanitarian exercises, there's 2, both in the Caribbean and also one in the Pacific, is where we use our hospital ships and we embark both NGOs and partner nations where we practice humanitarian response in disaster relief. Banda Aceh, way back in the tsunami years ago, was one of the first, but we continually do this, and whether it is with the White Hull hospital ship or sometimes a Gray Hull Navy ship that still has lift and is able to bring amphibious landing to transport patients. But this is one of the capabilities we have. So the military tends to be very good at, like I said, with the lift response and able to use manpower to support these disasters. As I mentioned in the bubble in the bottom, so post-Soviet Union, there were a lot of scientists and a lot of concern about all the programs. So the Department of Defense had this program called Defense Threat Reduction Agency. And so they basically, it's a MIL-SID. It's primarily looking at biosecurity and biosafety. And so around the world, every one of the countries has a program where the Department of Defense work with their civilian departments to try to contain, hey, if you have, pathogens that aren't always contained, how do you protect them? I will give you an example. We were out in Mongolia, and there's millions of livestock, and to them, that's their livelihood. And one of the scientists was just working with anthrax in his office, and his fridge was right there, and he's like storing little bottles of anthrax in a Coke bottle with like a little rubber band in. So that's not the safest way to store those kind of things, but that's how they've survived. And so this Defense Agency did surveys. They do like biosecurity containment, help with laboratory protocols. And so again, this is a program that we worked around the world from a military civilian standpoint. And then this is probably where most folks are familiar with the Department of Defense. It's capacity building. That's that last bubble. And I'm not going to pretend to be a rehab expert. You have Dr. Smolinski speaking next, and also Dr. Campbell in the afternoon. They've done all this, but I'll give a couple examples of what we try to do. So it's capacity building, whether it's at resource limited or in country. This was a program in AFRICOM where the State Department gave money to the Department of Defense to build Role 2 hospitals. The Role 2 hospital has basic capability, an ER, internal medicine, some surgical capability, radiological lab, and a small ward. So these were developed. We did train the trainer, lots of departments from around the Department of Defense, even used this as nursing school, medical school, and we brought teams over there, train the trainer over about 3 years. And unfortunately, it happened during COVID, so it took a long time. But in Rwanda, Uganda, Senegal, and Ghana, all 4 of these countries got a training set level 2 hospital and a deployable set. And it's taken time. The proof of the concept was that during COVID, every one of these countries deployed this hospital as either their top 3 receiving centers for COVID. And then subsequent to that, we'll see for sustainment, but they've actually been pledged to the UN and South Sudan. So both Ghana and Senegal have sent teams. And so this is where we want capacity building. And it helps us because we know what we've trained at this level 2 hospital in these countries. And so that is the capacity that the AFRICOM can use. And also we won't have to send forces if there's a response in the area because these countries have developed this capability. So another program, if you look at overseas, is if you're ever working in a international partnership. The Department of Defense has worked on this, and this I'll defer to my Ukraine colleagues in the room. So California is the state partner for Ukraine. So every state, if you look at this list, has built a relationship overseas with a particular country. This is different. Like I said earlier, we're good at lots of things. Some things we're not good at, like sustainment. For most military folks in active duty, we rotate every 3 to 4 years. And so the continuity is not great. However, the National Guard changes this picture. So if you look at the National Guard, and I think most of you are familiar, they do have, you've heard the Weekend Warrior, but they are sustainable. It's not just medical, you have agriculture, you have engineering expertise. And so what the National Guard does is we build these relationships over 20 years. We were working with the Kyrgyzstan program, and both senators had actually worked with the state partnership program, and they knew people. The major had actually been in both, senators' offices. They brought them to these engagements. So please, if you're ever working to go off engagement field, look at the country you're working with. Work with the state partnership because they can give you the long-term relationship. Their folks have been there multiple times. They can tell you the infrastructure, the history. And like I said, Ukraine early on, those were the folks that were communicating with Ukraine because they had been building these relationships. I remember hearing, reports of the pilots and the trainers texting each other because this is what they knew and that's who they relied on. So I would leverage these kind of relationships if you ever want to work in the global engagement. And if you notice, South America is heavily represented along with Eastern Europe, but it's expanding. It's resource limited. Again, this is the area we'll talk about that at the end. And like I said, we'll go through the slides and then a couple of points about where we're looking at in the strategy of where we're going to push global health engagement as we take questions. So some of the nuts and bolts that we have to look at. State Department versus DOD. So a lot of these we used to be funded by State Department Title 22, which is Global Peacekeeping Operations Initiative. I'll be honest, we're not sure where that's going to go. as the State Department goes through reorganization and they've looked at reprioritization of funding. I think all of you have seen what has happened to USAID. So we have to look at this from the standpoint of what's going to survive and what are the priorities. Department of Defense is what's called Title X funding. And we are somewhat protected. Yes, we're all going through cuts, but there's specific pots. So there's ODACA, which is Overseas Humanitarian Disaster Specific Aid. This is funding that's given through the combat command. It's 2-year money, and it must have a MilCiv component, meaning it is military to assist civilian population. And if you talk to them, it's also at the end of this talk about how you address it, where you enter to work with the country teams. There's also humanitarian assistance and humanitarian mine action. Each of these pots of money is specific to a policy and a program. So depending on, let me grab some more. Sorry about that. So depending on what program you're working in, you have to match, and it's what we call color of money. There's specific legal authorities and programmatics of each of these, but there is funding. We just have to look at which combat command has this as a directive, program, or a priority. And then this is a program which it shows, I think Dr. Smolensky, actually, who's following me, he's probably going to tell you about. This is one of the most successful programs because it's actually become a center of excellence where the U.S. developed a center, and now that center is actually a regional expertise and also assisting other countries. But it's happened for years and years of developing. It takes. It's not something that can just be started out. But the capacity building is where long term we show benefit, and it allows our partners to exercise their expertise. So as mentioned, how do you access this? So normally within the embassy is the representative of the President of the United States. And so all functions in that country, military, civilian, flow through the embassy. In the Department of Defense, we tend to have what's called a defense attaché or SDO, senior defense official. They represent the strategy of the military from that country. And then you're going to hear lots and lots of different names, but I'll tell you that in the next slide. But in the blue box, they represent Department of Defense and the Combat Command. Most of these SDO defense attachés are assigned what's called the J5, the Plans Department at the Combat Commands, and they dual hat in the embassies. They understand the politics, the priorities, what the other departments, whether it's economics, the CDC folks, the State Department, political needs. This is where they work in the embassy and they help figure out. So when we're looking at resource number 50, what do they want to do? They would be able to guide you if you're within Department of Defense folks. Are we going to work in this country, or is this not a priority and we defer it to another part of that department? In other words, another part of the U.S. government is going to be taking care of it. And so that's the entry point. Depending on the country, some places, the defense attaché, senior defense official, and what's called ODC, Office of Defense Corporation, is one person. Other countries, they have a staff of 100. So again, it varies based on the country and what we put in terms of resources. So I'll let you read the rest. The second part is security cooperation organization. This is where actually most of the work is done. So depending on the numbers again, you may have what's called the SCO, and this is the alphabet soup in the United States that we tend to create. You'll see ODC, Just Mag, OMC, No Group. What they mean is Office of Defense Corporation, Joint U.S. Military Advisory Group, Office of Military Corporation. All these are different names, Office of Security Corporation. These are just names of the officers who work the programs. And so if you're engaging the Department of Defense, this is who you work with because they're the ones who developed the relationship, done the financial, the programmatics. They've gone out and surveyed. And so generally these are not medical personnel. We have only a few medical folks that signed to these overseas posts because most of the work is done, as I mentioned earlier, the combat commands. And so you'll have the surgeon's office at the combat commands that interact with the country teams. But this is again where you entry, and then we'll talk about the money part. So how do you work with them? As I mentioned, just sort of a threefold area. First, never go into a country unless you've cleared it with a country team. and the ODC DAT, Security Cooperation, they're going to be the ones who tell you, hey, this is a priority, whether in terms of rehabilitation, whether it's actual medical care, infectious disease, or building a trauma program. The combatant command has a say, because remember, if you're looking at the map earlier from a geographic standpoint, there are priority countries. We tried to help everybody, nobody be a priority. So this is where combatant commands look at the strategic picture and say, okay, we'd like to work in these countries, and that's how they determine prioritization. And then it also funnels up to the Office of Secretary of Defense, where we look at the policy standpoint, where there's nuances. Just because combatant command says, I want to work in this country, there may be other areas where we're like, hey, maybe State Department is a better fit for this, or agriculture would be a better place, or from an economic standpoint. So just remember, it's not as a cut and dry, but if you work through those three areas, those are the ways to make sure that you're in line with the U.S. government, and then you can grow this program. I think that's it. Yes. So with that, I'll have a couple more comments in terms of then take questions. In general, when we work global health engagements, I always say it's like baseball. It's not batting. If you bat 333 one at a time, that's actually really good. It's very, very difficult to work in international, because you're worrying about, you have to work with the partner nation. You've got to work the logistics. You've got to work the funding, which is usually the rate limiting step. And all these things take time, and they don't always align. In this current atmosphere, and this is where I wanted to caveat, we're not sure where the future lies. And I'll be blunt, as we work through, international politics, I'll be careful how to. The activities will still happen, and we will still execute with our partners and allies, but the intent has changed. And what do I mean by that? Historically, we have looked at helping the entire gamut, and it's been much more specialized to the point of, if you're looking at activity, and this is being, we're a healthcare provider, we want to be altruistic, but it's got to have a few things. What is the benefit to the United States government? What is the benefit to the U.S. military? And by doing this activity, why are we doing it? And can someone else do it? Those are the questions that are being much more asked in this realm right now. So think about that, please. We want to continue, again, in every combat command. I can give you examples. I'm sure Dr. Smolinski in the next one will also talk about it. There's activity going on, and there's a historical progress in many of these countries in every field. The question is, how can you justify moving forward? And if you answer those questions that I mentioned, those are the themes that the current administration Secretary of Defense are asking. So we're struggling. We're trying to figure it out, but the funding is still available. It's just, it has to be directed, and we have to look at, hey, what are the current priorities? So with that, I'll pause and take questions or comments.
Sorry, I was going to wait for others to ask questions.
Please.
But I apparently hit the button. Earlier this morning, I had an opportunity to chat with you a little bit about some of the global health engagements that have taken place over the years. And you were explaining to me that with some of the locations, we went in and we were teaching them how to manage a clinic or run a rehab program. But years later, the roles became reversed, and they ended up teaching us.
No, definitely so. I mean, I probably didn't focus as much, but I mentioned from the infectious disease, but specifically, we just had one of the director generals from Ukraine came to AMSIS about a month ago, and it was very telling how the relationship has matured. So early on, we had a program from the USU where we were teaching the asset course, which is, a lot of the, it's a cadaver-based course for trauma and repair. And it was initially because, we got very good at that. Sadly, we have expertise in gunshots and traumatic injury because of our experience in Afghanistan and Iraq over the years. But over the last few years, and again, unfortunately, the Ukrainians are now the experts. They're doing the high volume. They're doing the heavy lifting. And so our providers that are teaching this class are coming back and learning. So that is the natural evolution of medical exchanges. Is for us in the United States Department of Defense, it's been about every 10 years we've had a major conflict where our surgical trauma rehab, we learn and we develop techniques. We never get it right the first time. It always takes a year and some evolution to get there. And then we get experts. And then it slowly, gets distributed across both civilian and other military because we have to train our population. But in this case, we've learned quite a bit from our Ukrainian colleagues. And we had a medical students symposium also in the fall. And their residents and fellows are just amazing because sadly, again, they've had to go directly and operate, and they're not getting the standard, methodical training. It's just hands-on. So the exchanges are not one way. And if I didn't emphasize enough, I appreciate the comment. It's a bilateral relationship. It doesn't matter the field, whether it's trauma, rehab, infectious disease. There's a lot to learn. I will tell you, I work with in Egypt. The physicians overseas tend to be much more, I don't want to say clinically astute, but more clinically aware because they don't have a lot of technology, the imaging, the labs. We rely quite a bit. One of the examples we use engagement, and I'll use Southcom. We actually send our emergency department residents from the Air Force and Army from BAMC, the Brooke Army Medical Center, down to Honduras because there's a hospital there where we've developed a relationship, TTF Bravo, where the residents go down to unimproved, first work with our soldiers, Marines, and airmen, and then they work in the civilian hospital where the only imaging they have is a portable ultrasound. And so it forces you as a ER physician, and you can't just pull, lines off the wall. It forces you to figure out what are the techniques you learn from your partner nation providers. What do they do to respond? Because in an unimproved area with resource limited, you have to understand what's available and what you can do. And the portable ultrasound has actually been one of those areas where we see a lot of feedback. We did quite a bit of research on what cases they saw and how they're able to use it. So again, thank you for that comment. It is a bilateral relationship to learn from it. Sir.
Thank you. I talking about bilateral relationships. I think one of the things that I've observed is in other countries, especially low-income countries, the amazing use of cell phone technology.
Yes.
As a medical diagnostic tool. Some of the add-on units that are, that take a long time to get FDA approval in the United States to get adopted because they just don't have anything else, right? And even some, so a lot of the sort of we would call telemedicine basically operated through a cell phone. It's some of the mobile technology is pretty amazing as well.
Yes, sir. So some of the residents report back as, there's apps now. So essentially we spend so much time and money getting like the ancillary work in the beginning. And now, there's apps that do all your vitals, your EKG all at once. And so that's changed a lot. It's just like where a lot of folks didn't have landlines, they jumped straight to cell phones. I think the medical technology part is where overseas they're sort of jumping generations of activities.
Yeah, and even that, dermatology assessments where you take images, wound care, some of the plug-in units for like EKG, ECG, ultrasound. You can actually use your phone as the processor and the screen.
Sorry, there was someone else who was trying to ask a question. I just wanted to make sure we have a question from online for you, Dr. Shao, from Stuart Campbell, who is joining us virtually.
Okay,
and his question for you is that you mentioned that the name or even the term itself, global health engagement, is being looked at more carefully. And could you go into that a little bit more? And why is that happening?
So again, 5U's, not the government. But I think there's the perception of global health of, at least within the military. Remember, the definition for global health engagement was it has to have benefit to the military. And so the perception has been that we have been helping, and some of it may not have the value to the Department of Defense. So more and more, what we've heard from our leadership is health partnerships, and I see that as likely the evolution. Other agencies, where the USAID state, they're having to just basically justify and look at what they've been doing. But within Department of Defense, I think as we remain pretty close to it supporting, whether it's pre-force health protection, you know, we're getting our troops ready to go, actually taking care of our patients during a conflict, and then the post, which is the rehabilitation, and not just the physical, but the mental health part of it. So as long as we are able to align with that, I think the engagement part is still going to happen. It's just the name may evolve probably to health partnerships or some type of engagement, but that's just the connotation is not good. And right now, it's a budget cutting drill. So unfortunately, you have to be aware of those kind of things. Hopefully that answers Dr. Campbell's question. Any other comments? Okay, I think we're back on track. All right. Thank you for your time and attention. Thanks. Oh.
Okay. Yes, I think the claps and such show up a sound here, but we can't mute it because we want to make sure that our virtual speakers can also speak once it's up their turn. Anyway, I'm Dr. Yuan, Jenny Yuan. I am a PMR physician and a staff member at the Uniformed Services University, and I'm going to be sharing moderating duties with Michelle today. So pleased to have all of you here with us. So our next speaker is going to be Colonel George Smolinski. Yes, if we could bring things up for Colonel Smolinski, he's going to be presenting live virtually, and I know he's already online because I've seen him.
Yes, I've been lurking.
George, are you going to
Listen-
be presenting? Are you going to be sharing your own slides, or do you want us to try to help control on this end?
Oh, I'll let you guys do it if that's possible, please.
George, can you hear us? And also, are you unmuted?
Hello?
You're
Hold on.
definitely. I can see that.
I can hear you, George.
Oh, thanks, Stuart.
Okay, we can hear you now as well.
Oh, that was weird. Okay, I'm here.
Okay, and George, you may have already mentioned, but did you want to share your own slides?
No, I'll have you guys do it, please, and thank you.
Okay, all right. Well, we can handle that. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce you and then we'll get going. You actually may have a few extra moments because we're starting about 4 minutes early. So we're joined today by Colonel George Smolinski. He's calling in from, are you in Germany now or are you somewhere else, sir?
Well, Austria right now, but Europe.
There you go. I was going to say there's at least a 50% chance you might not be in Germany. But anyway, Dr. Smolinski is a PM&R physician, and he recently returned from his position as a command surgeon in Kuwait. And Dr. Smolinski, we're really pleased to have him present to us virtually. He's actually had the opportunity to plan, participate in, and advise on medical security cooperation and global health engagement in nearly every combatant command worldwide. And today he's going to be telling us about some of his experiences with rehabilitation in resource-constrained environments, sharing lessons from global health engagement programming across the globe. So let's give it up for Dr. Smolinski, who will be presenting. For a round of applause. I don't know if you can hear us, but you got a round of applause, sir.
Thanks, Jenny. Well, hey, it's great to have the opportunity to speak. I have some fantastic colleagues for speaking today as well. Stuart on the line too. Dr. Shao, great presentation and excellent overview of the medical security cooperation enterprise in DoD preceding me. So thank you. Let's see. We'll get that slide deck presented. Bottom right. Or F5. Yes, that's it. I'll stop trying to give directions from across the ocean.
So if it's easier, I can actually handle the moving the slides forward from here. Yes, I've got the clicker. Yep, that one.
Awesome. Okay, ready? All right, let's do it. So thanks for the introduction there. You already saw that. Next slide. All right, big problem on this slide. Lieutenant Colonel Michelle Nordstrom, thank you. Mea culpa, Michelle. Standard disclaimer slide, just like Dr. Xiao had. Next slide, please. All right, so as Dr. Xiao noted, there's been rehabilitation-based global health engagement or medical security cooperation. I'll use those terms interchangeably across the globe, right? These are projects that I've been involved in different countries, and there's some stuff up there, like Stuart has done. He just came back from Pakistan too, so there's stuff that East is doing, which is fantastic, right? But there's a lot of different initiatives occurring across the globe in multiple combatant commands. And this speaks to the need to do rehabilitation-based global health engagement across the DoD. And I'll get to the reasons why that dovetail nicely with what Dr. Shao was mentioning earlier about shifting priorities here in a few minutes. Next slide. Just a map showing all of the different areas that were listed out on the previous slides. As a specific note, these are divided up into combatant commands with different colors for each COCOM. But since I was the command surgeon for the 3rd Medical Detachment in Kuwait, the commander's directive to me, Colonel Sandra Wanek, taking that job was, George, I need you to do global health engagement. So we did, right? We did planned or executed 22 engagements in a little over 4.5 months, which, that's quite a bit, I think. But the unique opportunity that I had coming back from that, and this is specifically what Dr. Ewan wanted me to talk about as well, is what are some lessons learned from that deployment? In addition to what I've learned from doing this for the past almost 14 years. And in the deployment, I had the unique opportunity to work in the CASA region, the Central Asian states, the countries like Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan. So those countries in particular had some interesting findings in terms of rehabilitation and some opportunities that I'll talk about here as we get through the slide presentation. Next slide. So going back, one of the common themes that I've seen, having done this for the past decade plus, is the common themes that we had in our rehabilitation systems in the Department of Defense that have kind of persisted through the ages. If you look back all the way to World War I, amputee rehabilitation, right? We did scar tissue immobilization. We did desensitization. We did exercises. We did stump hygiene. We did prosthesis use and training about 6 weeks after surgery, right? So, even within the confines of technological advances or technological standards at the time, pretty quickly. And then at least an hour a day of physical therapy, ADLs for upper extremity amputees. And then this is interesting, right at the bottom, that bottom bullet. The soldiers that were amputees were usually proficient with prostheses 3 to 4 weeks after fitting, and then were discharged, right? I mean, that's what we were doing after World War I. And if you look across the ages, we have similar standards even today. Next slide. Right? As we all know, there's unfortunately some medical brain drain that occurs between wars, something that we may be going through right now in our own military, trying to preserve that knowledge. I'll get to that in the future slides as well. But there was a significant questioning of why the military and the Army is doing long-term rehabilitation, right? This actually prompted the establishment of the U.S. Veterans Bureau in 1921. But then the Great Depression also had a huge impact on the ability for soldiers and veterans to receive rehabilitation. Look at that, a sudden reduction from 15 physical therapists to 3 at Walter Reed, right? Sound familiar? Unfortunately, right? It's a little too close to home, but as the technology and the things that we learned with each war have benefited soldiers and society, veterans. Also, we seem to be making similar, perhaps missteps as we go through with the conclusion of each war and try to get prepared for the next one. Next slide. So I bring those common themes up because the same things that we learned from World War I, World War II, from Vietnam, that you can see those common threads have occurred throughout our history in the last 100+ years. Those same lessons carry through, though. Those same lessons carry through, and I've seen them in other countries at war, and in particular in Ukraine. This gentleman right here is one of my patients at Landstuhl because when I'm not downrange or in a different country, I run the Ukraine Combat Casualty Care Clinic at Landstuhl. And we've taken care of almost 50 Ukrainian patients, a lot of them amputees. So guys like this with a hip disarticulation, we're using the same things that I learned at Walter Reed, that we worked on at Walter Reed at the height of the Iraq and Afghanistan conflict. And then those are the same things that have been done in Vietnam, and those are the same things that were done in World War II and World War I, and are still being done in Ukraine today. Next slide. As a quick aside about the Ukrainian war, I think one of the reasons why we have to do rehabilitation-based global health engagement is because you need rehabilitation to be able to take care of trauma patients. The reason we were able to stand up the U4C clinic was because I transformed our TBI program into essentially an amputee care program. That allowed us to then take care of polytrauma patients and amputees because we were able to give them the prostheses and the rehabilitation needed. Conversely, then, our surgeons were able to take care of patients like this. This guy I actually just saw yesterday in clinic, and he actually has a somewhat functioning hand. This was a patient that was injured in Ukraine, took an RPG to the elbow, and as you can see, his elbow had to be completely reconstructed, and he had profound nerve damage from it as well. He had a dense ulnar and median nerve palsy. After a lot of therapy and multiple surgeries, he does have an arm that works, that is functioning better than if he were to have had it amputated. Next slide. Unique things that are coming out of the war as well, I think, are the profound nerve injuries that are happening, right? For the EMG nerds that are out there, I know you are out there. Just a quick review of an EMG that I did on one of the brachial plexus injury patients from that cohort. Next slide. What I've found is that in the cohort of patients that we have, about 40% of them have some sort of traumatic nerve injury, which is a significant difference than what we found in Iraq and Afghanistan, with only 4% of patients having a peripheral nerve injury, probably due to the prolonged tourniquet. I think that's something we're all familiar with. But if we do rehabilitation-based GHE, we can take care of patients that have injuries like this, and we can discover how war injury patterns vary depending on the type of war that's being fought. Next slide. So talking a little bit then about Ukraine, right? That was a very meaningful program. For several years, I ran the Global Security Contingency Fund Interdisciplinary Team and Rehabilitation Program at U.S. Army Europe. And what that involved was going into Ukraine on a regular basis with the same team about every other month to go and teach them various skill sets when it came to rehabilitation, both in the vicinity of Kyiv and then in the Lviv military hospital in the Western region. The turning point, though, was getting them to get out of a post-Soviet stovepiped model and to embrace multidisciplinary team approach, actually using hard science to treat their patients and evidence-based medicine, and incorporating new data in order to improve the treatment that they were giving to their patients. The outcome was fantastic. Next slide. That program, again, focusing on just skill set training, no new fancy buildings, some equipment, not a whole lot, but really just building on teaching skill sets. They are now able to rehabilitate their amputee patients so that about 20% of them are actually able to return to active duty. They started at 0%. Every patient that had an amputation around 2014 got discharged. As of right before the war kicking off in 2022, that had increased to 20%. So this also is the importance of doing rehabilitation-based global health engagement, because, hey, you've got 20% more patients now who are able to remain on active duty and continue to contribute. Next slide. There you go. Exactly what I just said, about 20% of them returning to active duty. Next slide. So you might see some familiar faces in here. Now, Colonel McCann down there in the lower left, this is one of the storyboards from when we did training in the Lviv military hospital. Next slide. And some more familiar faces. Matt Miller's there somewhere around. And there's me trying to impress Matt with my EMG skills there. Again, right? Like, these guys were so adept at wanting new information and being able to adapt this to their patient population. It was really, really, really impressive. And the outcomes, like I said, were in line with the outcomes that we have and Great Britain has for their amputee patients. Next slide. So this was actually from Stuart, global health engagement being more than maternal fetal medicine. We talked about this a long time ago, right? And noting that there's more to global health engagement than just that trauma and point of care type rehabilitation. Training. Next slide. If we take a look at the very good data that's come out with the global burden of disease surveys, there's a tremendous amount of patients that now have conditions amenable to rehabilitation. There's a 63% increase over a 30-year time period, and there's 2.4 billion people that need rehabilitation. Next slide. We have specific skill sets, the people in the room today that can help out these patients that have these significant needs. And there is this spillover effect, just like the improved medical care that we have for trauma and rehabilitation in the military is spilled over into the civilian world in the United States. That same thing can and does happen in countries where we are involved. Next slide. So again, what do we do? How do we approach this? We think of how our interaction impacts patients and their ability to lead a functionally full life, right? But as we advance in rank and responsibility, we also need to realize and appreciate Dr. Shao's input on this too, right? Or what he said previously, that it's not just that point of care injury, it's the whole spectrum. And then as leaders, both in and out of the military, our impact can be huge in persons with disability and really improve their lives so that, next slide, things like this don't happen, right? People have jobs, they are employed, people with disabilities can live the best possible life that they can, and that is the onus is on us to go out into these countries and help assist because we have a skill set that is applicable. Next slide. Now, as we move into large-scale ground combat operations, the paradigm is shifting once again, right? There's no standardization in rehabilitation care. We have thousands and thousands of potential patients in LISCO. There's a growing need for rehabilitation, like I talked about before, and it's in fixed facilities, right? And unfortunately, as we see in the war in Ukraine, those facilities can and are targeted. Next slide. There are some things that have been postulated to help attack this problem of rehabilitation in LISCO, having international standards, right, across NATO perhaps, credentialing across borders, that's something that's being actively worked on in the DoD, things that we're already doing like telerehabilitation, utilizing rehabilitation providers far forward, and having symposia, places where we can discuss rehabilitation and learn from each other as different countries are experiencing different casualties and disease patterns from their own conflicts. Next slide. So some lessons learned that I have from working as a command surgeon. Number one, as Dr. Shao mentioned, there's a definite system to program global health engagement in the Department of Defense, right? There's working groups that are run by the embassy. This is managed at the COCOM level. There's funding at the COCOM level in order to execute these programs. And I've had the good fortune to be involved in some of them. But there is a process in place. And knowing this process, I think, is important if you are going to want to work in GHE in the Department of Defense. Now, improves. The problem is, as a former commander of mine said, there's not enough America to go around, right? There's a lot of good things we can do, but there's prioritization that occurs in every combatant command, and we can't do it all. There's different countries that have higher priorities. There's different programs that have higher priorities. And a lot of this takes a lot of time. Time on station is always fleeting. And the ability to execute some of these global health engagement programs can be difficult given the short time on station. Next slide. The last thing that I'd like to talk about then is where I think that some of our focus should shift in rehabilitation in preparing for the next conflict. And that's rehabilitation in disaster response. So the first question is, and some of you may already have the answers to this, right? But why is it important? Shouldn't we be focusing on life-saving measures? Well, like I mentioned before, 1 in 3 people already have a disability worldwide. In a disaster, as you can imagine, there's limited care for ability to care for those patients, and then potentially hundreds or thousands more patients with disabilities from the disaster itself. Surprisingly, and I didn't know this, but if you have a disability, your chance of dying in a disaster is twice that of an able-bodied person. And then it also begs the question, once we've saved someone's life in the disaster, then what, right? Our job is to try to get them better so that they can regain full functional capability and live a full and productive life. Next slide. This is tremendously surprising, right? There's actually a double spike for rehabilitation after a disaster, which is a little bit different than after, perhaps like if you look at the slide for a war, right? There's an initial drive for rehabilitation from the initial trauma patients, But then, as the non-trauma emergencies spike a couple weeks after the disaster, then there's a second spike in rehabilitation needs. So this is a persistent problem after disasters of being able to appropriately rehabilitate patients who have pre-existing disabilities or disabled by the disaster. Next slide. The WHO, fortunately, has taken this in hand and classified how foreign medical teams, now known as emergency medical teams, should be constructed in order to respond with specific skill set types for these different teams. Next slide. In 2016, they set out some minimal technical standards, as well as some standards for the amount of bed space that is needed and rehabilitation space for each specific team type that goes in for these disasters. Next slide. So, future directions then, right? Why disaster rehabilitation and why rehabilitation-based global health engagement or medical security cooperation? I think disaster rehabilitation is something that there is skill in the DoD that can be applied, right? If we take a look at a disaster, hundreds or thousands of newly injured patients that occur literally overnight. There are very few scenarios in the world right now that are non-conflict scenarios where that happens. The DoD has a long track record of being able to go in and assist after disaster. And I think that in order to exercise the skill sets that we have for all of our healthcare providers, not just frontline surgeons and physicians, but also rehabilitation providers, I think we should get plugged in with that even stronger because it exercises some important skills, i.e. managing a whole lot of patients at once and complicated patients at that directly applies to large-scale combat operations. That's apart from the obvious humanitarian thing of it is the right thing to do. It also helps foster stability in a country. Unstable countries that are unable to respond to a disaster have mass migration, which impacts border security. Because of that, if you have a country that can't respond appropriately to a crisis, and we have not tried to build up their disaster response across the full spectrum of care, they have a disaster, and we see this in the CASA region, those patients, or excuse me, those people that are afflicted by that disaster, they will migrate because they don't have another option, because their homes are destroyed, and they may have healthcare needs, and they'll go to a different country. So as we move forward into the next few years, creative leadership, looking outside the box, such as partnering with other agencies. I did set up a partnership with the Department of Justice for a trauma center in Tajikistan. So there's opportunities to look outside the box with things like that, looking at the effects on border security, knowing what's in the security cooperation plans, and making sure that what we're doing fits in those plans. That's also exceedingly important. Making sure that we have a plan, a great POAM, a plan of action and milestones, showing that we can make true impact that then builds into larger initiatives. And again, as Dr. Shao noted, how it helps out the Department of Defense and our military. And looking at more than just amputee rehab. There's a lot of skill sets that we have in the DoD, in the reserve, for rehabilitation writ large. And the more that we can exercise all of those capabilities, I think that there is ample opportunity for future programming with rehabilitation-based global health engagement. Hopefully I didn't go over too much on time, but I had to flip through those slides quick, so thank you, and I'm open for any questions.
So we've got about just 7 minutes for questions, so certainly plenty of time to pepper Dr. Smolinski with any questions about his presentation.
So I have a couple. This is Rory George. Great presentation.
Thanks, Rory. I appreciate it.
I have a couple of questions for you. Have you ever worked with the International Society for Physical Rehabilitation Medicine?
ISPRM?
ISPRM, because they have a disaster relief part and they also have a global rehab, committee.
Yes, absolutely, Rory. Good question. So yeah, I was in actually the WHO disaster rehab meetings for Ukraine, and I'm now in the disaster rehab committee for ISPRM. I talked with Dave Crandall, who we both know, right? And additionally, I am presenting on this at the ISPRM conference in Morocco here in November.
Oh, great. And then as a follow-up, in the United States, one of the disability organization that deals a lot with disaster relief for individuals with disabilities in the United States and in other countries in the world is the World Institute on Disability, which has a headquarters in Berkeley, California, but has an office in DC as well. So that's another potential connection that I would make. That's
Okay.
That's a disability-led organization. So it's people with disabilities helping people with disabilities. And they have a division that focuses specifically on disaster relief.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Rory.
Can I ask a question? So let's say there's a large natural disaster or a large-scale conflict abroad. What are the mechanisms by which GHE determines which patients receive priority when operating on limited resources?
Ooh, that's a good question, right? So the guys like us are not going to be the guys that make the decision on how we intervene and what we do, right? That is going to be at the combatant command level, the combatant commander, right, and the SecDef level on how we would intervene and what we would do. So that having been said, right, I think the onus is on us to make it known to the combatant commanders, the service component commanders, the leaders in global health engagement, that there is this specific skill set that also needs to be addressed in the rehabilitation part. And then also, apart from just the disaster itself, going back to the stability of a country and border security, right? I think as we look for future programming, it's not just responding to a disaster that occurs, but planning disaster response exercises so that we can leverage our skill set in the DoD in order to help the country itself enable their own organic response to the disaster.
Thank you.
George, we've got a hand up online from Stuart. Stuart, do you want to go ahead? I think you should be able to unmute yourself and ask a question.
Yeah. So George, this is awesome. Thank you. And there's so many things that we could talk about, but I know time is limited. So the first one is, we talk and think about rehabilitation, and I think a lot of people get a very narrow view of what rehabilitation is. And could you discuss a little bit on your experience in talking about not only physical occupational therapy, but low vision rehab, traumatic brain injury rehab? And I think the TBI thing might be a lead into what the question was just now on the rules of engagement. And the idea is we set up rules of engagement, we have input into them, but we want to get people back to, if it's in a LISCO or in a combat situation, back to the fight. And those would be prioritized versus in a natural disaster, we just probably going to take what we get. But can you talk a little bit about expanding the idea of what rehabilitation encompasses?
Yeah, no, Stuart, that's a great question. Thanks for that. We're victims of our own success, right? We have excellent amputee rehabilitation and polytrauma programs, but there's also a significant amount of skill set in the DoD regarding things like spinal cord injury, traumatic brain injury, right? Right there, because we do have TBI centers. The complex nerve injuries, those sorts of things, and even more severe brain injuries, right? So we found this in Ukraine. When we went to Ukraine, it wasn't just, oh, hey, how do we fit a prosthesis on this guy? Well, all right, like we can do that, right? But they have in a LISCO environment and also in a disaster environment, you are going to have spinal cord injury patients. You're going to have moderate or severe traumatic brain injury patients. You're going, besides just amputee and polytrauma patients, both pre-existing patients with those disabilities and new patients with those disabilities. So as we open the aperture on what we really can do in terms of rehabilitation, you know, you're absolutely right. If we go into a disaster response scenario, I think the onus is on us to educate the leadership that's setting out the plan for that disaster response mission. Hey, look, yeah, if you've got a spinal cord injury patient, yeah, we can teach them how to do clean cath, right? Like that, we know how to do those things, so that we're not pigeonholed into just doing one thing. Because, as you know, LISCO is not just going to be amputee and polytrauma; it's going to be everything.
Okay, we're going to close questions for now for Dr. Smolinski. Let's give a round of applause from our audience here. I do see that Dr. Blaise Pascal has a great question, and it's about the Ukrainian war. And actually, I think we may hear a little bit about that later on this morning when we have one of our Ukrainian delegates speak about their experience with the war. And we're also very fortunate to be joined by several experts in disaster rehabilitation, including Dr. Jim Gosney, who is actually the co-author on several of those papers and their references. So I think we're going to have a really robust conversation and presentation from different perspectives. So with that, we're going to transition now to Dr. Colleen O'Connell, who is going to be joining us virtually. So Dr. O'Connell is a professor of physical medicine and rehabilitation at the Dalhousie University Faculty of Medicine, where she also serves as the medical director of the New Brunswick's Stan Cassidy Center for Rehabilitation. So she is honored to be serving on the steering committee of the WHO-hosted World Rehabilitation Alliance, where she is also the co-chair of the Emergencies Workstream, and she's going to be talking to us today about the World Rehabilitation Alliance. Thank you very much, Dr. O'Connell. Do you hear us? And let's test to make sure we can hear you as well.
I hear you all fine, and I can see my slide.
Yes, and I'm happy to advance the slide for you if you just let me know. All right.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here with you all today. And as a civilian aid worker who has been on the ground in Haiti and Ukraine, I would certainly like to extend my thanks to all of you who serve with the military, because your service is of incredible importance in those areas of humanitarian crises. So next slide. I want to thank Danny and George also for really setting the stage for my presentation on the World Rehabilitation Alliance, which is a real coming together of the rehabilitation organizations. As we all know here in this audience, rehabilitation is an area of intervention which role is to optimize function. It supports all of those individuals who have health conditions to remain independent, to participate in society, to be economically productive, and fulfill meaningful life roles. The availability of rehabilitation is a fundamental right of each individual, and it's essential to sustaining the Sustainable Development Goal number 3, which is ensuring healthy lives and promoting the well-being for all. Next slide. So we, and I thank both of the previous speakers because you really set the stage. We know that globally, at least 1 in 3 people live with some type of health condition for which may benefit from rehabilitation. And those needs are spread across the entire lifespan, from children right through to young adults and into our senior years. with war-related injuries and the impacts of climate-related disaster, as well as the increasing contribution from non-communicable diseases, we are steadily seeing an increase in the number of people living throughout the world who are in need of rehabilitation. And unfortunately, as was very nicely just presented, many of those countries are just not equipped to respond to those rehabilitation needs, let alone the forecasted increase that we are expecting arising from health and demographic trends, as well as conflict and climate. In many countries, rehabilitation is just not prioritized, and it continues to be very much under-resourced. Therefore, the risk of achieving that Sustainable Development Goal number 3 is very real. And so in response to that, next slide, please. In 2017, the World Health Organization member states gathered together with this historic, really, call to action. So recognizing those increase in global rehabilitation needs on the background of very underdeveloped and unrecognized importance of rehabilitation services, they called on member states globally to support this Rehabilitation 2030 initiative. And so it calls, next slide, please. It calls to action across 10 key areas of action. And these, I think, were actually referenced in much of the previous 2 presentations, which is building that strong leadership and political will towards supporting and integrating rehabilitation, strengthening rehabilitation planning and implementation. And this includes the emergency preparedness and response, both at national and subnational levels, improving integration of rehabilitation into the health sectors, and this includes within primary care and public health, incorporating rehabilitation into universal health coverage so it's accessible and affordable for all, building comprehensive service delivery models, developing strong multidisciplinary rehabilitation workforces. And so this is very important, where you just talked about integrating training initiatives to build capacity in areas where there is that need to build that rehabilitation workforce across the disciplines. Expand the financing, improve our research and data collected, and build that research capacity. And importantly, I think Dr. Cooper, you just mentioned, working with those organizations, and that are in the field of rehabilitation, such as ISPRM. So that is fully supported by this establishment and strengthening of networks and partnerships. Next slide, please. And so this is where the World Rehabilitation Alliance comes in. What this is, it's a World Health Organization hosted network. So it is not the World Health Organization. It's its own entity, but it is hosted by the World Health Organization in response for the need to accelerate those actions identified by the Rehabilitation 2030 initiative. The World Rehabilitation Alliance main function is to work as an advocacy organization with key objectives of doing evidence-based advocacy activities to increase in awareness and support the knowledge around rehabilitation, and to build on those networks and knowledge sharing so that we can help grow that rehabilitation sector. Next slide, please. So the overarching vision of the Alliance is that every individual in this world who needs rehabilitation is able to receive quality service to optimize and maintain their function in everyday life. Next slide, please. So some of the key actions of the Alliance is to call on the health and the development community, including the governments, to include rehabilitation as an essential health services as part of universal health coverage. As an overall, we want to realize the UN Sustainable Development Goal 3, which is to ensure healthy lives, promote well-being for all at all ages, recognizing that rehabilitation is essential at every stage for that. Next slide, please. And so the alliance and these initiatives, as well as the Rehabilitation 2030, got a huge boost by this landmark resolution that occurred at the World Health Assembly meeting in May of 2023. This is the first ever globally recognized resolution specific to strengthening rehabilitation in health systems. Next slide, please. So they endorsed this resolution that included at all levels of international commitment to acknowledge rehabilitation as a global health priority and move all member states to providing that commitment. And it set the stage for a roadmap into strengthening rehabilitation across those multiple sectors. Next slide, please. And so what the Rehabilitation Alliance does is it works as an advocacy arm to help promote those key activities of Rehabilitation 2030 calls to action. So for instance, the Rehabilitation 2030 has one of their actions as producing evidence. Our role is to raise that awareness. Rehabilitation 2030 is to create capacity in rehabilitation. We want to create that demand through the Alliance, through those advocacy, and mobilize that political will to help rehabilitation implementation across the world. Next slide, please. So the way the Alliance is structured, I'm going to present to you now sort of the governance structure and the 5 key pillars of work that are currently being undertaken in these first few years of the iteration. Next slide, please. So the overarching governance of the Alliance is the World Health Organization. And then we have a steering committee supported by a secretariat provided by World Health Organization, and a steering committee of 10 members coming from international rehabilitation organizations such as ISPRM, International Spinal Cord, World Physio, World Federation of Occupational Therapy, World Hearing and Speech, for instance. The steering committee or World Health Organization with the Secretariat identified 4 key work stream areas supported by an external relations group, which are meant to then support each of those work streams. Each of those work streams speaks to some of one or more of those key action items of 2030. And so the 4 work stream priority areas are the workforce, primary care, emergencies, and health systems and policy research, all then supported by an external relation group. Right now, there are 90, it's just been updated, 96 member organizations of this networked alliance. And that includes members from non-government organizations, academic institutions, the private sector, intergovernmental organizations and WHO supported networks, as well as philanthropic foundations and international organizations. Next slide, please. So in order to be an advocacy organization, we need to have key messages, and focusing on those key messages, we are then able to identify some of our strategic tools and activities in order to promote those messages. So I'm going to take you through now each of those 4 main work streams, key messages, and some of the tools and activities that have been occurring to date. So we'll start with the primary care work stream. So their messages are a little bit lengthy, but some of the 3 key messages are that rehabilitation is integral part of primary care and should be tailored to the specific needs of the individuals and the population, the area in which they are serving, and delivered through clear pathways in order to be accessible to all. Rehabilitation in primary care must engage all persons with both acute and chronic health conditions in order to optimize their function and allow them meaningful participation activities throughout the life course. Sorry, next slide, I should have said, sorry. And to meet the population's health needs, the primary care workplace should be familiar with rehabilitation concepts and have capacity and competencies to deliver appropriate rehabilitation interventions. And so this really segues so nicely with some of the work that the military has been doing in their global health exchange programs. Next slide, please. One of the key strategic partners or targets of the primary healthcare workstream has been with the World Organization of National Colleges, Academies, and Academic Associations of General Practitioners and Family Physicians, or better known as WONCA. And so that's the World Primary Care body. And so the networked alliance of the primary care workstream has been doing close alignment with WONCA in order to start building those recognition and understanding of rehabilitation activities. Next slide, please. Another work stream is the health systems and policy research. And this is led by Dr. Walter Frontera, along with a number of international organizations, including AA, the American Association of Physical Medicine and Rehab, and ISPRN have been very involved with this group. The key messages on health systems and policy research have been that in order to have appropriate monitoring and planning for rehabilitation in health systems, decision makers have to ask for the best available health policy and systems research evidence. That type of evidence for rehabilitation requires research capacity, which includes researchers, the infrastructure, the funding, the partnership, and the metrics. And I think at Walter Reed and the military, you are well positioned to assist in this area. And then being able to publish and disseminate the results of relevant and timely evidence in health policy and systems that we need in order to build that capacity around strengthening rehab and health systems. Next slide, please. There have been a number of tools of this work stream, including a very well-written editorial about the importance of health policy and systems research in rehabilitation, and drawing on this need for a call to access to accelerate such programs. This editorial has been published, I believe, in over 20 different journals that are dedicated to rehabilitation. In addition, they've created an online webinar that is accessible to all. I've provided the QR codes in these slides that you can scan to get access to some of these tools, as well as they've developed a number of educational tiles or quick educational snippets that explains and helps improve our literacy around why health policy and systems research is so important in transforming rehabilitation. Next slide, please. The third work stream is workforce. Obviously, this is hugely important globally, where less than 50% of persons who need rehabilitation can actually access rehabilitation services. And this, we can draw a direct line to the under-resourced and unrepresented and under-recognized need in many of countries in the world. In fact, in the world, 80% of those in need of rehab actually live in the global south, where rehabilitation services are less than 50% available for individuals. So the key messages of the workforce is that a multidisciplinary rehabilitation workforce provides valuable and unique skill sets that are necessary to address the diverse needs of rehabilitation. We need to invest in quality education and training of rehabilitation professionals, and that rehabilitation professionals are needed at all levels of care and across all practice settings. Next slide, please. A very important tool that has been developed now by this workforce is a position statement on the importance of investing in quality rehabilitation, education, and training. And this has been endorsed now by the World Health Organization. Next slide, please. And this identifies 7 key strategic targets in order to how one can invest in quality rehabilitation, education, and training. For example, these include increasing the number of colleges and universities that educate rehabilitation workforce, developing specific training programs to address that full array of rehabilitation professionals, mentoring and training faculty to ensure relevant and up-to-date curriculum standards in order to graduate competent and highly qualified workforce, enhancing educational programs to include the multimodal training strategies, develop collaborative and partnerships with stakeholder organizations, such as the aligned ministries, and implement strategic planning, monitoring, and evaluation to ensure sustainability of a culturally responsive and competent workforce. And I apologize, I'm looking at the slide and it's not coming across very good on your end, but certainly I've provided the slide deck. So I think Shannon can maybe email it to you if some of these slides aren't projecting very well on the screen. Next slide, please. And now the emergencies work stream, and this is really where my focus has been and where most of my experience has been. And our key messages are very much resonating with what George just presented with regards to rehabilitation in disasters and emergencies. And that is, firstly, emergencies create enormous surges in both immediate rehabilitation needs and disrupt the existing rehabilitation services. Rehabilitation is essential in emergencies, and by integrating rehabilitation into your emergency preparedness, this will allow you to have timely and effective rehabilitation responses and optimize the health outcomes of individuals affected in emergencies. Next slide, please. So because this is my area of interest and expertise, I've got a few extra slides around the emergencies, but also I think highly relevant and important to you as you serve in the services. We know that the number of persons affected by emergencies throughout the world is steadily increasing. Some of the main drivers of this are both climate-related changes as well as armed conflicts. In fact, in 2020, at the beginning of this decade, the United Nations declared that we are entering a new era of conflict and violence. And in fact, even if just looking over the past 3 years, there has been a steady and significant increase from the number of people throughout the world that are going to need humanitarian assistance. Next slide, please. And so the aspiration of the emergencies work stream is that all individuals who need rehabilitation services or need timely, essential services in emergencies, and this includes individuals who are living with disability and those who sustain injuries in a disaster that may result in a new disability. Next slide, please. I mentioned the pivotal resolution at the 76th World Health Assembly, where there was an endorsement of strengthening rehabilitation in health systems. And this included very specific wording on strengthening rehabilitation in emergency preparedness and response, where the resolution is worded such that deeply concerned that most countries, especially developing countries, are not sufficiently equipped to respond to the sudden increase in rehabilitation needs created by health emergencies, calls on member states to ensure timely integration of rehabilitation into emergency preparedness and response. And that includes emergency medical teams. Next slide, please. So in support of this resolution and in recognition of the need to accelerate some of the actions, the World Health Organization released a policy brief shortly after, in July of 2023, released the same time as the inaugural launch of the World Rehabilitation Alliance. And this is a policy brief on strengthening rehabilitation in health emergency preparedness, readiness, response, and resilience. And these are just a couple of key points that I'm showing you here, which include that Current humanitarian guidelines and global conventions often neglect rehabilitation, but we are working on trying to mandate that rehabilitation as is essential at all levels of disaster and emergency response and has to be integrated into that preparedness and response, that services are more resilient and your emergency responses are more efficient and effective if rehabilitation has been incorporated, and that policymakers and emergency managers and rehab leaders must ensure that rehabilitation is integral to that all hazard health emergency preparedness and response. Next slide, please. As an alliance, we've created kind of one-page information fact sheets in multiple languages that are intended to begin with educating our own rehabilitation community so that individuals recognize what our role is in emergencies. Next slide, please. We have been positioned to release statements shortly on the heels of emergencies and have prepared a number of quick information fact sheets targeting the rehabilitation workforce in order to begin to have each individual as a rehabilitation professional or organizations recognize what our role is in different types of emergencies and hazards. Next slide, please. Now, I'm just going to finish up with what the external relations organization does under the Alliance is really to bring together the alignment of all of those 4 different work streams so that we are working collectively together in order to have that strong advocacy message. Next slide, please. One of the important things is then to target some very key stakeholders and also key events and activities where we can actually make a difference. And one very important one that just recently happened was at one of the world conferences hosted by World Health Organization on universal health coverage, and the ISPRM was able to represent the World Rehabilitation Alliance and present at that meeting on the importance of incorporating rehabilitation into universal health coverage. So this was really quite monumental. And so our overall goals are really to keep building ourselves as an alliance. As I mentioned, we are 96 international organizations strong. Next slide, please. I invite you all to visit the website and to sign up for the newsletter to keep informed and in order to follow some of the work. Next slide, please. I also invite you to use our hashtags in order to help spread the word and to build on some of that advocacy. Next slide, please. And I'm happy to take any questions and continue this discussion. Thank you.
Round of applause.
I'll ask a question. Leveraging like administrative experience to other countries and making sure to have like resilient services, like you mentioned a second ago, has been mentioned a few times. And the World Rehabilitation Alliance works on producing evidence and promoting key messages for rehab. So what are some of the like more specific breakdowns of efficiency that you've observed during emergencies in other countries?
Sure, that's a great question. And one of the outcomes that has been realized by this networking of aligned organizations has almost been the organic kind of fallout of having a greater collaboration and cooperation. So, for instance, in 2 recent emergencies in 2023 with the earthquakes that occurred in Morocco, and now just a few weeks ago with the earthquakes that occurred in Myanmar, through this networked alliance, we are very quickly able to mobilize and deliver through telehealth very targeted training for rehabilitation workers on the ground in those countries, targeting the key areas of injuries that we see in these types of sudden disasters. So delivered sessions very quickly on traumatic brain injury, amputations, peripheral nerve injuries and fractures, spinal cord injuries, and that allowed us to be able to get that information on the ground very quickly. Two other very important resources, and I think George, you had brought it up, but are these emergency medical teams initiatives, which have actually expanded beyond just the rehabilitation one from 2016. There actually are emergency medical teams guidance and minimal technical standards for spinal cord injury that were just published for mass burn events. I believe there's one coming for traumatic brain injury, and they provide very detailed, including the types of triage, the extrication, what the early rehabilitation interventions need to be, what the team needs to compose, depending on the type of team that you have, and how to deliver those, how to transition care, and how to arrange for the longer term follow-up. So those are some very important resources, as well as a documentation on early rehabilitation in conflicts and disasters, which is available. And if you go to some of those links that I gave you the QR, those are there as well. That initiative that we did in Morocco has actually continued on with that network that was brought together of all the rehabilitation providers in Morocco, has now formed their own alliance and network, and are working through the advocacy tools to build rehabilitation supports within their country, and have created a position statement now and white paper specifically on that. So it served as that nidus as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. O'Connell. Any last questions from our audience here? All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us virtually. We truly appreciate hearing about the World Rehabilitation Alliance, and I couldn't scan while pressing the button for advancing the slides, but I will definitely make sure to check out the website as well as the newsletter. So one more round of applause for Dr. O'Connell. We're actually going to take our first break, about 15 minutes, if everyone can be back by 10 o'clock. Yeah. So well, I can bring you over to the Johnson.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
They're working on it. How do you want to? So let's think I think you're both going to the microphone so that they can hear everything. I think you should be able to stay here.
Check, 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 check.
Working. Maybe only one can be on. So
Can I maybe sit and just use one of those microphones and just
give it a try.
check, check, check.
That one. Welcome back from break, everyone. We are about to begin our next presentation. And I would like to introduce Lieutenant Colonel Ola Shaguk. Dr. Shagluk is from the Ukraine, and she is a PM&R physician. She has been active duty service there since September of 2016, and she focuses her practice area on musculoskeletal rehabilitation, injuries, and general rehabilitation in the acute and chronic phases. At this time, we will be using Tech Sergeant Palko as her interpreter. She will be presenting up here. He will interpret down there.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I want to thank you all for the opportunity to be here to learn from you. And I said, Dr. Smolinski, the project, training project for Ukrainian specialists was really very useful for us because we changed our rehabilitation system at all, from Soviet to modern evidence-based rehabilitation. So thank you all. And I just want to tell more about our experience of combat injuries rehabilitation in Ukraine, but I will speak with interpreter because my English is not so very good and I want you all to understand me correctly. Так виглядає наш госпіталь зараз. Це станом на сьогодні, 2025 рік. В нас є 4 відділення реабілітації. Зокрема, я та наша команда займаємося реабілітацією пацієнтів з ампутованими кінцівками.
This is how our facility looks right now. This is as of 2025. We have 4 rehabilitation departments. And specifically, my team and I, we work along the mission for rehabilitating patients with amputations.
Але коли ми починали у 2016 році, все виглядало зовсім інакше. Палати були з бар'єрами, важкодоступні для пацієнтів, у нас був невеликий зал. На той момент у нас ще не було спеціалізації фізіотерапевтів, ерготерапевтів, фізичних терапевтів. І загалом підходи в реабілітації були недоказові.
However, going back to 2016, things were very different. We have gone a long way since then. Beginning in 2016, we had quite a lot of difficulties. The infrastructure was different. For example, our patient rooms were not accessible. We had some barriers for movement there. We had a different, much less equipped physical training, physical therapy room. And in terms of specialization, we did not really have a dedicated specialty for physical therapy, occupational therapy, which we have now.
І за 10 років, поки триває війна, ми дуже спрогресували в реабілітації.
Over the past 10 years of war happening in Ukraine, we've experienced a lot of progress leaps in our work in rehabilitation.
Так виглядав наш госпіталь у березні 22-го року, коли почалось повномасштабне вторгнення. Росіяни зруйнували дуже багато закладів охорони здоров'я цивільної, військової інфраструктури, і загалом постраждало дуже багато людей. І, як ви вже знаєте, Ірпінь був тривалий час під окупацією росіян.
Shown on a slide are pictures of how our location looked in March of 2022 during when the full-scale invasion by Russia started. And as you may know, Russian forces attacked and destroyed many civilian and military healthcare facilities with a large number of casualties associated with that. And as you may know, our facility in Irpin, Ukraine, which is not very far from Kyiv, for some time was under Russian occupation.
Після цього, у 22-му році, наша команда продовжувала працювати. Ми були переміщені в іншій лікарню, заклад охорони здоров'я, де в нас були дуже обмежені можливості, обмеження простору, недостатньо спеціалістів, багато поранених. У нас був лише простір для занять фізичної терапії, де були звичайні мати, резинки і бол. Це все, що ми мали.
Our team was evacuated to a different healthcare facility where we worked with extremely limited resources. We did not have the space, we did not have the facilities, we did not have the professionals required to provide rehabilitation work, as well as coupled with a large number of patients. And in terms of resources available at that location, we were limited only by having maybe some mats and an exercise ball and some resistant bands.
І насправді така ситуація не поодинока, тому що Росія прицільно веде вогонь по закладам охорони здоров'я, по лікарням. Нещодавно, 2 дні тому, був ракетний удар в місті Дніпро по медичному університету.
And our case is not the only case like this, because Russian forces have conducted a targeted campaign of targeting Ukrainian healthcare facilities. As a matter of fact, 2 days ago, Russian forces carried out a strike against a medical medical education facility in the medical institute in the city of Dnipro.
Якщо ми говоримо про те, з якими пацієнтами ми стикаємося протягом своєї роботи, то, звичайно, найбільшу частину поранених – це поранені внаслідок мінно-вибухових поранень, близько 46%.
In terms of a breakdown of what kind of patients we see on a daily basis, the majority of them are patients with mind blast injury, which constitute nearly 46% of our patient population.
Близько 39% – це пацієнти з поєднаною травмою, з політравмою.
About 30% patients have polytrauma.
І те, що ми зараз бачимо, це значне зростання поранених з ампутацією верхніх кінцівок та ураженнями зору. І більшість цих поранень пов'язані з ударами дронів.
The trend that we're seeing now is an increase in patients with amputation of upper extremities, as well as with injuries to vision, and that is connected to the prolific use of FPV drones on the battlefield.
Найбільшу частку поранень припадає на поранення кінцівок, близько 42%. Варто додати, що ці пацієнти потребують найбільше нашої уваги, тому що ця категорія пацієнтів є найбільш перспективною до повернення до військової служби або до цивільного життя. Хоча інколи через складність травми вони потребують тривалої реабілітації.
One thing that needs to be noted is that about 42% of our patients come with extremity injuries, and this patient population is critical and very important because they have a high potential for successful rehabilitation and either successful return back to military service or return to civilian life.
Мінно-вибухові поранення мають певний ряд своїх характеристик, які в подальшому дуже впливають на те, безпосередньо на підходи до лікування та на реабілітацію.
Mind blast injuries have a list of specific factors that then affect approaches that are taken towards the rehabilitation of these patients.
So if you can, all mind blast injury usually associated with significant destruction, soft tissue and bone defects, major damage of major vessel nerves, and usually we can see foreign bodies in the wound, which also are sources of infection. And we understand that all mind blast trauma are primarily infected and with high contamination. And we have also a lot of cases with septic complication. Because of this, also we have antibiotic resistance, and it's another challenge and a huge problem in Ukraine. Тому що те, що ми зараз бачимо, пацієнти вже можуть поступати до нас, отримуючи, наприклад, комбінацію антибіотиків колістину і гентаміцину. І це третій етап надання допомоги медичної.
Some of the patients that come to us that get admitted to our hospital have been administered a combination of antibiotics already, and that's a third stage in providing care for them.
Like, colistin and gentamicin is like everyday antibiotics, but we understand that we also had a lot of mistakes at the beginning of the war when we used, for example, ceftriaxone at the first stage of medical help. This is example. Дуже часто ми зараз стикаємося із ампутаціями внаслідок інфекційних ускладнень. І за статистикою близько 5% таких пацієнтів мають ампутації внаслідок інфекцій.
We are seeing an increase in patients with amputations following complications resulting from infections, and that constitutes about 5% of our patient population.
Те, про що я вже сказала, значне зростання антибіотикорезистентності. І якщо ми подивимося на мікрофлору ран вогнепальних, то найчастіше мікробним чинником є актинобактер бауманії і клепсієла пневмонія.
Depicted on the slides here is what I already mentioned before, antibiotic resistance that we are seeing that's taking place in Ukraine, and depicted on the chart here, you can see the ratio of different cultures that are present in wounds.
І трохи більше розповім про реабілітацію після ампутації кінцівок.
And now I'd like to talk in detail about the rehabilitation process for patients with amputations of extremities.
So the exact number of amputees since the start of full-scale invasion of Russia is censored, so we don't know how many people in Ukraine, but according to various sources, approximately from 12 to 20,000 people, military and civilian, had amputation during the war. And if we are, according to the analysis of our military medical center, approximately 3.7% of patients with limb injuries needs amputation. And also we saw that at the one moment we have simultaneous significant needs for rehabilitation and prosthetics. So this is a structure of amputation, and during 10 years so far, and the main amputation is lower limb amputation, 72%, and usually it's transtibial amputation. If we speak about upper extremities, so now we have a lot of amputation, transhumeral amputation, because of usually not just about injury, but also tourniquet syndrome because of long-term evacuation and intensity of shelling. This is на цьому слайді я хотіла показати, як змінився характер поранень, який в нас був до повномасштабного вторгнення і після масштабного вторгнення. Як видно на слайді, після повномасштабного вторгнення значно зросла кількість пацієнтів з множинними ампутаціями і пацієнтів з високими ампутаціями з стегна.
So this slide depicts change in the character of amputations pre-full-scale invasion and full-scale invasion. And what we may see here is that post-full-scale invasion, we have a rise in patients with multiple amputations or amputations with very little residual limb left.
So tourniquet syndrome is one of the causes of high-level amputation, and it's a really big challenge for the rehabilitation and prosthetics in the future. Також ми найчастішими ускладненнями, які ми спостерігаємо після турнікетного синдрому, окрім ампутації, це бувають ушкодження нервів, гостре пошкодження нирок, тромбози судин, компартмент синдроми і так далі.
Depicted here are some of additional complications that we're seeing from tourniquet syndrome, which on top of amputations may include things like nerve damage and kidney damage and others depicted on the slide.
And amputation due to tourniquet syndrome become increased 18%. And I would like to say that even the tourniquet was on the arm less than 2 hours, we also see a lot of peripheral nerve injury, compression peripheral nerve injury, unfortunately. Якщо ми говоримо про турнікетний синдром, то є 3 головні фактори, які будуть впливати на його появу.
Speaking about tourniquet syndrome, there are three main factors that contribute to it coming about.
Перше, звичайно, це ситуація на полі бою. Якщо ведеться щільний обстріл, а особливо зараз це атака дронів, то під час поранення дуже важко евакуювати людину безпосередньо з поля бою.
The first factor is the conditions of battlefield. Especially if we experience a high density of fire and especially now the prolific use of first-person view drones, that complicates the possibility of timely evacuation of wounded persons.
В Україні є багато пацієнтів, яких турнікет був накладений на 6, 12, 24 і навіть 36 годин.
In Ukraine, we have a large patient population where they had tourniquet applied to them for 12, 24, and upwards of 36 hours.
Аналогічно тривалість евакуації. Не завжди є можливість через обстріли евакуювати пораненого до госпіталю або медичної роти.
Continuing in the same topic, there's not always an ability and opportunity for timely evacuation of a wounded person to a medical treatment facility.
І наступне – це навчання персоналу. Це єдина річ, на яку ми можемо вплинути для того, щоб зменшити кількість турнікетних синдромів.
Another thing is training of personnel, and that is one factor that we do have control of, or at least we can affect it. by training our personnel to apply tourniquets properly to limit the occurrence of tourniquet syndrome.
Я так розумію, чи всі розуміють, що таке конверсія турнікету?
As far as I understand, the public here understands what tourniquet conversion is.
Насправді навчений медичний персонал проводити конверсію турнікету може значно зменшити кількість ускладнень. На даному слайді можна побачити двох пацієнтів. Первинно у них було поранення стоп в обох випадках. У тому випадку, що ви бачите справа, пацієнту була проведена конверсія турнікету і за рахунок цього збережена довжина кінцівок. У другому випадку була тривала евакуація, не була проведена конверсія і пацієнт мав ампутацію вищого рівня турнікету.
Depicted on the slide, we have two patients, one that had tourniquet conversion done to him and the other one did not. And it's important to state that both patients originally had injuries to their feet. And so here you can see visually the importance of tourniquet conversion and the ability to salvage more of residual limb.
And so we understand that there's totally different level of mobility and function. Я про це вже говорила, дуже багато поранень комбінованих із переломами, ампутаціями і так далі. І ці пацієнти є найбільш складними, так як вони потребують тривалого лікування та реабілітації. І для них, як і для всіх інших, в принципі, дуже важливий ранній початок реабілітації для профілактики ускладнень.
I mentioned this before, but we have a large number of patients with combined trauma, amputations and fractures, and understandably, these patients require lengthy rehabilitation periods, and it is crucial to start this rehabilitation period as soon as possible for successful results.
На даному фото це наш пацієнт, який мав проникаюче поранення обох очей. На даний момент має повну втрату зору, важке черепно-мозкове поранення, ампутація обох верхніх кінцівок, нижньої кінцівки. І як наслідок у нього зараз має ускладнення також симптоматичної епілепсії.
So depicted here is one of our patients who had several combined trauma to include traumatic brain injury, amputation of both upper extremities and one lower extremity, as well as wounds to the eyes, leading to complete loss of vision and additional complications that resulted later.
В нашому госпіталі працює мультидисциплінарна команда. До будь-якого пацієнта ми підходимо, маємо мультипрофесійний підхід. І, як правило, вона складається з лікаря, фізичного терапевта, ерготерапевта, протезиста і психолога.
So our team works in a multidisciplinary faction centered around the patient, and usually it consists of the provider as well as physical therapist, occupational therapist, and a psychologist.
І нещодавно в нашій команді приєднався соціальний працівник, який насправді значно полегшив життя і роботу і всі решта команді, і безпосередньо пацієнту, так як він забрав на себе дуже велику частину бюрократичної роботи з оформленням документів, виплат, активностей і так далі.
Recently, we had social workers added to our teams, which truly helped us a lot in terms of reducing the workload for the rest of the team, as well as providing benefit to the patient, because this social worker takes on additional administrative requirements, bureaucracy, paperwork, as well as provides to the patient information on benefits and payments that are that they qualify for.
almost all patients, like 100 patients, had the pain in the stump or in the phantom pain, and the phantom pain complaints in 79% of amputees, and the stump pain 39, and 10% is phantom sensation. Ми використовуємо в нашій роботі в лікуванні болю мультипрофесійний підхід. Нічого нового ви на цьому слайді, мабуть, не побачите. Використовуєте, як ми вже бачили, значно більший арсенал для менеджменту болю. І ми зараз дуже багато уваги приділяємо саме нефармакологічним втручанням для менеджменту хронічного болю.
So depicted here on this slide are some of the approaches that we take for pain management. You probably will not see anything new on this slide based on our experience with visiting Walter Reed over the past week. We see that you have all this and more tools, but one particular attention that we try to dedicate towards this therapy is to limit pharmacological approaches in pain management.
Те, що ми зараз для нас бачимо дуже корисним і використовуємо дуже активно, це пролонговані периферичні блоки після ампутації, які значно зменшують потребу пацієнта в додатковому знеболенні та опіоїдах.
What we're seeing in our experience is that prolonged peripheral nerve blocks are very effective in reducing the need for opioids or NSAIDs.
Це так виглядає щоденні наші заняття з фізичними терапевтами, етап підготовки до протезування. Ми тренуємо баланс, силу, покращуємо рухливість у суглобах і, звичайно, дуже багато уваги приділяємо тому, щоб людина стала незалежною якомога раніше.
Depicted on the slides are pictures of some of our physical therapy activities, which we do in order to prepare a patient before receiving prosthesis. And most of these activities are focused on training and improving balance, increasing strength, increasing range of motion, and with the goal of eventual return of that person to their regular, ordinary life.
Це те, що ми маємо зовсім недавно, всього кілька місяців, як ми почали активно використовувати засоби для ранньої вертикалізації, такі як PPAM та femoral.
These are some examples of approaches that we take when we provide early verticalization therapy. This is something new for us. We only started doing that within the past couple of months. Specifically for early verticalization, we use PPM and other approaches.
І ми бачимо надзвичайно хороші результати для наших пацієнтів і зменшення терміну перебування в стаціонарі, коли ми проводимо таку ранню вертикалізацію до протезування.
When conducting early verticalization, we noticed very good results with that, which specifically contributes to reducing the time a patient spends in inpatient care and gets them out of there towards outpatient care.
А це цим слайдом я хотіла показати, що іноді дуже прості девайси можуть повністю модифікувати життя, як в даному випадку пацієнта з білатеральною ампутацією та втратою зору. На даний момент він використовує їх досить активно. Коли він до нас поступив, він був повністю залежний, він потребував, щоб його і годували, чистили зуби. Зараз, принаймні, частину цих обов'язків цими простими девайсами ми змогли вирішити.
Depicted on this slide is something that I wanted to share with you is what we found out that some of the most simple adaptive devices can truly improve the patient's quality of life and provide them a degree of independence. This particular patient, at the point of being admitted, was completely dependent on a caregiver to provide them with feeding services, maintaining hygiene, so on and so forth. You can see that this patient has bilateral amputations as well as complete loss of vision. And through the application of very simple yet effective adaptive devices, he's been able to take on some portion of his daily activities and become somewhat independent to a higher degree.
Так проходить тренування ходи на протезах, навчання безпечному падінню підйому. І також зараз ми почали досить активно використовувати стабіси для пацієнтів з парними трансфеморальними ампутаціями.
Depicted here are some of our gait training and specifically training on how to safely fall as well as to get up. And you can see some of our approaches that we recently adopted to help these patients with amputations, transfemoral amputations.
Ми прекрасно розуміємо, що будь-який девайс, протез не буде використовуватись, якщо він не підходить цілям пацієнта. Навіть дорогий біоелектричний протез, якщо він не відповідає цілям пацієнта, він буде просто покладений на поличку і лежати десь в стороні.
We fully understand that in order for a prosthetic device to be effective, it needs to respond to the needs that a particular patient has. And even if a patient is provided with the most advanced myoelectric device that does not respond and does not correspond to their level of needs and to their goals, that device will be just put away in a faraway closet in their house and not be used.
І багато наших військовослужбовців з ампутацією верхніх кінцівок продовжують службу, і коли вони перебувають безпосередньо на полі бою, вони дуже активно використовують саме хуки механічні.
A lot of our service members with amputations that return back to service and continue working on the battlefield, especially service members with upper extremity amputations, continue using their mechanical prosthetic device with a degree of success.
І, на жаль, те, про що я говорила на самому початку, мінно-вибухові поранення в віддаленому періоді мають дуже багато ускладнень. І, як правило, через ці ускладнення наші пацієнти потребують, період їхньої реабілітації значно подовжується.
As I mentioned in the beginning of my speech, unfortunately, what we're seeing is that mind blast patients have a series of complications that greatly extend their rehabilitation period.
Якщо ми говоримо про неврономи, це приблизно 27%. Це ті, які потребували оперативного втручання, гетеротопічні осифікації близько 18%, і досить велика цифра реампутації, оскільки до нас надходять пацієнти з різних медичних закладів, і не завжди цивільні медики можуть провести адекватно операцію ампутації.
Speaking of symptomatic neuromas, 27% of those cases required additional surgical intervention. You can see statistics on here: heterotopic ossification, 18% cases, and reamputation was required in 29% cases. And part of the reason why that is the case is because some of our patients are admitted to our hospital after being treated at civilian facilities. And unfortunately, civilian providers these days do not have the requisite level of expertise to provide care for combat trauma, which then leads to additional surgical intervention required.
І якщо бути чесним, то все ж таки більшість симптоматичних невром, вони підлягають оперативному втручанню. Хоча ми завжди починаємо із консервативного лікування. І якщо у пацієнта є невронома, яка заважає користуватися протезом, то в першу чергу ми будемо модифікувати протез.
Frankly speaking, the majority of cases with symptomatic neuromas require surgical intervention. However, our approach is to minimize intervention. And in these cases, we first attempt to modify the prosthetic device and only then continue on to surgical intervention.
Найчастіше для лікування невром ми використовуємо тактику VDMT і маємо дуже гарні результати.
In order to treat neuroma, we mostly use vascularized denervated muscle target therapy, which gives us very good results.
Також ми проводимо таргетно-м'язову ренервацію.
We also conduct targeted muscle reinnervation.
Щодо гетеротопічних оцифікатів, то близько 11% пацієнтів потребують хірургічного втручання. І найбільшим викликом є те, що ми не можемо, що все одно буде зберігатися ризик повернення гетеротопічних оцифікатів. І якщо згідно рекомендації потрібно чекати там від 12 до 18 місяців, то, на жаль, наші пацієнти не завжди мають можливість очікувати такий довгий термін.
When talking about heterotopic ossification, 11% of patients require surgical intervention, and the reality of this condition, and one of the challenges that we have is a potential for reoccurrence of this condition. And we understand that traditionally patients require 12 to 18 months, time before intervention. However, our patients sometimes do not have the luxury of having that much time available to them.
Це також приклади остеопітів та гетеротопічних сосифікацій, які ми мали. Дуже часто вони виникають в місцях дуже близьких до судин і, відповідно, вимагають попереднього ретельного обстеження і проведення ретельного втручання.
Again, more examples of the condition I mentioned before, and though sometimes they're asymptomatic, sometimes they do form near blood vessels, which requires a surgical intervention at that point.
Це приклади пластичної хірургії. Таких пацієнтів, які поступають до нас із хибними куксами, насправді є дуже багато.
Depicted are some examples of plastic surgery. Unfortunately, we have a large number of patients with defects in their stumps, which require follow-on care.
І болюче для мене питання. Через те, що в нас є значна кількість поранення, в Україні досить активно розвиваються експериментальні нові методи протезування.
One of the critical questions for me, talking points for me, is the fact that due to the high number of injuries in Ukraine, Ukraine is now the market for a lot of revolutionary new methods of prosthetic devices.
І якщо ми беремо по кількості, то за дуже короткий час ми в Україні маємо вже більше 70 пацієнтів із остеоінтеграцією. І майже всі ці операції були проведені у приватній клініці.
Speaking about the numbers, over a very short period of time, Ukraine gained about 80 patients, over 80 patients with osseointegration, and these procedures were done at private clinics in Ukraine.
І хоча це, як правило, є такий тип протезування використовується, коли людина спробувала гільзове протезування. На жаль, під тиском мас-медіа і реклами, яка говорить про те, що це найкраще, ви заслужили найкраще, дуже активно поширюється серед ветеранів, починаються збори коштів серед волонтерів і проведення таких оперативних втручань. Тому у нас дуже великий челендж по навчанню серед ветеранів і загалом серед населення.
Though osseointegration is usually traditionally attempted after a patient had a period of using a regular socket type of prosthetic device, unfortunately, in our conditions, in our environment, we have a very active and aggressive advertising market that advertises to our service members, stating things like they deserve the best, they as defenders of the nation can rely on getting the most highly advanced type of prosthetic device. And because of that, there's a lot of demand from veterans to get these. And unfortunately, they are not always the best solution for rehabilitation.
На даному фото це пацієнт, який поступив до нас в такому стані. Операція остеінтеграції була виконана в ньому в одній із лікарень в Україні. Про існування такої операції він дізнався за день до оперативного втручання. І лікарі, які проводили йому операцію, це були іноземні спеціалісти в тому числі, пообіцяли, що він зможе повернутися до служби, а він хотів повернутися в підрозділ, так як він був снайпером.
Depicted on a slide is one of our patients that had a procedure of osseointegration done by a private clinic in Ukraine. This particular patient found out about osseointegration the day before the procedure was done. It was done by some Ukrainian as well as foreign providers. And he decided to undergo this procedure because he by military trade, was a sniper and had a lot of desire to return back to service at full capacity.
На жаль, коли він повернувся на службу в умовах, він повернувся безпосередньо на передову, це був Сумський напрямок, і пацієнт під час виконання завдання травмував куксу, і почалося інфекційне ускладнення. У зв'язку з цим, коли він поступив до нас, ми вже мали от таку картину.
So upon his return to active duty service, he returned to the region of Sumy, which is in the northeastern part of Ukraine. He re-traumatized his stump and had to be admitted to our hospital with additional complications resulting from that trauma.
В його випадку гільзове звичайне протезування могло бути чудовим виходом, враховуючи його цілі, і він навіть не спробував його, так як операція була виконана відразу після загоєння кукси через 2,5 місяці після травм.
In this particular case, for this particular patient, a socket type of prosthetic device would have greatly helped and met all the needs of this particular patient. However, he did not even try using a socket device, instead having opted for osseointegration procedure 2.5 months after full healing of his stump.
І щодо ушкодження периферичних нервів, у нас є дуже багато зараз таких пацієнтів, і основним уражуючим фактором це є осколкові поранення і турнікетний синдром. А як правило, це може бути комбінація.
Speaking about peripheral nerve damage in our patient population, the majority of cases result from shrapnel wounds, and then as well as tourniquet syndrome or a combination of both.
Якщо ми говоримо про верхні і нижні кінцівки, то найчастіше виникає ушкодження нерву ми спостерігаємо в нижніх кінцівках близько 71%, і, як правило, вони асоційовані з переломами і ушкодженнями кісток.
Speaking about differences between upper and lower extremity peripheral nerve damage, the majority of conditions we see in lower limbs resulting from fractures and bone damage.
Ми використовуємо як нефармакологічні, звичайно, і зараз почали широко використовувати хірургічний підхід, зокрема нервові графти, трансфери та транспозиції сухожилки.
To treat these conditions, we both use non-pharmacological approaches as well as surgery, including nerve grafting, nerve transfer, and tendon transfers.
І я би зараз хотіла показати один із кейсів, тому що питання збереження чи ампутації виникає насправді дуже часто в нас в процесі реабілітації.
I'd like to show you a case, one particular case study, which speaks to a very important question that comes up very often, the question of whether to amputate or salvage an extremity.
Пацієнт поступив до нас із мінно-вибуховим пораненням обох нижніх кінцівок, частковою травматичною ампутацією лівої стопи і значним кістковим і м'якотканинним дефектом правої стопи.
Patient was admitted with mind blast trauma injuries with partial traumatic amputation of left foot and damage to the right foot.
Звичайно, виникло питання в першу чергу, що робити із правою кінцівкою, так як попередня тактика щодо лівої, командою було визначено, що пацієнту необхідна ампутація на рівні гомілки.
At first, the question was what to do with the left foot because speaking about the right foot, it was decided at first that the patient needed amputation below the knee.
Так, тому що частина кінцівки, яка залишилася в ділянці гомілково-стопного суглобу, була нестабільною і були значні ушкодження.
Because whatever the remains of the extremity that was there had extensive damage and was not stable for follow-on rehabilitation.
Однак, порадившись з командою травматологів, лікарів ФРМ, було прийнято таке рішення спробувати використати частину ампутованої стопи з лівої кінцівки для того, щоб замістити дефект кісткової м'якотканини у правій стопі.
However, having consulted with our trauma doctors, a decision was made to use elements of amputated left foot to offset the damage that was done to the right foot in order to preserve the limb.
Це вже безпосередньо етап планування оперативного втручання, пересадження кістково-м'якотканинного клаптю. І насправді підхід до цієї операції, до вирішення цієї проблеми був досить нестандартний, але я далі покажу, які були результати.
So this is a point of planning, of transfer of a bone and tissue graft to the other foot, and I will show you some results on later slides.
Так проходили етапи загоєння безпосередньо рани.
These are some examples of stages in wound healing.
Пацієнту була після цього проведена ампутація лівої нижньої кінцівки на рівні гомілки, після того, як ми використали звідти частину кістково-м'якотканинного матеріалу.
After using a portion of bone and tissue material to graft from the left foot onto the right, the left extremity was amputated below the knee.
Хірурги, травматологи цілком розуміли, що найшвидшим шляхом повернути пацієнта була, звичайно, реампутація обох стоп. Але ми розуміли, що такий підхід потребуватиме тривалої реабілітації. Але на виході ми отримали дуже хороший функціональний результат.
It was very well understood by the trauma team that the easiest approach would have been to amputate both feet, lower extremities. However, our approach that was taken here has given very fruitful results in the end.
І про ментальне здоров'я ще скажу кілька слів. Психолог є обов'язковим членом нашої мультидисциплінарної команди, але окрім цього, дуже великий вплив на ментальне здоров'я має оточення, сім'я, середовище, доступність до інформації, де пацієнт може дізнатися про протезування, реабілітацію, якісь його різні буденні проблеми в частині, активність, хобі, навчання. І те, що ми дуже активно зараз активно використовували постійно, це досвід рівний рівному.
It is important to say that a psychologist is a critical member of our team. However, we're seeing that in terms of mental health, a great contributing factor is an ability of the patient to remain connected to their family, to have a environment that is conducive to recovery, their ability to maintain a connection to information, and maintain ability to have hobbies and engage in hobbies. And what we're seeing also that is giving us good results is peer-to-peer interaction between patients.
На жаль, в нас немає фізичного терапевта, який відповідає за адаптивний спорт, але в нас є соціальний працівник, який допомагає організувати адаптивний спорт, притягуючи сюди там волонтерів, громадські організації, які вже допомагають нам організовувати додаткову фізичну активність для пацієнтів.
So unfortunately, our physical therapist cannot organize adaptive sports. For that reason, we have our social worker, which leverages support from volunteer organizations and local community to bring opportunities for our patients to get out and participate in some of these adaptive sports and activities outside.
And adaptive sports become more and more popular in Ukraine, and usually our patients were engaged in this project, in the type of activities, and they try different activities, and a lot of them continued these sports after discharge from our hospital. І я хотіла б подякувати за увагу. Хотіла би сказати, що близько 20-25% наших пацієнтів повертаються до військової служби. На жаль, деякі з тих, які повернулися до служби, вже ніколи не повернуться з фронту.
Well, I would like to thank you for your attention and to finish by saying that about 20-25% of our patients do return back to active duty service. However, unfortunately, some of them will never come back from the front line.
Тому ми ними дуже пишаємося, ми стараємося зробити максимум для них і завжди радіємо їхнім результатам, тому що багато тих, хто повертається до цивільного життя, вони ведуть активне життя, вони багато подорожують, стрибають з парашутами, займаються активним видом спорту. І наше головне завдання – зробити так, щоб на фініші вони дійшли до тих цілей, які вони ставили перед собою на самому початку.
Therefore, we are very happy and very proud of our patients. We're happy for their results. Our main goal is to provide them with an ability to eventually return to civilian life. Some of our patients that did return to civilian life currently maintain a very active lifestyle. They travel, they jump out of planes with parachutes. They maintain, like I said, a very active lifestyle. And our goal is to help them meet their life goals and provide them tools that can allow them to live their life to the fullest.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So we have actually, I know we probably have questions in the audience, but I want to make sure that we don't neglect our virtual attendees. So the first question is actually from earlier in the morning. And the question was regarding the current war in Ukraine and the rehabilitation. How do you feel the quality of the prosthetics and the access to the level of technology compares to what you have seen at Walter Reed?
Просто запитання, яке в нас є, ми хочемо не обділити увагою наших людей, які приєдналися до нас віртуально. Перше запитання було раніше зранку. Якщо говорити про типи і якість протезування, яка є доступна в Україні, і порівнювати з тим, що ви вже побачили у клініці Walter Reed, чи є якась різниця у якості або у доступності певних видів протезування, яку ви побачили між Walter Reed і тим, що є у вас в Україні?
Дякую. Значить, на даний момент в Україні доступні більшість технологій, які доступні безпосередньо тут у Walter Reed. Дуже велике питання в браку кваліфікованих спеціалістів. І, як правило, всі висококваліфіковані спеціалісти, вони дуже завантажені, величезні черги до них. Але оскільки в Україні протезування є і державне, і приватне, то для приватної сфери це як спосіб заробити. І не завжди вони наймають на свою роботу професійних протезистів, тому що навіть найдорожчий, навіть найкрутіший девайс, якщо він буде незручний, не підібраний під цілі пацієнта, він не буде використовуватися.
Thanks very much for that question. We do have the majority of what is available here at Walter Reed in Ukraine. One particular thing that needs to be mentioned that currently the market for private prosthetic care is very actively developing in Ukraine. And though the patient has a choice to obtain their prosthetic devices either from a state provider or from private provider, that creates some difficulties because at this point in time there's severe lack of qualified prosthetic specialists, and those who private companies have their own prosthetic specialists, which sometimes may not have as high of a level of professional expertise, and that leads to sometimes patients receiving prosthetic devices that are either uncomfortable or just do not fit their particular needs, simply because the motivation factor for private providers differs from that of a state provider.
Right, we have another question from online. You had mentioned earlier that the civilian providers didn't really understand how to treat and manage many of the war trauma injuries. And that was consistent with this particular person, Megan Mitchell's experience as well. So her question is, if and how your programs are connecting with the civilian providers to improve the early care.
Ви говорили про те, що цивільні лікарі не завжди мають потрібний рівень досвіду для того, щоб працювати з бойовими травмами. І людина, яка задала це питання, каже, що в неї також є такий досвід, і вона хоче знати, яку співпрацю ви проводите з цивільними лікарями для того, щоб підготувати їх до праці з такими травмами, які зараз є в Україні. Бойовими травмами?
Безпосередньо проводиться дуже багато навчань для хірургів, але, як показав наш досвід, найкраще це коли команда безпосередньо військових хірургів та травматологів відряджається у лікарню, яка, як правило, є опорним пунктом евакуації, і в процесі навчає безпосередньо команду цих лікарів.
So we do have some training programs for civilian surgeons. However, our experience shows that we get best results when we deploy our military surgeons and trauma doctors directly to civilian locations, civilian healthcare facilities, especially those that are the hubs for receiving patients and providing that initial care, and training their civilian providers on the spot there.
I have a question. With the modern global developments in conventional warfare destruction, has the Ukrainian military or U.S. military began development on program initiatives for an established set of directives for pop-up field-ready rehabilitation or surgical clinics in the field to alleviate the need for medical evacuation and frequency of tourniquet conversion syndrome? the pop-up hospitals in Wuhan during COVID pandemic kind of come to mind.
Моє питання таке: з розвитком озброєння, чи планується в Україні або чи існує в Україні такий підхід до використання портативних клінік, які можна використовувати на місцях для того, щоб зменшити потребу евакуювати персонал і проводити реабілітаційну роботу і стабілізаційну роботу недалеко від фронту?
Я так розумію, мобільні госпіталі мають?
Так, мобільні госпіталі.
Вони в нас в принципі працюють. Я не знаю, чи ми говоримо про одне й те саме, але так, у нас є мобільні госпіталі. Просто я не безпосередньо не працюю в цій зоні, тому я не зовсім компетентна відповісти на питання, які стосуються евакуації з перехопу зони.
So if you're talking about mobile or portable hospitals, yes, we do take that approach. However, that is not the particular field that I actively work in. So I cannot really provide that much of information on that, but we do have that approach available to us.
So very quickly, before when I worked at the NCCIH, I dealt with research having to do with neuroma. And because you're concerned about reducing surgical interventions, there is a clinical trial at the NCCIH right now looking at something called resveratrolin that actually helps target Martin's neuroma, and there's very promising results. So that's something to look at in the future.
Коментар, який вам надали, це те, що у цій людини є досвід і знання про певні академічні дослідження, які своєю ціллю мають боротьбу з невромами, і є досить гарні результати, які ви можете подивитися, якщо запитатись цими дослідженнями.
Thank you. Stay up here. Palco, please come on up here as well. It might be surprising, but their time here was not planned in coordination with this specific meeting. It just happened to work out, and we can't thank them enough for being here, along with the rest of their team over here. But what I'd like to do now is tell you a little bit more about Tech Sergeant Palco, because believe it or not, he was not trained to be a medical interpreter. He was trained to be an engineer interpreter. It helps that he was already, what? He has learned a completely new language over this last week. And I believe the team as a whole thinks that he should become either an OT, PT, or PM&R physician as he finishes this. As you might have realized, we have absolutely gone over time. Unfortunately, that means that we need to make up time, but we have a solution to this problem. Our next presenter on the list is Dr. Wayne Derman, who is a professor and executive head of the Department of Exercise, Sports, and Lifestyle Medicine, and the director of the Institute of Sports and Exercise Medicine at Stellenbosch University. That's in South Africa. Because we ran out of time, this presentation was incredible, and he was not able to be here today. So he sent us a pre-recorded video. We are going to show that video over lunch so that we can multitask and transition to Dr. Berg.
All right. So let's welcome Dr. Jessica Berger, who is the first ever physical therapist that is deployed for Samaritan's Purse International Relief. And she is currently developing rehabilitation processes and procedures for Samaritan's Purse to achieve level 3 emergency medical team certification from the WHO. Her deployments include the 2023 Turkey earthquake response, the 2023-24 Armenian burn crisis, as well as the 2025 Sudanese labor and delivery response. And she's going to be sharing her expertise and experiences. We're really thankful that she was able to come here in person to share all of this with us. So let's welcome her.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here and hear so many experts in the field. And we'll just jump in. We'll jump right in here to Armenia. As she mentioned, I was deployed to Armenia in 2023. So we're going to kind of take a deep dive into what this looks like and give some examples here. So a little bit of background. Armenia and the neighboring country, Azerbaijan, have been kind of fighting over this Nagorno-Karabakh region that's kind of outlined in red there on the screen. There was a group of ethnic Armenians living in this region, and Azerbaijan kind of wanted them to leave. So a war broke out on September 19th, 2023, and the ethnic Armenians were forced to flee back into Armenia. Something to note that 10 months up to this violence, this area was under a blockade, and so people of this region were not able to get food and fuel and many things that they needed to be able to live well. So when the blockade was lifted for the refugees to flee to Armenia, the Azerbaijan military opened a military fuel depot for people to come get fuel their cars, and be able to leave. Unfortunately, while people were there carrying buckets to fill up, or jerry cans and things like that to fill up and bring back to their cars, the fuel depot exploded. And this caused immediately around 200 people were killed and around 300 people were injured. And about 200 of those individuals injured were airlifted to medical facilities in the capital of Yerevan, which you can see starred there as well. So a few days after the explosion, Samaritan's Purse stands up an incident management team to support the immigration relief efforts. And we send a forward team to Armenia to do initial assessments. The day after landing on ground in Armenia is actually when we learned of the explosion. We thought it was just going to be a refugee migration response, but when we landed on ground, we learned of the Ministry of Health request to send specialized care teams who were specifically trained in burn surgery and rehabilitation. So we began immediately to mobilize a burn surgical team from our DART roster to deploy to Armenia. And within a few days, we were performing our first surgeries and rehabilitation activities. So during our on-ground assessment, we learned that the National Burn and Dermatology Center, the only burn center in the country, was used to less than 10 patients at a time, and they didn't even have the spatial capacity to hold 200 patients. They turned administrative offices into patient rooms and had 4 patients in a small room, and it still wasn't enough. So they had the Ministry of Health had kind of sequestered patients based on severity of burns into 2 other hospitals that had some more capacity to do surgeries and rehabilitation. The Israeli Defense Force did have a burn surgical team there before us. And so it was us 2 on ground helping with this relief effort. But unfortunately, the attacks on Israel occurred the day after we got there, and the Israeli team had to leave to go back home. So that left 1 international organization responding to this burn crisis, at least for a couple weeks, and then a couple more showed up. Let me give a little general overview on international emergency medical teams and how they're classified, so you can kind of see where this team fits in. Type 1 rehab Type 1 mobile and Type 1 fixed. Obviously mobile moves around. I think some of us are familiar with that. They kind of think of your outpatient clinic. They can provide kind of like daylight abilities of care, and then they can refer on to other hospital systems for patients who need more complex care. Type 2, now you're getting into having inpatient beds. You have inpatient care. You usually can do like obstetric surgeries and other kind of major and minor surgeries that way. Type 3, think your ICU. Now you have ICU capability, oftentimes more than 1 operating room and intensive care within the wards. So as for rehabilitation, the WHO recommends that rehabilitation be included in Type 1 hospitals, and then it requires that rehab be included in Type 2 and Type 3 hospitals. There are developing standards for rehab and EMTs, and I think this blue book has been mentioned already today. As we said, type 1 should provide basic rehab care and identify patients requiring rehab and refer them to an appropriate EMT or another local facility that can provide that rehab. And then type 2 and 3 hospitals should provide outpatient and inpatient rehab services, have at least one rehab professional per 20 beds, allocate a rehab space of at least 12 square meters if staying for more than 30 weeks, and deploy with the essential rehabilitation equipment. So we've talked about type 1, 2, and 3 EMTs, and then the other type of emergency medical team is a specialized care team, or an SCT. So these teams are smaller teams that can provide specific services such as outbreak, surgical, rehab, mental health, or just specific type of emergency medical needs. The benefits of specialized care teams are that it allows for rapid deployment of teams to meet specific needs. In the case of Armenia, we were a specific burn team to meet the needs there of the large population who was injured. Mass casualty burn events stress healthcare infrastructure, but often do not require replacement of complete infrastructure. So we have the capability to send a field hospital, but in the case of Armenia, they had the structures, the hospital systems, they just didn't have the personnel. So we were able to go and embed into the local hospital systems and work directly with the personnel there to meet those needs, which allowed for cohesive training and cross-cultural training and capacity building of the local staff there. For Samaritan's Purse, we have a network of World Medical Mission hospitals all around the world, and we use these specialty care teams often to do burn care. So the request, how did this happen? The Ministry of Health made a request through the WHO for 3 to 4 burn specialty teams to integrate into the hospitals in the capital. For SP, our team composition included a surgeon, anesthesiology, nurses, and physical therapists. And anytime that you go as a specialty care team, you're expected to be very self-sufficient. So you're supposed to bring the needed supplies and materials and medicines. Like, you should bring that with you because that local healthcare system is already overstressed. And so you're supposed to bring that with you. So for SP, we're very blessed to be self-sufficient. We have 2 airplanes, and we loaded up our burn module and was able to bring that to Armenia to bring supplies. And if we were missing something, we could send a procurement team locally to try and find things as well. So let's discuss early on some of the challenges encountered working cross-culturally and in a mass casualty incident. And I'll really just focus on the rehab side of things. So the capacity of the local profession. Physios were not really embedded into the local hospital system. The physical therapists were much more in outpatient clinics, sports medicine, and things like that. So it was a little odd to have physical therapy in the hospital, and especially in the ICU. They were definitely not used to that. Knowledge of burn care. When I arrived in Armenia, I was going around with our medical coordinator, and I was told very specifically, we don't need rehab for a couple of weeks. And that was hard to hear, but thank the Lord that they were so open to hearing from our physicians and surgeons and just receiving education on why early mobilization is so important. And once they could see how we could get these patients, I could get these patients up out of bed, they jumped right in and were willing to help, and just movement brought the ICU alive. These patients were told to stay in bed. It'd been 8 days since the explosion and their med flight to Yerevan. So most of them hadn't been up and moving. They were told to stay in bed so they won't hurt their skin. So just the life that movement brought to these people was amazing. Narcotic analgesia was viewed a bit differently. Routine use of narcotics, especially outside of the OR, was generally met with some resistance. There was patients who would request some pain meds before therapy so that we could get through some of what we needed to do, but there was an underlying mentality from medical staff that would lead to addiction if they were being used too much. So that was a little bit challenging for therapy, because patients who are super in pain, you got to use a lot of different strategies to get them out of bed. Equipment available, simple things such as pillows to elevate limbs were in very short supply. Assistive devices were very hard to come by. In the whole hospital, I found 2 walkers and one was inoperable. even just for chairs for patients to stay out of bed and get up and out of bed were hard to come by. There was very limited any kind of fine motor aids, even compression as the processes went on. The physios there that we taught learned to make compression garments of their own, which is really, really cool. And then lastly, nutrition. As you may or may not know, burn patients require a lot of extra caloric intake and protein demands, and food was scarce there. Patients typically, family members are required to bring in food for their family members who are in the hospital, and many of these patients' family members were still fleeing in the Nagorno-Karabakh region. So the hospital was able to provide some food for them, but it was definitely less than what's needed. So that was a consideration for therapy, to get them up and moving, but to not overdo like the caloric intake of their therapy needs. We did have something called manna, and it's like a kind of a peanut butter packet, and I would use it as a reward for doing therapy. So that works pretty well, actually. So what did we do for therapy? First of all, and interesting to our colleague's point over here was, how do I triage these patients? I'm in a hospital with 60 burn patients, and most of them have not been up and moving yet. How do I triage that? Not something that we're taught in PT school. So the first thing I focused on was getting patients up and out of bed. There's a whole room of people who can get up and moving, let's see. And we could triage that way and figure out exactly who maybe would need more help and be able to go to those people next. I often did group sessions together, having the patients interact with each other, putting some Armenian music on, and trying to get them to work on things together just to handle the sheer amount of rehab patients that there were. When we arrived, so you can see the 3 phases of burn rehabilitation here. By the time we had arrived, the emergent and resuscitative phase had already passed, being about a week after the explosion. So jumped right into the acute phase. We focused on positioning, stretching, mobility, skin assessment, started some scar management, education, balance, endurance, and a lot of caregiver training, which I'll talk about next. A little burn 101 for us all. Positioning is super important for burn patients. We can prevent contractures, edema, compartment syndrome, pressure sores, and increased pain. So we didn't have a lot of the positioning aids in Armenia that we might use here in the US. So we improvised. We did send somebody to locally procure like 80 pillows that we were able to leave with the hospital. We used things like orthoglass to make splints and dorsiflexion splints, and just use what we had from our plane. Contracture was a big education point for working with the staff, and in the ICU, I was training the nurses, really training the nurses because there wasn't physical therapists there. So we were really training the nurses on what a contracture is and why we are doing what we were doing to prevent a burn looking like this to going like that. Range of motion obviously is indicated for all burn patients and should begin as soon as day 1 if tolerated and continue until they return to optimum level of function. We had a lot of patients say, you do it for me, you just do it for me, like I can't do it. So there was a lot of education on active versus passive range of motion, as well as active versus active assisted. So that was a main education point that we made. We did have to educate on not performing range of motion over a joint that did have a skin graft. So our 2 big points were get up and move your joints as much as you can until you have a skin graft. And then once they had a skin graft, we followed the standard of 4 to 6 days where they weren't able to move that joint, or at least until that initial takedown of the dressing. Oh, whoops, sorry, I'm just up here. And then another big intervention in education was to practice functional activities. So this could mean anything that is important to anybody. So to improve their ability to effectively and safely perform them. These included all of your bed mobility, transfers, standing, walking, all of your ADL kind of activities. Just trying to use the resources there to build up different eating aids to have the patients do things on their own. The patients in the ICU were not allowed to have family members there. Family members were really not allowed to be in the ICU. So it was really important to be able to give patients with hand amputations or necrotic fingers and inability to use their fingers ways to eat so that they could increase their caloric intake and not depend on a nurse to feed them. So as I stated earlier, I received initial questioning on integrating movement and rehab too early in burn care, but by focusing on these functional activities and giving people their life-changing activities back, it really improved the mental health for these patients as well. And one gentleman with whom I frequently worked reported that he was very happy there are people like us, PTs, in the world, and he hopes that there are more people like us in the world. 2 days ago, I was so depressed that I thought I'll never come out of this hospital, but because of her PTs, now there is hope and a positivity that brought a lot of change here. Thank you very much. And the Armenians were learning that movement is medicine. The last one we really focused on was strengthening cardio endurance. Research evidence shows that strengthening and cardiovascular exercise is safe from day one of a burn injury, even a severe one. Has been shown to have many positive effects to improve burn and wound healing, to reduce edema, to decrease contractures or need for surgical management of contractures, decrease muscle atrophy, improve physical health, and decrease overall morbidity and disability, both physically and mentally. So our outcomes over the course of 22 days, our team provided 477 procedures. These included skin grafts, dressing changes, debridement, all in the OR. And we did 273 physical therapy sessions. So though our therapy roster is small for Samaritan's Purse, we were able to deploy a second PT. And so we had one at each hospital that we were located in. So now we are growing our therapy roster and we're trying to integrate more therapists into our tier 1 through 3 hospitals. And we actually just sent our first hospital, or our first PT with our tier 3 hospital to Myanmar. So they're there now. One aspect that hasn't been mentioned was a request halfway through the response from the Ministry of Health to train local rehab staff to continue working with burns. So imagine the craziness with trying to manage so many patients and being shuffled around to different hospitals. And I honestly wasn't even sent to Armenia as a PT. I was sent as our data medical information person. And on ground is when I changed to a PT. So in this line of work, you just have to be prepared for anything and everything to change and go with what the needs are on ground. So, yeah, the Ministry of Health asked us to train local rehabilitation personnel from PM&R docs to OTs to PTs to nurses. And thankfully at this time, another international NGO, UK Med, had arrived and they also brought a PT. And she was phenomenal and this was like her thing. So we helped her put on a 3-day, 8-hour-a-day course with theoretical and practical exercises. Our objectives for the trainees were to teach the trainees how to do what you see here. Safely and effectively provide essential rehabilitation interventions to individuals with burn injuries, to train burn survivors and their families how to perform activities that optimize their functioning, and to train further healthcare providers to safely train more trainers. So essentially it was a training of the trainers model that we were using here. The theoretical component covered 8 hours, while the practical part spanned 12 hours. The focus on the first day was on theoretical knowledge of managing burn injuries, followed by simulation exercises the next day, where we use university students in PT and OT school to be our burn patients. The most critical part of the training was the third day, when the participants actually came into the National Center for Burns and they got to treat the burn patients under our supervision. Participants were assessed through pre and post tests. These tests aim to gauge their initial knowledge on the subject and the knowledge acquired by the end of the course. 88% expressed their readiness to work as rehab specialists with burn patients, and 92% willing to serve as further trainers of their colleagues during the post-acute phase. Some also learned that they are not supposed to be a part of the acute phase because we did have a physical therapist in the burn center who passed out just from all the smells and the sights and the gooiness of some of these burns. So they also got some good self-reflection on which phase of burn rehab they would be best part of. And the training of the training didn't stop there. The Ministry of Health asked SP to come back about 3 months after our departure to provide a second multidisciplinary follow-up burn training. So we had, in this training, we had a physician, a nurse, and then myself as physiotherapy. So we had a 4-day course of didactic work and simulations with moulage and simulated patients. And the therapists that we trained from the initial response led the rehabilitation portion of this multidisciplinary training. So again, it was super wonderful. It was super wonderful to see the local staff, how much they engaged and retain that movement is medicine for these patients. During this training, one of the burn surgeons repeated that movement is medicine, movement is life, and we delayed movement too long. The processes and results of this training of training were written and presented at the International EMT Conference in Abu Dhabi last year and are in process to be published in a peer-reviewed journal. Obviously, as an EMT, we're not there for the long term. So really empowering the local burn survivors to help each other was a huge part and something they did really well. Scar formation can continue for up to 2 years after a burn, and compression is a large piece of preventing that formation. So the local physios and people there figured out how to make compression garments because they weren't readily available in stores. And some of these patients are being really creative with their return to community. One of the patients who had a hand amputation and then a couple fingers on the other, he was a mechanic and he wanted to return to work. So he now employs students and teaches them how to do what he did, and they are his hands. So super cool what they have continued to do. Some of these standards have already been mentioned. The WHO classification, MTS for emergency medical teams, specifically for rehab. And then there is also a specialty care manual about burns. So if you want more information on any of these standards, you can check out any of these resources. And I just want to say that the need is great. This assembly was mentioned earlier as well, and 50% of people are not receiving their needed rehabilitation in disaster settings. So the need is great. And as I said, the standards are growing, and rehab being incorporated into EMTs is essential. And WHO says it's essential, but it's still the implementation of that is ongoing and developing. And just a few thoughts from some of those resources on disaster response that I would like for you to take away. In health emergency preparedness, we have readiness, response, and recovery. And it's frequently thought that rehab should only arrive somewhere between the red and green arrows, between response and recovery. However, rehabilitation should be integrated across the continuum and in all phases of disaster management, from readiness through recovery, to better administer and be prepared for life-changing rehabilitation needs. This graph was also already presented. Just to reiterate, this shows the arrow shows the onset of disaster, and that dotted line is the rehabilitation needs. So that happens early on in the response. So early intervention is essential. So thank you. I would love any questions that you might have.
We probably have time for maybe one, maybe two questions. And I'd also like to make sure that we invite Dr. Berger, knowing that you're here in person, which we only found out recently because there was a chance she was going to get deployed in Myanmar. We want to make sure that you also are invited to serve on our panel in the afternoon.
Okay, great.
I have a question.
Yes.
So you mentioned that you educate patients about the importance of motion after injury and sort of the more procedural aspects of therapy. But I was wondering if there was like an education element directed at changing attitudes in patients in foreign countries, because I know, given medicine, like local medicine, they may think that once you get injured, you're not coming back. I was just wondering if that was part of the way that you guys tackle rehab abroad.
If that was an issue to talk about while we were doing it?
If that's one of the things that you guys educate patients on, like actually showing them what success stories look like.
Got you. Yes, absolutely. We educate on what those outcomes can be because that gives them the hope of what this is actually going to do. So, rehabilitation for these patients, I think I learned 2 words in Armenian, and it's for pain and slowly, because they wanted me to do everything slowly. So things are very painful for them. So educating on them of what can happen badly or what can happen positively was important. So we would share what those outcomes could be.
Stuart, I see your hand up online.
Yeah, I know we're at time, but Dr. Berger, thank you very much. This is incredible. And the question I have, and obviously this is the state of the science, and we all have a chance to go out and do these things. And when you get on the ground, you're incredibly busy, understood. But at any point during the time that you were there, was research mentioned and data collection? So that when we have these experiences and people are going out and we have these events, that data is actually be collected so that we can look and develop state of the science.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And props to the Armenian rehab director of the WHO. She was the one who initiated wanting to do the trainer of the trainers, and the trainer of the trainers program was very well documented and researched and supported and is continuing to be published in a peer-reviewed journal. Our data of what we did is used internally for Samaritan's Purse at this time, and we are working on improving our data collection abilities so that we can be able to disseminate those things in the future. So yes, the answer is yes, and it's coming. And I just wanted to make one more mention specifically for our Ukrainian colleagues over here. There is a really good rehabilitation in emergency and disaster response program on Physiopedia. And for Ukrainian rehab professionals, it is free. So you might already know about it, but so thank you.
Round of applause. All right. Well, our last speaker before lunchtime. So we have Dr. Jim Gosney, who we're very fortunate to have him come in person. So Dr. Gosney is the past chair of the ISPRM Emergency Rehabilitation Committee, and he remains active in that particular committee's work. And his research publications, speaking of research, focus on the impact of large-scale natural disasters in low-resource countries, and he is currently co-authoring a revision of a chapter on disaster rehabilitation in Koenig and Schultz's disaster medicine. So he's going to be speaking to us today about a modified Delphi study that is looking at the ethical triage and treatment of entrapped and mangled extremities in resource-scarce environments. Thank you, Dr. Gosney. Yes. Once we get your slides, I'll show you how to do it. So it should just be this button forward and this button backwards.
Super.
Okay.
So good morning, everyone. My pleasure to be here. Dr. Cooper, I'd like to thank you and your team for sponsoring this wonderful symposium for 20 plus years. And it's truly remarkable and special, and especially for selecting this topic for this year. It's really not something here in the United States we necessarily think about, certainly not up front. So thank you for pulling together such experts. And I realize the Ukrainian colleagues' attendance is coincidence, but I think that's good faith as well. So thank you, sir. So I'm here this morning to present a study that I'm fortunate to be involved in. It's a T2 translational science modified Delphi study. titled The Ethical Triage and Treatment of Entrapped and Mangled Extremities in Resource-Scarce Environments. I may refer to entrapped and mangled extremities as EME, just to shorten it for clarity. And resource-scarce environments, I'll probably shorten to RSE. So that will just help us move through a little more quickly. Specifically, resource-scarce environments, we're talking about MCIs, mass casualty incidents. We're talking about complex humanitarian emergencies, including disasters and human conflict. And we're also talking about prolonged transportation times, which especially you find in these areas as well. I'm a member of the Emergency Rehabilitation Committee of the ISPRM, and members of our committee have been involved with this study and will continue to support it. So I'll detail the project history, which is very longitudinal. Review some of the translational science, especially some of the basic concept of translational science for disaster rehabilitation, and update you on the project status. So this study started in 2012, more than 10 years ago, and it was the principal investigators, Dr. Eric Weinstein, who apologizes he cannot join us today, but his director of research scheduled an impromptu visit, and his ER shift was shifted, as things may be, so he is not with us today. But this is his brainchild. So he was the clinical coordinator for South Carolina USNR Urban Search and Rescue Team 1 in 2012, conducting semi-annual training, which involved entrapment of the mangled extremity. In this case, they were using deer legs for simulate. And one of his colleagues said, Dr. Weinstein, when do we amputate? When do we decide to perform an amputation or not? And being a very inquisitive scientific person, he said, good question, let's look into that. So he found a paper that had just been published that I was fortunate to be involved with. That was part of the 2011 Harvard Humanitarian Action Summit, which is really the brainchild of Dr. Skip Burkle. And if any of you know Uncle Skip, he's one of the fathers of disaster medicine here in the United States. And so we had several working groups that convened. One was on surgical treatment of amputations following disasters or conflict. And you can see, looking at this list of authors, that you see Dave Crandall's name here. He participated. He's currently the co-chair of our emergency committee. Richard Goslin, who you may know, he's a trauma surgeon with MSF. Also, Colleen O'Connell, who spoke earlier this morning. Dr. Tony Redmond, who founded UK Med. So persons who have been involved in this field for some time were met in 2012 to develop these multidisciplinary statements. So the next year, the same issue, same concept. Here's Dr. Weinstein with his giggly saw working on the prototype deer leg. So the question is, when do we amputate versus when do we salvage? So if he carried this forward to earn his European Master in Disaster Medicine and fulfillment of his thesis, this was titled, The Ethical Treatment of the Mangled Extremity in a Disaster. Just-in-time education is not a curriculum. So based on this work, going forward, we pulled together a team and we conducted a systematic literature review looking a little further into this issue. And this literature review became the source for some of the working statements that recently we achieved consensus on going forward to develop the clinical guidelines that we have in mind. So in the literature review, we refer to the EMT minimal technical standards for rehab that have been mentioned this morning. And Dr. Berger, thank you for Samaritan's Purse, great work in advancing this in the United States. as a member of this team that met to write the guidelines, it's very satisfying to see how it's gained traction and now is not being considered just by EMTs, but also other organizations, the UN, the US military, and anyone who responds to disaster response. So we correlated with we had 58 publications reviewed, and the basic themes that came out: occupational therapy and physical therapy headed the list, as you might imagine, community integration, prosthetics, and orthotics. So those were our focus themes. So then, early this year, we published the T2 phase of this translational project, which is the ethical triage and treatment of the entrapped and mangled extremity in resource-scarce environments. On our team, we still have Skip Burkle and Rich Goslin, who maintained with us throughout this period. So to understand the study, we have to kind of have an understanding of a Delphi process, which is basically a systematic way to achieve consensus. And this is typically used in research where research is difficult to do, where there are ethical dilemmas that may occur, where study members come from different backgrounds. And this scientific process allows them to reach some sense of agreement to continue forward with their work. It's a four-step process. Essentially, first you identify a problem area, then you select expert panel members from a multidisciplinary group, and then you proceed through several Delphi rounds. So in our case, we identified potential statements that we knew that there are no clinical guidelines for RSE in resource-scarce environments. So the aim of the study is to develop statements that can be fashioned into guidelines. So we took the statements and we shared them with the group of experts, and then they all were required to rate the statements on a scale of 1 to 7. And then those that achieved standard deviation of equal to or less than 1 were considered consensus statements. So that was the first round. So we had 7 of those in the first round. The ones that didn't achieve consensus were then represented to the expert panel, as well as the mean of the comments of the group for them to reconsider. That was the second round. So we had 7 additional statements that achieved consensus for the second round, and then we had a third round. And so overall, we had 21 statements that achieved consensus and 23 that did not. And so those 21 statements will become the core of what will be the clinical guidelines to follow. This is a modified Delphi study in the sense that we decided in advance a priori that we would go through 3 iterative rounds to conduct this process. So regarding rehabilitation, all of these were basically achieved consensus in the first round. We had 3 statements. First, that the amputation of the entrapped extremity should be as distal as possible, depending on where the extremity is entrapped, and the overall safety of the scene. That psychological support of the patient should be provided as early as possible in the treatment of the entrapped and mangled extremity, and that the treatment team should involve physical rehab, including physiotherapy services, as early as possible for a mangled extremity or after amputation. There was another statement that kind of addressed rehab indirectly, and that the full trauma burden to the patient should be considered, including the extent of surgery and the likelihood of recovery, successful recovery from amputation should be considered during the consent process. So not simply the surgery itself, but the overall condition, prospective condition, prognosis of the patient. So last month, Eric joined us at our quarterly ERC meeting, and we discussed the fact, which basically served as a focus group among most of the members, most of whom are rehab physicians, and really discussed the fact that obviously rehabilitation experts must be part of this process to ensure from beginning to full reintegration into society. And there are a couple of interesting points that came out of the meeting. One was brought up by humanity inclusion colleague who made it very clear that first responders, not so much first receivers, but first responders often who are EMTs, for example, with a lesser level of medical training, need to be able to implement guidelines on scene. So how do you index guidelines so that they can be understood across cultures and translation and able to use them on scene? We also had at this meeting a World Federation of Occupational Therapy person who was briefing us on their work in disaster. And she brought in the comment that really, in her mind, full integration wasn't achieved until the patient was able to return to work, basically. And so that really also is something that we'll consider as we go forward developing the guidelines. So I mentioned that this is a translational science project. Typically, they involve 4 phases. The first phase is to identify the opportunity that exists in this phase to create clinical guidelines for treatment of the entrapped and mangled extremity in a resource-scarce environment. The T1 was our systematic literature review, which basically looks at the basic research that has already been conducted. The T2 we just completed with the modified Delphi study, coming up with the 21 statements that we will use that in turn to develop the guidelines, and which brings us to the current stage where we're going to work to create the clinical-based guidelines. Once the guidelines are created, then P4 looks at the outcomes of the guidelines, and obviously you would want to trial these in real life circumstances, but depending on opportunity, we'll probably do a blended simulation exercises in advance to ensure that they're at the best level of applicability to be able to do that, causing least harm. So again, to summarize, the translational science of this project, T0 was the question, when to ethically amputate or salvage. T1 was the SLR. T2 was the modified Delphi study just concluded. And currently we're seeking funding to create the clinical practice guidelines. And then T4 would be to study the effects of these guidelines. The goal being that emergency medical teams can then use the guidelines in practice to save life and limb, and to help make more educated decisions as whether to salvage or not, depending at what point in the process they are in the response. The Institute of Medicine Committee on Standards for Developing Trustworthy Clinical-Based Guidelines has come up with some basic guidance that CPGs must be based on a systemic review of the evidence. You have to have a multidisciplinary panel of experts. You have to consider all patient subgroups and patient preferences, which brings ethics in terms of consent into the picture. The process must be explicit and transparent. The relationships between different care options have to be explained and should be made clear. And then, of course, guidelines should be reconsidered and revised as appropriate when new evidence warrants modification of recommendations. So most of this work, especially for the SLR, was performed prior to the current situation in the Ukraine. So I think when we actually look at developing the guidelines, we might consult our Ukrainian colleagues to get a better sense of the science and what their experience has been, so that what we do can reflect their good work. Rehab, of course, is a primary focus of this project, and that often in guideline development or in general, rehab is not considered acutely. So the guideline team will be, as the PRISMA study team, it will be a multidisciplinary team. It'll involve EMTs and paramedics as first responders. ER physicians will be the first receivers. Traumatologists will be involved. PM&R physicians will be involved, and along with that, physical therapy, anesthesia and critical care, and then a disaster medical ethicist. If you'd like to contact Dr. Weinstein, he certainly welcomes your input, open to suggestion, and would really appreciate your feedback, which of course I'll relay to him as well from this afternoon, but he can be reached here. So let me ask, does anyone have any questions? I realize that was rather brief and succinct, but hopefully it provides you a good idea of how translational science can be used to benefit disaster medicine. And in this case, so that when field teams who are faced with making these very difficult decisions have more to work with perhaps than just the benefit of their solitary training or the training of the group of persons that they're with. Because of course, different cultures who are trained, as we learned in Haiti after the 2010 earthquake, really you respond as you're trained, and that's the best that you can do, and that's what you want to do. So if you have a broader framework to include ethical bias up front, that's the toolkit, part of the toolkit that you're working with to make these very challenging, lifelong, changing decisions for the victims in these circumstances. Questions?
So we do have a question from Mitchell again. So question is there discussion or any current disaster medicine fellowship for rehabilitation providers? Current programming seems to be limited to our colleagues in emergency medicine.
Good question, good point. Most of the fellowships are available to emergency medicine physicians. I believe that I would need to confirm this, that Dr. Jennifer Chow at UT Baylor has a one-year fellowship. She is noted for her response to the Katrina Dome. She led the response there along with Dr. Bloodworth, and to see all of those patients. And so she had started a one-year fellowship that should be into its second or third cycle now. So that's what I would, if I wanted to do this, that would be my next Google search, is to see where that fellowship is and what the criteria are. Again, this was, my knowledge is a couple of years old on this, but I'm aware of at least that one. Thank you.
So Dr. O'Connell also chimes in saying that Dr. Eric Zavalos, a distinguished faculty member at Augusta University, is now offering a short-term visiting program, visiting fellowship and professorship in emergency medicine, which is 2 to 4 weeks for faculty and fellows that are interested in enhancing their acute care skill set. This 2 to 4 week program is ideal for physicians from all specialties who wish to build confidence in managing critical and time-sensitive emergencies, learn life-saving interventions such as airway management, trauma resuscitation, and cardiac life support, gain exposure to disaster response and mass casualty protocols, strengthen care delivery in low-resource and high-pressure environments, as well as enhance collaborative skills in working with multi-D emergency teams.
Thanks, Colleen. As usual, Colleen is very complete and up to date. So I wonder if that could be made available as part of the transcript for that, the questioner to have access to that information. She probably included a link with that, is my thought. There probably are more opportunities because this field is really burgeoning now with the multidisciplinary interest and the fact that rehabilitation is considered upfront, much more so than it was a generation ago, I'd say, in 2010 with the Haiti earthquake. That really, was the watershed event that really changed the appreciation of rehab with all the complex ethical questions, but the different technologies that were available regarding especially prosthetic and orthotic fitting. I worked with HI and HCRI, the Humanitarian Conflict Response Institute. I worked for Tony Redmond there in Haiti, conducting a field study, kind of looking at the surgical and rehab outcomes. And, it was very difficult to obtain data, as you might imagine, for different reasons, protection of privacy, but also just because of the, you had a different humanitarian or field responders that had their own data sets. But now we've moved beyond that. We do have kind of a universal data set that the emergency response team, used 3 years ago in one of the Indian Ocean events, but is being trialed in Gaza. So we have good information coming from Gaza that shows how rehab is being integrated up throughout the response. And this will be kind of merged into a data set so that persons, the ministries of health that work with the incoming teams can employ this data set to get the data that they need to make real-time decisions in terms of resource allocation on the ground for all the EMTs that are coming in. So you can imagine if you're SP and you're on the UNSOCC site and you want to know what do I need to bring, then obviously the more intel you have, the earlier. And so now we have that luxury, and so that when you respond as a specialized team, whether you're a spinal cord injury team now as there are, or a rehab team or a burn team, you know, down to the team level of what your need is, because that backfills to what you put on the plane. Because as we know, you know, when we sat down in Geneva and came up with these minimal technical standards, you know, the deal was, well, the surgeons, they don't want to give up space on the plane. They want to get another surgeon on the plane, much less, you know, have front wheel walkers or other type of equipment. So, you know, that was, you know, the standards look simplistic, but they're not simplistic in the sense that they represent a lot of, you know, cooperation and appreciation for the need for rehab, going to an environment where Dr. Berger canvassed the hospital and found one functioning piece of DME. So point being, the multidisciplinary world we live in regarding rehab is really tremendously advancing the care that can be provided in these situations.
So more from Dr. O'Connell. She has a link to online training available, and we'll do our best to disseminate this. This is through get.disasterready.org. Online training available through there.
Thanks, Corey. Well, thank you for your attention. I really, again, appreciate the opportunity to be here to share and learn with you today. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to break for lunch now, and we have a couple of activities available for you during lunchtime. So first, we'll be rejoining at 1300 for Elianka Fernandez's presentation. During lunchtime, if you have an opportunity, we certainly invite you. We have two activities. We'll have the transportation game, which is going to be available immediately outside of our auditorium. And then for those who are interested in seeing Dr. Derman's presentation recording, that will be available in the San Antonio room where you're allowed to eat. So that's perfect, unlike here where you're technically not supposed to. And we also just wanted to let you know that all of the presentations and the recordings will also be available on their whole website, should you not have an opportunity to view it during this lunchtime. Now, in terms of those who are looking to get lunch, there is a cafe that's near the entrance when you came in, and their sandwiches are quite good. So hopefully you'll have an opportunity to refuel, and we'll see you during lunchtime, and then again at 1300. Thank you.
Would you mind taking a picture of us?
There we go.
Good thought. Oh.
Well, Well, a very good afternoon or morning, or I don't even know if your conference is being run in the evening, but well, a very good afternoon or morning, or I don't even know if your conference is being run in the evening, but from me, a very good day, and I hope you have a fantastic conference. I'd like to thank Rory for asking me to deliver this talk, which is on rehabilitation research in resource-limited environments. And he's given me a specific focus on the para-athletes, so I'm going to do that. My name is Professor Wayne Derman. I'm a sports physician by training and professor of sport and exercise medicine here at Stellenbosch University in Cape Town, South Africa. And I'm going to be speaking, I'm going to kind of draw this talk out into three bits. I'm going to speak about our rehabilitation research. I'm going to be speaking about the resource-limited environment that we have here. And then I'm going to be speaking about our work with para-athletes. So I count myself very fortunate to live on the continent of Africa. And Africa is actually huge. If you look at the map of Africa and you look at the map of how we normally see Africa in the context of the globe, it is actually underrepresented. And if one has a look at this slide, which looks at the true size of Africa from the visual capitalist, you can see that the genuine size of Africa fits into it the United States, India, Europe, Japan, and China, all into Africa. And if you have a look at the island of Madagascar, you can put the UK into that as well for good measure. So a huge mass which incorporates just under 2 billion people. And we know that if one looks at the amount of disabilities that we have in the world, which is about 15%, a lot of those individuals are situated on the continent of Africa. So this is where I live. This is Cape Town. And I'm sure that many of you who are going to be watching this talk have been here before. It's hailed as one of the most beautiful cities in the world. And I'm very fortunate to live in this city. And when you look at this city, it looks quite well developed, but that really belies the truth of South Africa and indeed some areas of the province of the Western Cape where I live. In fact, we talk about the Great South African Divide. And on the left-hand side of this picture, you can see the township of Khayelitsha, which you hit the moment you get out of the airport that you land at. So we've got one of the world's most beautiful airports. And as you exit the airport, you see the environment of Khayelitsha on your left and right-hand side and Table Mountain in the background. And not 5 or 6 kilometers from there, you have some of the best real estate that you can imagine worldwide, where many people who are resident in the Northern Hemisphere have their holiday homes. And the paradox that is South Africa is this great divide. We have some of the wealthiest individuals in the world, and we have some of the poorest individuals in the world. And that schism is one of the unique features of South Africa. In fact, we do know that perhaps the majority of our population have as their priorities the 3 T's, and the 3 T's being transport, and you can see what it's like to move through a place like Khayelitsha, toilets, and time. So there is not enough toilets, and you can imagine having a look at the bottom right of this picture, being able to access that particular toilet. So might be lucky enough to find one, but actually if you have some kind of impairment or disability, you can't get into it. And time is a factor, particularly for individuals with disability, because, for example, if you've got these taxis, to actually load somebody up who has a wheelchair that needs to be put in is going to take time. And often what happens is that the taxis leave the individual who is using a wheelchair and does not take them because they don't want to take the time to actually get them into the vehicle. So these are some of the challenges that we face. Some in my group have done a study which looks at the availability of rehabilitation in Africa. In this instance, we're going to talk about cardiac rehabilitation. And you can see in the left-hand side the different countries in Africa. And you can see the number of cardiac rehabilitation programs that exist there. And you can see in some populous countries like Nigeria, Tanzania, Uganda, or Algeria, there might be only one, if one's lucky, cardiac rehabilitation program. South Africa, we've got 23. But if you have a look at the incidence of ischemic heart disease in the next chapter or in the next column, and then look at the annual capacity, we know that there are about 2,200 spots or 2,300 spots that are available. And if one has a look at the number of spots that are needed for rehab, it's over 1.3 million spots annually. So you can see that we do not have great resources in Africa. And what does it mean to work in this environment where one doesn't have great resources? We've done some other work where we unravel what it means to actually be a low-resourced environment in this form of a systematic scoping review and qualitative content analysis. And I've summarized some of these problems and challenges that one has working in these environments. Obviously, there's financial pressure, but that also plays out with suboptimal healthcare delivery and an underdeveloped infrastructure. The knowledge often is not there of either the healthcare providers or the patients or both. There are certain challenges and considerations that one has to bear in mind when one does research, and I'll get to some of those in a moment. There are restricted social resources, some difficult geographical and environmental factors like the 3 T's that I've told you about, and we have human resource limitations. It's also very important in environments that we do have in Africa to be aware of the influence of beliefs and cultural practices as well that form part of working in the low-resourced environment. Now, I feel half a fraud because this is a picture of our medical school, and you can see that this is far from low-resourced, both from the infrastructure and from the human capital. And these are all my colleagues in my department who are doing research on individuals with disability, and mostly looking at high sport achieving people with disability. We do a lot of work with the Paralympic Games, and I'm going to speak about some of the studies that this group is doing. We're also very fortunate to collaborate worldwide. So we have a number of collaborations, and these universities are listed on the slide in front of you. And we also work with the International Paralympic Committee, the IOC, and FIFA, as well as World Rugby. So these are our research partners and some of the research that I'm going to be outlining. So in sport and exercise medicine, we have a model by which we do most of the injury prevention or injury research. And that was made famous by Willem van Mechelen, who's seen on the right-hand side of this slide. And Willem has taught us that there are 4 steps in doing research. First, we want to quantify the problem. And for that reason, we do epidemiological injury and illness surveillance. Then step 2 is we establish the etiology and the mechanism of the injury or the illness. Once we have that, we introduce a preventative measure. And then you go back to step 4. You assess its efficacy by doing continuous injury and illness surveillance. The picture on the far left of the screen shows you the original group of colleagues that started some of the work that I'm going to be speaking about at the Paralympic Games. And I draw a triangle which really speaks to the safeguarding of the health and long-term health of athletes with impairment and disability. And I want to show you the 3 areas whereby we can learn so much about these illnesses and injuries if one applies Van Mechelen's model to that. So I'm going to speak about population epidemiology. I'll say a very brief bit about individual sports, and then I will go through the health of small groups of individuals, particularly in the low-resourced environments. So why we run the health monitoring program is to document the extent and nature of the health problems across all the Paralympic sports. And we do this to provide better healthcare at Games time, but also we want to go one step further and reduce the athletes' health problems by identifying risk factors and then performing prevention measures. And those might be changing some of the rules, or it might be instituting other measures that would decrease one's exposure to those risk factors. This is a slide which shows some of the studies that we've published on injury. And if you follow that QR code, you will get to get a copy of each of those particular papers, if that is of importance to you. But if I were to summarize some of the headlines of the work that we've been doing, this slide would be one that I would want to show you. And it looks at the injuries per 1,000 athlete days in the Winter Games at the top in orange and the Summer Games at the bottom in blue. And it shows a couple of interesting factors. Firstly, if one looks at the orange lines, the injuries are much higher in quantity in the Winter Games setting compared to the Summer Games setting, which is much lower. I don't have the data on this slide, but you can take my word for it that the time loss is far higher as well in the Winter Games setting. So the severity of injuries is worse compared to the Summer Games setting. And the third important thing to see is that the general trend in the epidemiology is that the incidence of injuries is coming down over time progresses. So we're looking from 2012 here through to 2020. We're still processing the Paris Games and Beijing. We haven't got on listed. Oh, yes, we have on this particular slide. But the Summer Games of Paris are not yet included. But essentially, this also speaks to another very important factor, that the Paralympic athletes have nearly double the incidence of injury compared to their Olympic counterparts. So at least the trend is coming down, and we think that might be due to development of the sports and development of the healthcare of our athletes. But we still have some work to do in this respect. We're also able to look at different sports and see which of our sports we need to pay attention to. And this is looking at the top 10 of summer sports, where it's quite clear at the looking at the bottom bar here that blind football is the sport that we need to pay most close attention to, followed by goalball and powerlifting. And a lot of the the more dangerous sports are those that are played by individuals with visual impairment. We also know that another risk factor is new sports. So you can see that badminton and taekwondo, if you have a look at the gray lines or the gray bars, they were new sports included in Tokyo, and they come in straight at the top. So these newer sports that are included in the program are usually those of higher risk as well. So we know where we've got to focus our injury prevention programs, and we've got a strong emphasis at the moment of decreasing the injuries in blind football. If we look at illnesses, then the data also show that it's nearly 3 times as many illnesses in our Paralympic athletes compared to the Olympic athletes. And the illness types are different as well. And the reason being is that although respiratory is still the predominant, the most important illness to prevent, skin illnesses are very, very important in the Paralympic population as well. And we need a strong focus on those illnesses when it comes to prevention. But again, like I showed you the other data, these are illness data, and one can see a much sharper decrease towards Beijing and Tokyo. And the reason for that is obviously the pandemic. Those were both pandemic games. And you can see that that causes, you get a very low risk of illness in those settings. Even the Winter Games, which traditionally are much more, illness is much more prevalent, is substantially decreased as well through the COVID countermeasures. It's interesting also to speculate, is there a link between the reduction in illnesses and the reduction in injuries as well? And that's an area of focus that we have for future work that we are doing. But if you want to mitigate illness, you take the COVID countermeasures. Not only do you diminish respiratory illness, but you absolutely flatten all other illnesses as well, of the urogenital tract, of the skin, of the gastrointestinal tract, of all systems. So the problem with that is that none of us want a COVID games again. So the answer is that actually it needs to be a tailored approach for each individual athlete as to how strict one should be with applying countermeasures. So moving now to the low-resourced environment, and I mentioned this previously, that Africa is really a very populous environment where 60 to 80 million people live with disability. And we should do much better at the Para Games than we actually do. But if you have a look at the far right-hand bottom corner here, there are 45 African National Paralympic Committees. And in Paris, there were only 312 African para-athletes. So with that huge population, we should be better at what we do, and we should have higher representation from the low-resourced environment. But as you will gauge from what I'm saying is that low-resourced environment actually hampers a lot of participation, particularly when one looks at equipment, and even this impacts with respect to illnesses as well. And I'm going to show you some of those data. Here are indeed the illnesses and the incidents, and I've just picked one slide to show you here. This is from London data in 2012, and I'm looking at respiratory illnesses per 1,000 athlete days. And you can see that if you come from North America, your risk of illness during the games, or the incidence of illness, is 2.7 per 1,000 athlete days. This slide shows the home advantage. So if you look at the GB team, only 1.3 illnesses per 1,000 athlete days. And then you look at Europe, and coming from some parts of Asia, it goes, as you get further, it goes up. But what I really want to emphasize is just have a look where you do get low-resourced environments, particularly in the South, in sub-Saharan Africa, and in South America. Look at the incidence of illness at games time in those athletes. So this is unpublished data. We keep an eye on it, but we haven't published it. But it definitely does make the point that if you come from Africa, you've got a higher chance of illness. And we also see this in utilization of services. When you come from a resource scarce environment and you get to games time where there are MRIs and there are dentists and there are opticians, then we see that a lot of the poorer countries, so the countries that don't have much resources, use that a lot at games time, which I suppose is quite understandable. So that really wraps up the population epidemiology and some of the findings, just giving you a smattering of them. I spoke about some of the sports. I didn't really go into the winter sports because that fits less within the theme of low-resourced environments. But I do want to speak about some of the small groups and impairment groups. So what the data that I've shown you of the games time don't show us is they don't show us what happens in between games time. It's really a snapshot of the games. And it's difficult to work with those data because to move to the later phases of the Van Mechelen model, it requires things like video surveillance and different work of the international federations, which one doesn't want to do at games time because you don't want to affect the athletes and their preparations. The other thing is that time loss is not really captured, and we want to know about that. To date, we haven't had any information about mental health, and we know that that's been a neglected area, which we need to change quite rapidly. I'm happy to say that since Paris, that's now been included in our surveys as well at games time. And that we don't know the effects of medication or longer-term health outcomes. And that is a bad limitation of our studies. And the only way that we can move away from that is by doing longitudinal surveillance. And if you look at these flags on the right-hand upper side of these of this particular slide, these are the only countries that are actually doing longitudinal surveillance of their athletes. It's Germany, Sweden, Norway, UK, and USA. And recently South Africa, and I'm going to be speaking about some of our research there. But essentially, what all of these longitudinal monitoring shows is how prevalent the illnesses and injuries are in the para-athlete population. And I'll show you some of those data. So we've teamed up with the Swedish group, where they have had a safe and healthy parasport intervention, which is called a complex intervention, which is a health platform which is tailored to Paralympic sport. And essentially what they've done is done weekly monitoring using an online link that the athlete fills in, and then the athlete and the coach, if the athlete agrees to that, really gets a report on how their health status is. And through the link, they are able to get assistance with referrals, and they can opt in or out of those referrals. So we've monitored them for a long baseline, and then the intervention, the complex intervention, is this health platform tailored to parasport. This is what the platform looks like. It's on the right-hand side of this slide. And you can see that you're able to get information on overuse injuries, recommended blood tests, information of the young para-athlete, training in hot and cold, anti-doping, and harassment and abuse, for example. And it is interacted, it's adapted so that most of the disabilities or impairments can interact with the website. And we're doing these weekly surveys, and these are the kind of data that one gets. This is a report that perhaps would go to the athlete and the coach, showing good quality training. It would show if there are mental health concerns. It would show adequacy of diet, sleep, pain, and training hours. But this may work in a setting like Sweden. And our question was, how can we take this, and do we need to adapt it to our own environment? And you can see some of the pictures here of our sport environments and our medical services. And one needs to really look at the why we're doing this, and explain that to the athletes. And this becomes really important as well when we have to explain the why in the setting of a lack of governing body support. There are also difficulties in accessing athletes, and there are very few incentives to participate when your problems are time, toilets, and those type of kind of the basic needs. To actually get somebody to go and participate in a monitoring project is very problematic and challenging. We had to have different communication channels. So, for example, in our setting, the website didn't work, but we had to change over to WhatsApp and use WhatsApp as a platform. Then our problems were limited access to Wi-Fi and data, and we had to get and use our resources to actually buy data for the participants in our studies. And then the health system is very limited, so there's limited access to the services in hospitals. And you can see when a waiting line is like that, as shown in this picture on the left, you could argue that for an athlete to get in there, they might not get the right advice, and they might need to wait a lot of time in order to get that advice as well. I just want to explain this particular part of the slide here underneath this picture where you see people waiting in line at one of our hospitals. That is referring to another area that you have to be aware of when you're doing research or service provision in low-resourced environments. And that refers to show you that red bar at the top. That's the 24 hours in a day. And those areas where it is red, or what we call, and it's a euphemism for a shutoff of electricity. And that is something we call load shedding here. That's the euphemistic term for it. And you can see that in this particular part of the day, there are 8 hours that or more that are without electricity. And that makes working and research in this particular environment and doing like a study like this very, very challenging. But we try to overcome these by expanding our recruitment strategies and getting to sport events within the whole country and try and recruit athletes. We, as I said, changed to a WhatsApp community group instead of a website. And we asked and called in a lot of favors from existing clinics, looking at doing some extension work for our para athletes. And you can see a couple of the clinics and people that we reached out to beg, borrow, or steal services from them. And here are some of our results. In our study in South Africa, we had 21 high-level athletes with a 43% response rate over 88 weeks, which is not bad considering all of these challenges. But they do tend to drop off as time goes by. Nearly 1 in 2 athletes present with mild to severe pain throughout the monitoring period. 24%, that's 1 in 4 athletes, have developed a new or ongoing injury. There's 6% with ongoing illnesses and 20% with mild to severe symptoms of mood disorders, and I include anxiety and depression on those. And then you can see that sleeping in this environment is not good either. 67% of athletes are sleeping less than 8 hours a day. But the point I want to make with this slide is it is doable in an environment like South Africa. And we learned quite a lot, that each setting has different needs and priorities. This might not be research, you need to get over that. Build relationships by caring and giving back to the community, and start with existing networks and contacts and build from there. And one doesn't assume that a tested tool like in Sweden would work without adaptation. We had to do quite a lot of language adaptations and cultural adaptations as well. So where we're heading into this with this research is that we are taking this into other parts of Africa. We've got another 7 or 8 countries that are involved with an extension of this. We were very fortunate to get a BJSM grant award for 23 and 24, where we did the first part of the study, which is extending this into Africa now, where we used a GAPS Africa training camp, which was for the Commonwealth Games. And we had athletes from all over Africa coming to Stellenbosch. And we in different sports, and we did periodic health assessments with them. We also did some qualitative work as well. And I'm going to show you the brief results from that. We're presently doing the analysis and going to be published these. And we also won a further award for further research, also from the BJSM and the IOC, looking at now longitudinal monitoring of the Paralympic athletes living in these low-middle income countries, looking at the intervention that was developed in Sweden and then adapted. We're doing 44 weeks of athlete health monitoring. And then we are going to be looking at the feedback to the study volunteers, looking at the feasibility of e-health monitoring and telemedicine in those areas. And we've done some semi-structured interviews already of people on the program. One comment I'd like to make at this stage, and I spoke about giving back to the community. We wanted to monitor, and I'll just go back to the slide for a moment. We set out to monitor 70 athletes in our telemedicine and telehealth environment throughout Africa. And we thought that we would battle to recruit. We had to close off the recruitment for this particular study last week at over 110 athletes that had signed up. And what I have learned through this is that the lower the resources, the more people actually value and need any interaction to enhance performance or enhance their health. So we actually could include up to 300, but we don't have the manpower to actually do that. But it does show you that it is possible, and athletes are really in need of whatever services that one can provide. So this is a study looking at the health profiles and experiences of the home country healthcare of para-athletes from all over Africa. These were the countries, these were the impairment types. I'm not going to spend too much time looking at those because what I want to actually tell you about is what we found. And I would ask that these are preliminary data. If one doesn't pass these data on, that would be most appreciated. So if one has a look here on the periodic health assessment data, 62% of the cohort had no previous hospitalization, but then one looks at the rest, 38% that have had hospitalization, and look at that, over 11% of the athletes have been hospitalized for malaria. So that is a really important consideration. We had, out of this group of 25 athletes, 22 of them with medical conditions over and above their impairment that could be regarded as either an illness. 20 of them had musculoskeletal injury, dental findings requiring dental intervention in 20, dermatological in 13 out of the 25. And on the next slide, you can see the hemoglobin concentrations in the stipple in males and in females, and the stipple line is the normal reference values. And you can see for males that most of them don't make that normal reference value, and the females, a lot of them have significantly lower than the reference value. So that also may or may not be linked to the past malaria, but it's probably also of nutritional origin as well. But just one of the interesting findings is actually look at the number of individuals over the systolic and diastolic blood pressure norms. And these were repeated a number of times. And this is not just an elevated blood pressure, this is hypertension in these athletes that also needs intervention. So this was our first insight into the health profiles of African para-athletes. We found that illness, dental and dermatological conditions are very prevalent, that cases of high blood pressure and hospitalization due to malaria need to be taken into consideration. And a lot of these are not traditionally addressed. So we moved forward with periodic, with longitudinal evaluations. And we're underway with that now and learning as we go what to do with the flags. And it is a challenge to provide help for things like mental health flags that might happen in a country that's very, very remote. It's interesting also to, and these are also, again, look at the results of the focus group discussions to explore the perceptions of para-athletes and their coaches from the various different countries and the experience of their health care services. And this is it's not really unique to para-athletes from low-resource countries. I think para-athletes in that cohort are under-resourced for the most part. And these are things that I've seen in para-athletes in very highly developed socioeconomic countries. So there's the thing of making a plan. And this athlete says there's a public health system, but accessibility is a big challenge. For me, we use our connections. Yes, we have to make a plan. That the value of the doctor as the linchpin of all services is seen. even in some of countries where traditional medicine is perhaps more highly valued than traditional Western medicine. The coach is seen as the facilitator, and the coach is actually in instances in these low resourced areas. I had an athlete who is sick. He says, I spend my own money to take her to a hospital. And there is the theme of promise and provision. They do policies. Policies are there. There's goodwill, but they may be just cosmetic. So there's the kind of the cynicism of hope being there, given by the national committees, that perhaps is not realized at all times. So this is our present study. We're looking at this 44-week remote athlete health monitoring using the eHealth technology. We're full on the recruitment, and hopefully next time I speak to you, I can tell you some of the findings of this really interesting study that we're doing. I thought I'd close off my talk really talking about maybe some small impairment groups or groups that are traditionally not that well researched. And I'm going to speak a little bit about amputee athletes. And I'll show you this picture of this athlete who you're all familiar with. This is the picture of the fastest man on blades at the moment. And this is the high-resourced perspective of amputee and amputees and amputee athletes. So let me show you now what the African version of this is. And this is a picture from Angola, where amputees who are going to play some form of basketball are told when they have the amputation, go and get a prosthetic. And literally, you get a prosthetic that fits you best, and you strap that on and off you go. And you can see the very rudimentary liners, socks, and those type of devices. And it would be difficult, even though there's sneakers here, to play any form of sport in this setting. So we've been looking at performance issues with different blades, and we also know that the actual day-to-day foot is and leg is very, very important in the health of amputees. And this was a study that we did looking at novel foot technology in the form of a pragmatic randomized control trial where very physically active amputees would come into our facility, and they would receive in a randomized order different feet. The one foot is called the sash foot, which is a solid ankle cushioned heel prosthesis. And that is what our medical system gives as standard. So if you are insured by the state and you have an amputation, this is the standard foot that you would get. If perhaps you were better resourced and had a medical insurance, private insurance, the medical insurance would pay for you to get a ESAR foot. This is this one here in the middle, which is an energy storage and return foot. And then this is the most developed type of foot that you can get that's enhanced with a microprocessor. We would come and we had a prosthetist that gave these individuals these different feet, and they would go away and wear them for 2 weeks. Then they would come back to the laboratory, and we would do a whole lot of analyses with them. And I'm just going to show you the results of one of these analyses. Now, if you have an amputation, you're aware that the danger in the long term is not on the limb that you have the amputation on. It is your sound side, the non-amputated side, because it is the non-amputated knee and hip that undergo much greater forces than the side with the amputation. And the purpose of this particular study was to see what the ground reaction forces, or the forces when you walk, are like when you're given 3 different types of feet. And this is a summary slide of our findings. So this is the gait cycle that is shown here on the horizontal x-axis. And this is the ground reaction forces as a percentage of your body weight through the gait cycle. And this big first area here that goes up is your heel strike. And if you have a look at your prosthetic side, which shows here with the arrow of all the different feet, you can see that that is lower than those other 2. If one looks at the sash foot, that has a significant increase in sound side loading on that particular foot. If you have one of the more modern feet, the Esau foot, the forces go down, but you can still see that they are not the same as the prosthetic side. And it actually takes the microchip technology to actually normalize the sound side loading. And there with the more advanced foot, you're actually able to normalize this. And this is a much more important parameter to monitor with respect to long-term health outcomes in amputees than looking at what happens to them when they're running on their blades. It is their day-to-day feet that is most important. And the learning from this is actually that what the state is able to provide to healthy, physically active individuals who have had an amputation is just not good enough. And our work at the moment is actually to take this to the funders to try and assist in either getting in proper feet or developing new feet that have that kind of technology, but try and get it at a reduced cost, or try and get more cost-effective prostheses made. So I'm going to maybe call it a day there and start wrapping this up in that I'm very enthusiastic about this work because it's a great area to be in. It is a fantastic area of sport and exercise medicine, looking at high-performance para-athletes. And when one looks at them in a resource-limited environment and all the challenges that brings about, makes really interesting and great work. So if I have a message to any of you who are going to be doing work in resource-limited environments, my message is be prepared to adapt your ideas that you went into it. Be available to have flexibility in your methodology. You might find that things that you thought were going to work don't, but do whatever you can to actually collect good data. Build local partnerships. It's an important community to actually take that dictum through into nothing about us without us. Get the community involved in the studies as well. We have community leaders that actually helped us so much in our recruitment. Make the most of your limited resources. If you can only buy one thing and spend, if I look at what we spent money on, it was data. And in some instances, batteries or power banks for phones to deal with the transmission of data during load shedding. Always remember the different cultures that can exist in the environment in which you're working, and develop cultural competencies to deal with that. Evaluate your data in the context of the low-resourced environment. And when you bear that in mind, it can play an important understanding in your research findings. Build local capacities. So this is an area where involve many students that will take over leadership in this area in time to come. And make sure that you have great quality data your research integrity must be high, and your ethical integrity needs to be high as well. Informed consent for every single patient. And you can imagine the challenges of working across borders with telemedicine and telehealth, and the ethical considerations that come into account with that challenge. So with that, I want to thank you again for listening to me today. And yeah, I wish you a very, very good rest of your symposium. Hope to meet you all in person someday. Thanks very much.
So you're going to
I am some. Oh, of course, yeah. Exactly. Well, so if you have a question. I've never been, so I was actually trying to the test. Yeah. How I thought that was. Right, and I took edits. This is something that I have to house on, something where it's back. So, yeah, that's it. So all I did was the so he's the one that's actually and I got confirmation today. Yeah, so there's not you know, a lot of stuff in this system. I'm excited. And then says I came to Phoenix, and that's what I was hearing chatter about it. And I was repeating, I thought, oh, so hiring.
Oh.
I think this has to be a right.
Hi.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, you're probably I don't need to worry about this.
Well, you, it's all.
Yeah, I already let them know that you're gonna do.
Yeah.
Elianka, and that's what.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back for lunch. I'm Rory Cooper still. The next speaker is Alianka. She's from Timor-Leste. Timor-Leste is in the south, I guess it's Southeast Asia. And Alianka came to me as a student last year under a U.S. State Department program. And we had her work on the board game that some of you got a chance to see this during the lunch break. And her goal was to bring this, she's a community rehabilitation specialist. So she works with consumers and cities and other organizations to ensure that to help people with disabilities get the services that they need in their local communities. And so we worked with her to create a version of this educational board game about transportation to work for Timor-Leste. The original board game we developed was all geared towards wheelchair users. She expanded it to their not only converting to their language, their culture, and also their transportation modes of transportation. But it's also more inclusive of people with disabilities, so it includes visually impaired, hearing impaired, mobility impaired individuals as well in the game. So, and then this work was done under what's called a UCELI grant. I can't remember what UCELI stands for, but it's a program within the State Department to connect U.S. experts to experts in low-income countries that are on the list for aid for the USA from U.S. State Department. So, Alianka is recording her presentation, and we'll give you a little overview of the experiences she had. The good news is also her work was accepted as a paper in the now I'm forgetting what is it? Oh, the American Congress of Rehab Medicine this year. So to get to you could listen to this presentation again later in the year. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Alianza Fernandez. I am honored to present this study to all of you here at State of Science Symposium. I am a senior educator affiliated with Youth for National Development in Timor-Leste, or in Tetun language, we call it Juventude para Desenvolvimento Nacional, or short for JDN. So JDN is a national youth-led leadership development organization that educates, motivates, and works alongside other young people to identify and address the issues that are affecting young people, including discrimination and harassment, gender equality, and economic independence. My major role in my workplace is a team leader. So today, I will present the study about Safe Travel Transportation board game, Timor-Leste version of Hairtown. So these are the contents of today's presentation. We will start from introduction or the background of Timor-Leste, and we will end in the conclusion. So let's start from the introduction. Timor-Leste is a tiny country located in Southeast Asia, close to Indonesian border and Australia. Timor-Leste has 1.3 million of people, including 17.061 individuals with disabilities, consist of sensorial impairment and physical disability. Timor-Leste was colonized by Portuguese people at about 450 years, and after that occupied by Indonesia for 24 years, which means Timor-Leste is a young country that gained independence on May 20, 2002, and is a developing country. Let's move to Timor-Leste's beauty. So Timor-Leste has beautiful places to visit as a tourism places. So those places are, as you can see in the screen, the first picture is a traditional houses, which represents the identity of Timor-Leste. And Timor-Leste has rich culture from different municipalities. The second one is Cristo Rey, so which is a popular place for people to visit locally and internationally. We also have a beautiful island, we call it Atauru, which has beautiful coral under the sea that invites many people come for diving. And lastly, we also have natural hot springs that attract many people to come to visit. And about the infrastructure, after years of colonization and occupation, many buildings in Timor-Leste still follow old designs, making them inaccessible. As you can see in the slide, some of those buildings are offices, schools, training centers, health centers are using stairs. There are no ramps, no elevators for wheelchair users, and no handbar for people with visual impairment. And this is ultimately related to the limited education for people with disabilities. For the main roads, these three pictures shows the real situation in Dili, the capital of Timor-Leste. So in the first picture, in the left side, you can see an open drain on the road. So this makes it difficult for people to walk safely, like people with visual impairment cannot walk independently, and they need companion to guide them. And in the second picture, as you can see, a young woman who is a user is crossing the road, but there is no traffic light or crosswalk, making it harder for her to cross safely. So crutch users need to wait for someone to stop the cars, and making it's for them to cross the road. They need to take risks or to stop in the cars and motorbikes with one hand while trying to cross quickly using only one crutch. And in the third picture is a junior high school young boy on a tricycle user is crossing the road for school. So like in the second pictures, there is no traffic light or crosswalk to help with crossing safely. He said he often waits for 1 and 2 hours just to cross the road unless there are a police that helps stop the cars. As you can see, a man with the police uniform is helping him to cross the road safely. If a police officer is on the road in the morning, it's lucky because it makes crossing the road much easier and safer, but usually police officers are not there in the afternoon. So it makes it difficult for him to cross the road when in the afternoon. In addition, manual wheelchair users also stay at home because the sidewalk, the obstructed curbs, and the bumpy roads make it hard for them to go out by themselves. So they need other people to help them to overcome these transportation barriers. So for the public transport, transportation is the same as when using the public transportation in Dili. So microlets and taxi. Microlets is the popular name that we use to call the minibus in Timor-Leste. So we call it microlets. So here, the microlets and taxi are the main public transportation used by people living in Dili. However, both microlet and taxi are not accessible for persons with disabilities. So the top picture here is microlet or minibus, and the bottom one is taxi. So both, as I said before, that both microlets and taxi don't have ramps, designated seats for people with disabilities, or space for a wheelchair. Also, there is no announcement that indicate the next stop, either in signs or vocally. Maybe this is because we don't have designated bus stops. People indicate where they want to get off the bus and drivers stop the bus. So, which means that the passengers can get off whenever they want, and the bus driver also can stop when the passengers want to get off the microlet. For these reasons, manual wheelchair users often give up going out and stay at home because neither one of those two options works for them. For crutch users, it's easier to ride microlet or taxi compared to wheelchair users. However, taking the bus is still a challenge because of uncooperative drivers and passengers. But things are improving little by little. So the same challenge happens for people with visual impairment as well. So for the health systems in Timor, currently our society blends both modern and traditional practices. So we have a national hospital in here in the first picture, but many people still prefer to use traditional medicine over going to the hospital. So people with disability often use physical therapy because it combines. So let's move to the citizen attitude. So some drivers in the first point says that some drivers are not knowledgeable about the needs of people with disability, which means the driver often yells at people with visual impairments, asking them to get off quickly. This is because the drivers don't realize that people with visual impairment need extra time to get off the microlet. Sometimes the driver just stops on the road where there is a big hole. So this can cause cane users or walking stick users to fall when they get off the microlet. So some microlet and taxi drivers do not let people with disabilities get on, or they often charge higher fares than usual for people with disabilities. So public transportation are inaccessible, as shown in the previous slide, either microlets and taxi. So as other microlet passengers don't give up, they sit next to the door. Class users sometimes have to wait an hour or more for a microlet to sit in their preferred seat. So some families also isolate the member with disabilities because they feel ashamed that it was a curse from ancestors, that they did something wrong in the past, and then the ancestor gives a punishment or they give a curse for them. So that's why they have a member with disability. So they feel ashamed with that. And also families also expected them to stay at home and limit them to go to access to education. And many people with disabilities also experience discrimination in their families, friends, and the community or society. Most people with disabilities feel excluded in society because people in the society often stated, "You are crippled, why don't you just stay at home?" rather than go out, instead of going out and bothering other people. So for the program funding, I'm honored to be selected as one fellow from Timor-Leste to participate in the Wisely Professional Program. So this program provides emerging leaders from Southeast Asia the opportunity to spend 5 to 6 weeks in the United States, gain professional skills, and under the four institutes such as economic empowerment, civic engagement, society and governments, and sustainable environment. I was affiliated with the Human Engineering Research Laboratories, short for HERT, University of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh Health System, located in Pittsburgh, under the supervision of Dr. Rory Cooper from April 29 until May 24, 2024. So after this program, Dr. Cooper and I worked together to apply for a project called Reciprocal Project, and we thankfully got funding. So I have been working on further developing and implementing the Timor-Leste version of Safe Travel Transportation board game in collaboration with my JDN colleagues. So these are my achievements at HER. So during my internship, I could observe various assistive technology related projects such as Kirigami chair in the right front and PPTS in behind me. So I was impressed with these studies, and I am hoping that Timor-Leste could do the same innovative work in the future. So when I was first introduced to the Hairtown board game, it was an interactive game, practical and realistic way to educate people with disabilities. I thought that this type of education is necessary for JDN, peer educators, to educate people with and without disabilities in Timor-Leste. So I was strongly motivated to develop Timor-Leste version of the game, and currently I am considering this game as a new learning model. So core educational content of the game, for example, Timor-Leste version of scenario cards, pitfall, perk, and rules were drafted during my internship at HER. The original versions were very helpful in developing new scenarios for Timor-Leste edition. So let's move to the development of the game. So after I came back to Timor-Leste, I created a team based on the collaboration with disability organizations in Timor-Leste. So this group includes experts with disabilities that represents each type of disability, as you can see in the first picture, and also mobility device users. They are crutch users and wheelchair user, manual wheelchair user. So we discussed how to validate those scenarios based on each type of disability, including perk, pitfall, and rule scars, to make the game more interactive. For the next step, we created a survey and validated the scenarios and options or strategies for 90 people with disabilities. So this is one example that do the survey for a person with hearing impairment. So here is the translator is translating to the person with hearing impairment. So after that, we analyze the content validity index or CVI for each scenarios. So the results indicated that all 44 scenarios met the excellent level criteria. We also surveyed participants' preference out of 4 possible strategies. So based on each preference results, the current options or strategies per scenarios have different game money rewards. For example, when a player chooses option A, the facilitator gives them the corresponding amount of game money assigned to that option. If the player select the most preferred options, which was confirmed in the survey, they receive the largest amount of money. However, if they choose the least preferred option, they may receive less money or even their money stolen by other players who bet on it. While we conduct this validation, regular Zoom meetings was conducted with her team to share the progress and discuss any issues or challenges and get their advice. So after all this, we focus on game elements design, which is an important part to make it more interactive and inclusive. So the board map was designed by a staff of her. It is very pretty and it's easy to understand. Other game elements such as dice, pawns were carved by a Timorese person with physical disability, which means people with disabilities were involved in creating game elements, contributing their ideas to make game elements more accessible. So comes to play testing. So the first picture in here shows that the game moderator is point the dice here, which a person with hearing impairment is rolling to identify how many moves he made. So the expression shows that he got a lot of pitfalls compared to Perk when navigating within the community. And in the second picture, you can see that the player with manual wheelchair user is smiling because he chose the most preferred options or strategy for the scenario, which means he received the largest amount of money he could get for that scenario. And this first picture and second picture was played with people with disabilities. Now we move to the picture on the right side, which is played with people without disabilities. So here, this picture, a young male JDMP educator is excited to move the pawns because he realized that he would land at a perk tile. So he was very happy with that. And while playtesting, I became confident that the game contributes to promote understanding and empathy regardless of disabilities or mobility issues. The game simulates real-life transportation scenarios, helping participants explore solutions to common challenges such as navigating inaccessible roadworks or dealing with unaccommodating public transport. So by raising awareness, the project aims to foster a more inclusive society where people with disabilities can travel safely. So comes to main findings, as you can see in the two pictures on the right side here, two pictures here. The top one here is the set of Safe Travel board game, Timor-Leste version of Hertown. So this is the picture, and the bottom picture here is a big group consisting of people with and without disabilities who play the game and share their feedback about the game. The youth disability peer educators were engaged different approaches in developing the current game, such as planning how to implement the board game, discussion for scenarios validation. Regular Zoom meetings with the HER team were very helpful in the success of developing the game. Currently, we have one set of Timor-Leste version board game, which we name it Safe Travel board game. So far, 42 people with and without disabilities under the age of 35 have benefited by playing the game. And the game also has been played with disability organizations, and they are committed to using the learning tool as a practical method to educate both people with disabilities and without disabilities to enhance their capacity to promote awareness of transportation barriers, promote independence, advocate for infrastructure improvement, and increase the participation of people with disability in the outdoor activities. In JDN, for our approach, in JDN, where I am currently working, we work with young people with disabilities to build their skills, to improve the conditions they face. So they were eager to be part of developing, pilot testing, and broadcasting the board game. So in these achievements of the study, this study has engaged for the validation study, have 90 people with disabilities participated, consisting of 20 manual wheelchair users, 20 crutches users, 20 people with hearing impairment, and 20 people with visual impairment, and 10 people with modified motorbike users. So the motorbike is modified to be using 3 wheels. So this study was summarized and its abstract was submitted to the World Federation of Occupational Therapists, WFOT Congress. And for the play test study, 20 people with disabilities, including 4 staff of disability organization and 22 people without disabilities participated and have got new insights into the transportation challenges and strategies to address them, and feel confident to navigate within the community safely and independently. Out of the 5 test sessions, the play testing includes interviews about change in participants' awareness and empathy toward the transportation barriers within the community was summarized for an abstract that was submitted to the American Congress of Rehabilitation Medicine, ACRM, annual conference. For the future directions, youth educators are planning to raise awareness in the community, such as families, friends, caregivers, staff of disability organizations, public transport drivers, individuals who have sensorial impairments and physical disabilities in Dili. The research perspective will focus on developing the learning tool and its implications with the relevant or target goal, maximize its impact and utility. So the game elements, which we are considering updating to make the game more accessible, such as apply braille letter in the board map so that it can be accessible for people with visual impairment, and summarize transport challenges in the scenarios that are understandable and easy for people with disability to understand. So to conclude this presentation, education is the key to foster understanding and action. So this learning tool also aims to highlight these issues to the government, advocating for improved infrastructure and accessible public transportation. By engaging the community, encouraging small actions that collectively contribute to significant societal changes, enhances the quality of life for people with disabilities. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, feedback, or suggestions, please feel free to contact me. Once again, thank you so much.
All right, I don't know if those of you who are here in person had an opportunity to stop by and see the game, but Rosie had it out. Rosie, is it still out or did you put it away? Okay. So if anyone here would like to see what the game looks like, get with Rosie during the next break, or let us know and we'll get it out before the next break. It was a lot of fun. She had us play a couple of rounds, and the discussion that took place while we were deciding what answer to use was probably more entertaining than anything else. Okay. So next we have 2 presenters. One The first one is Mr. Stuart Campbell, who is a retired physical therapist from the Army and currently works as the Chief of Global, he's the Chief of Global Health Engagement for the Extremity Trauma and Amputation Branch of the Research and Engineering Division of the Defense Health Agency. Mr. Campbell specialized in rehabilitation of burn and traumatically injured service members and has participated in global health engagements on 4 continents and many countries over the last 30 years. With him is Lieutenant Commander Chandra Preter, who lives and works in Nome, Alaska. She is the Director of Rehabilitation and Therapy Services for Norton Sound Healthcare Corporation, which is a tribal health organization. All right, Stuart?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, perfect.
All right, thanks, Michelle. And thank you to the organizers, Dr. Cooper, Dr. Pasquina, and the organizing committee for inviting me to talk. When I was asked to do this talk, specific on physical therapy in limited resource environments, I have some experience. And I thought that I could probably do a fairly good job, but then I started to think of who is it that really does this. And my co-presenter, Lieutenant Commander Prador, and I'll let her introduce herself a little bit more, but she does this on a daily basis. So when you want to see what the state of the science is and what real practice is, she is an actual subject matter expert in this field. So I want to thank her for agreeing to present with me here. I will make one small admission of guilt. Is when I made the slides, I forgot to put on the Public Health Service logo here. So Chandra, I'm sorry, I forgot to do that. So we'll move forward. Actually, Jenny, can you move the slides for me, please? Okay, so here's a quick agenda that we'll go through. And just like everything else, I've been listening to this symposium during the day, and now I wish I had time to redo my slides because you guys have brought up such incredible points that we could have highlighted in this talk. Next slide, please. Typical disclaimer, these are my views and Lieutenant Commander Prater's views. They do not reflect the policy or position of DHA, Department of Defense, or the Public Health Service. Next slide. And I'm going to turn it over to Chandra.
Hi, I'm Lieutenant Commander Chandra Prater. I am a member of the United States Public Health Service. So for those who don't know what that is, we're a uniform service that we work under the Health and Human Services Department, and we work through several agencies. But for me, I've been working with Indian Health Service as a clinician working directly with Alaska Native population and the American Natives population. So the goal of the Indian Health Service is really to provide direct, comprehensive health care that's culturally appropriate to the individuals as well as for the greater public health of the region and the tribes that we serve. This means we often serve in really rural and remote areas. I am in Norton Sound region, which is on the west coast of Alaska. We're about 540 air miles from Anchorage. So we're not an island, but we're not on the road system. So much of Alaska is not actually connected via road. So it's a fly in, fly out only. And we serve 15 native villages, including the Yupik people, the St. Lawrence Island Yupik, as well as the Inupiaq population. And so the goal is to, again, bring in Western and medicine and a comprehensive care, but also to try to integrate culturally appropriate treatment. And so we'll talk more about that as we proceed, but we can go to the next slide.
You need to come off mute. So some of the things that we see here, and I've labeled the slide practicing conflict. You can do it in resource limited, but this one was specific to time spent in Iraq and some of the things that we had to really look at. Now, in Iraq, there are various places where physical therapists were working, and typically you saw them at the early stages of the conflicts were in role threes. And I think that if most people in the audience or internationally would look at our role threes, and they really don't consider those resource limited. What I was doing is I was working in a different kind of unit. And if you look at the picture on the bottom right, that was the sum total of my equipment. I had to be able to move. I moved over the course of the first year about every 48 hours. And I was going out to where the patients were versus trying to bring the patients into me, just for security and safety concerns. But some of the things that we had to look at were, when you have providers, and we're specifically talking about physical therapists here, is what do they know? What can they do? What is their scope of practice? And as we looked at, I think our Ukrainian colleagues talked earlier about not having the profession of physical therapy in 2016. They've come a long way. If we look at the Republic of Georgia, the same thing. We had a situation where the therapists existed, but they weren't regulated. And then once we started looking at getting them regulated, we had to describe their scope of practice. And the more remote you're working, the more expansive that practice scope needs to be. So we need to make sure that we understand our service standards, what a person or a clinician can do within their medical legal standards, and then look at what organizations, if you're in an area, what organizations, professional organizations, are there to help support you. Again, I think that Ukraine is a great example. As they were starting the profession, specifically, I know the example of occupational therapy. One of the very first things they did was to start a national occupational therapy organization, so that they would be able to grow that bench of clinicians and then support each other. One of the other things that we did, and we'll talk more and more about this, it'll be a common theme throughout this presentation, is the education. We've heard in the past already this morning, and Chandra will talk about it more, but there are not enough of us to go around. We hear this from the surgeons all the time, is that, surgical assets are very precious. Also, our therapy assets. There's not enough of us to go around through the entire theater or whatever area you're servicing. So you have to have the ability to lead that effort and be able to educate non-rehabilitation and sometimes, and a lot of times, non-medical personnel in what they can do to maintain what you're doing or what you're teaching and what they need to do when they're in those isolated environments. And then offer cross-training for other clinicians. As you know, if you know that you have, in my case, I had 18 Delta special operations medics that I knew were going to be in remote areas. Prior to the deployment, I was able to get time with them to show them and train them some things that they could take care of the people they were responsible for prior to deployment. So being able to cross-train and educate is a huge piece of being able to effectively work rehab in remote areas. Go ahead, next slide. And then also understanding where you're going and what the healthcare system is that's around. Again, this is all in support of. You're trying to help support the educator, the healthcare system that you're embedding in. You also need to be able to understand what's available to your patients when you're not. So, is there other clinical support available? Are there PTs in the area that you're working? Can you do a handover to someone else that can continue to work, or do you need to keep working with that person? And that'll come a couple, like next slide, actually. We'll talk about how to do some of that. Where are you getting your patients? Not yet. Please don't go back. Yeah. where are you getting your patients from, and then follow on care. The physician extender role. This is really important. And when we were in Iraq early, we talked about how do we make our physicians more efficient. There's an article from Dr. Dave Greathouse and others in the late 90s that talked about the physician extender role for physical therapy in Vietnam. And then it was expanded during the 2005-2006 timeframe in the Role 3 hospital in Baghdad. You could not see an orthopedic surgeon until you'd been evaluated by a physical therapist. And what they found is that by having the physical therapist take care of the typical MSKI injuries, back strains, shoulder problems, knee problems, back problems, that they could handle, the orthopedist was then freed up to do what we want them to do, which is surgery. They were not spending their time in clinics and trying then to do referrals. The other thing that happened in that conflict was the physical therapist was actually given the authority to move people out of theater. If they thought that this was something that they was not going to recover in a specific time frame, the physical therapist could actually authorize the movement out of theater without having to go get the physician bogged down in that administrative problem. The other thing that we found with our physician extended role, and this is something that I would really like to bring up to the Ukrainian colleagues, is that we provide a feedback loop back to earlier roles of care. So things that happen, decisions that are made in damage control surgery affect what happens on the other end at the functional issues that people may have when we're trying to get them back to duty or back into their occupations. So having an open dialogue and a feedback to your surgeons that tell them, when you do this in the operating room, or if you don't leave this tissue, or you decide to do this flap, this is how it affects rehabilitation. One of the things that has been highlighted recently was, in the Ukrainian conflict, because it's a top-down explosion more than what we had, which was bottom-up, the use of drones, we see a lot of oral maxillofacial injuries. One of the things that is used to help repair oral maxillofacial injuries is fibular grafts. And our oral maxillofacial surgeons were, I wouldn't say willy-nilly, but they were taking some pretty significant fibular grafts, thinking that it wasn't going to be it's not going to have a lot of sequelae. We found that functionally, those folks, they did great work on their face. They got their mandibles. They were really happy with that. But then they had problems with gait. So we were able to do some research to show what the sequelae of the fibular graft was, and that changed the procedures and the types of grafts and the size of the grafts that the surgeons were taking in the operating room. So there's a feedback loop all the time between the rehabilitation clinicians at role 4 back to the physicians at roles 2 and 3. And then I'd like to just bring up one other thing here and I don't have it on this slide, but Dr. Smolensky brought up the response to natural disasters. I was able to, by luck, be on the ground at the airport in Port-au-Prince about 3 days after the earthquake in Haiti. And they already had a hospital set up. There were, as I think we talked about earlier today, many patients. I think the tent that we had set up had about 125 beds, and there is no organization. So when I got the ground, I can tell you, I was a physical therapist, and thank God for all the clinicians that were there that were doing the great work. But one of the very first things I did when I got there was to help get some organization to prioritize treatment, for one, and then delegate how people were being scheduled, for lack of a better term. And what we saw was an incredible change in the efficiency of the operation, and then the the ability for us to move patients through, get some better, get them out of the tent, and get more in. So I think that it was talked earlier with the planning factor. I was lucky enough to have had those kinds of educational opportunities to understand what I was walking into. So I think pre-planning for natural disasters and having rehab as a component of that is absolutely essential. All right, next slide, please. And I'm going to let you take this, Chandra.
Okay, so, like I said before, we serve 15 native villages outside or that surround Nome, and the population of Nome and the villages is about 8,000, and all of these villages are fly-in, fly-out only, so can't drive to them, except for in the wintertime, maybe snow machine, but usually can't get there without a plane. So we only have 3 physical therapists, 2 occupational therapists, and 1 speech therapist that serve this region. So it's important for us to be able to reach the patients via telehealth. In any given time, the telehealth is about 10 to 20% of our overall outpatient caseload. And with that, we utilize it across the board. Everyone from audiology to the specialists in Anchorage, the cardiologists use the telehealth. And as a rehab specialist, it kind of extends beyond just working on musculoskeletal injuries or function. One of our big roles with the telehealth is also just education. So that's one of the perks of the telehealth, is educating people on how to navigate a very complicated healthcare system of getting a diagnosis and getting to the right person in Anchorage or in Nome if they're out in a village. But we utilize different types of telehealth. The major one for us is video. We have a Zoom embedded into the medical record that we connect to a secure chat room or video room with the patients. We are lucky enough in our region to have a health clinic that's supported by Norton Sound and Indian Health Service in each village that has access to internet. And we have recently upgraded to Starlink, so to help with the outages of internet. And we have what we call health aides, and I'll speak more of that in a couple slides, that help you do the hands-on portion of the sessions. We also have the option of doing direct to patients in their home if they have the access to a personal phone or computer. But usually, again, our limitation is the internet connectivity. I don't know if you watch the news, but we've had several fiber optic cable cuts over the years that has significantly interfered with our internet connectivity. And so that's usually our biggest limitation in using the telehealth, is the internet. But when it is connecting and working, it's very budget friendly. It keeps us from having to fly either therapists out to the village or patients into Nome or Anchorage frequently. It gives patients quicker access to the to services, and also helps us triage patients better, triaging who needs to just be seen by us versus need to be referred on to orthopedics. I will say, in the 10 years I've been doing telerehab, my subjective taking skills have gotten much better. And you just knowing what words and what questions to ask can really significantly cut down the time it takes for a patient to get to the right level of care. But we can go to the next slide.
Yeah, for interest in time, I'm gonna skip this slide and let you go to your next one.
Okay. So yeah, and this slide is just a kind of an overview why we use telehealth. You can see how Alaska is quite large compared to the rest of the US, and it doesn't and we don't have a lot of road systems outside of the Anchorage to Fairbanks. But again, for time, I'm going to skip to the next slide. So one thing we utilize a lot is what we call health aides and community practitioners. So health aides are local hires or local practitioners that have been trained and educated just out of high school, usually by mid-levels, PAs, and physicians and nurse practitioners, and then they follow a very outline algorithm. They have a whole manual, and so they can treat people in the villages directly, and they can give injections, vaccines, they can do basic care. They're EMT certified, and they're the boots on the ground practitioners, and kind of integrate that the local workforce into helping the medical system and physical therapy and occupational therapists extend our reach. So during telehealth, they will be the ones that will be helping keep the patient safe if you're doing balance work, or if you need to do muscle testing or something, there are hands in the session. They often also can serve as translators if we have elders that don't speak English well, and also just with the technology literacy for most of our patients, and the medical literacy. We also have traditional tribal healers that we try to integrate into our care, and that can be variable throughout depending on the tribe, but it just allows us to work closely with within the cultural norms and get more buy-in from the patients themselves. So we can go to the next slide. This again is just interacting with community, and I'll let Stuart take more of this slide.
Yeah, so community health workers, not so much. I haven't had a lot of experience with those, but these are in many of the limited resource environments, Southeast Asia, Africa. These are the only people in the community that may have any health experience at all. So we have had projects that I'm aware of that have gone in and used these people to help with rehabilitation. They're usually more family practice, women in maternal health, but rehab is something they can do. Families are incredibly important no matter where you are, but when you're sending someone out of your care into a limited resource environment, a lot of places families are it. An interesting, and it'll come up on the next slide also, understanding who you're talking to and who it is that's in charge of the decision making in a particular patient care case, and making sure that you get those people on board. And we'll talk about it on the next slide. So families, educating them. I think in the Timor-Leste, we heard that sometimes there are issues even at the cultural level and the family level. I think someone brought up earlier, do you show them how things can be, show good news stories, educating families that just because their loved one has now had this injury or has this condition doesn't mean this is where they have to be. You can show some successes and have them buy into the fact that rehabilitation can help their family member move forward. And Dr. Cooper mentioned at the very beginning, technology. Technology is something that is being embraced worldwide. There are apps out there that help with rehabilitation. There are exercise apps out there that you can use to prescribe, and that makes it a lot easier for you and for the patients to access these things. So there's a lot of ways to get this done when you're not available. Go ahead to the next slide, please. And I'm going to take one. I'm going to take the family sport, then I'm going to hand it back to Chandra. So the case I was speaking about, I was in a patient's room. Their family was there. Some other people were there that I wasn't aware of, and I was talking to the patient about what we were going to be doing and what was going to happen. And I was told very undiplomatically to stop what I was doing because the patient wasn't the decision maker in the room. There was a local leader and family, and all medical decisions, all care decisions were made by them, not the patient. So very quickly, I had to readjust what I was doing and change my approach to that education, to understand that the patient was not the person I needed to be addressing, that I had to talk with the community members and the family members in order to move that patient's care forward. So it was a very it was a watershed moment for me to really start paying attention to where I was, who I was interacting with, and what their cultural and societal norms are as far as healthcare and healthcare decisions. So I'm going to let Chandra take a couple of these.
Yeah, so in the cultural awareness, so the same thing with a lot of the villages, they each have their own kind of elders or people who are respected and their opinion is important. But also integrating the local tribal and traditional healers, like what they may be recommending or what they're saying about the injury, and not trying to override that, but interweaving it into your treatment. But the biggest thing that we run into up in Bush, Alaska is the subsistence lifestyle. Many people still live off the land. They fish and hunt for everything. And that's their priority. That's their function. So, you know, that's what we're trying to get them back to. Their goal is to get back to berry picking or hunting, and using those as the functional goals for their rehab is important. They don't really care if they get 120 degrees after a total knee if it doesn't directly relate to being able to ride a snow machine or get onto an ATV to go hunting or fishing. So those are the kind of things just are we being aware of and integrating into, and also integrating how it will help the local community as well as their family. And then being aware of the travel limitations. Many of all of our villages are only accessible by small plane, so weather is always a factor if we can get people in and out. And we also have patients that are very afraid of flying, so they won't come into the bigger hospitals. So that's again where we utilize telehealth a lot. We can go to the next slide.
Before you go to the next one, I want one other thing about the subsistence lifestyle that Chandra brought up to me when we were talking about this presentation is, can you bring up sometimes your timelines for rehab are determined by what they have to do?
Oh, yeah. So very much there is a definite time for fishing. You know, you got to get the salmon when they're running. And that's, you know, they use that to feed themselves and their dogs year round. So they're not looking to get a surgery done that's going to, like a knee or a rotator cuff repair, that's going to take them out in the late summer. So a lot of our actual rehab is being done in the winter. And people are getting surgeries during the worst times of weather because they need to be ready for the subsistence time.
And you know, we think about that in subsistence, but you look at it, some of the other places where we work, where there may be some religious or other restrictions that, you know, if we think somebody needs a surgery, it may be held off. So that puts the onus on us as therapists to make sure that we're at least giving them what they need to stay functional in preparation of that surgery, because they have to wait for whatever the reason is. Right. All right. Next slide.
Yes.
So this is Dr. Berger said earlier, when Samaritans first went in, they go in with their burn care module, and obviously burn care is a very specific field, and has a lot of equipment requirements, non-durable medical equipment requirements for that rehabilitation. But we put this slide in here because wanted to make sure that everyone understands that this can be done. Physical therapy can be done anywhere, excuse me. And it doesn't take a lot of equipment. As I showed you the picture earlier when I was in Iraq, I basically traveled with a portable massage table and a backpack, and that was all I had. That was the entire cube of my my equipment, and most of it was this. At the end of the day, those last two bullets are the most important things that you carry with you when you're going into these situations. It's your hand skills, which obviously you have to develop before you go, and then your brain, being able to think through complex situations, diagnostic issues without the help of modern technology or diagnostic equipment. Go ahead, Chandra.
I just wanted to add is also the attitude and the ability to be flexible. Like, we all know what the evidence-based is and what gold standard is, but sometimes you have to throw that out the window and go, what's best for the patient and what we're able to get.
Okay, are you guys still hearing us? Anybody?
Yep.
Hello? Michelle, can you hear us?
Yeah. It looks like some can.
Yeah, it looks like some people can hear us. All right, next.
We can hear you.
Okay, next slide. All right, this is just one of my favorite pictures. War is not always bad, but thank you all very much, and Chandra, thank you very much for giving us your expertise. These slides are available. If anyone has questions, we're easy to reach. And at this point, we'll open up for questions.
So you mentioned that there's a breakdown between the step 2 and step 4, those being surgery and then rehab, and that leading to more complications later on. And I was wondering if you suspect that's an issue of educating medics or if it's an issue of time and resources. And have you surveyed medics on the ground regarding that?
When you mean roll 1, roll 2, and roll 4?
Yeah.
The answer to your question to all of it is yes. I mean, it's multifactorial what causes delays. Some of it is transport time. Some of it is provider knowledge. I think the big thing they're getting out of Ukraine, and you heard it in the slides multiple times, is improper use of tourniquets. The improper use of tourniquets, if they never go back and say, hey, you guys are leaving these on too long and they're resulting in amputations, the medics never know that what they're doing is causing problems. So I've never had a time where we pulled medics, but I have had multiple instances where I've sat down with surgeons and we've talked through what they did at the roll 2 or the roll 3. And then we discuss how that affects what we can do at the roll 4, which is the definitive rehabilitation.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Stuart and Chandra, for your time and the wonderful presentation. It doesn't look like we have any questions online, but if anyone does come up with additional questions or concerns later on, they're available via email or reach out to us. For the next presentation, we have Lieutenant Anjali Sero, who is now officially Dr. Sero as of early this week. Lieutenant Sero has been an occupational therapist for right around 10 years. She is also a naval reservist and has had a number of different military-related opportunities, to include spending some time on the U.S. Navy ship Mercy. And I do believe she is going to be presenting on her experience with that.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the introduction. Today, I'll be talking about an experience that I had working with patients in Vietnam while briefly attached as a reservist to the USNS Mercy during a humanitarian mission. Next slide. So I'll start just by introducing you to the role of rehab, particularly my role as an occupational therapist on the humanitarian mission. And then I will list some considerations for treatment specific to the setting and culture that I encountered in Vietnam. And finally, provide you with examples of real cases that I saw during this mission and how we implemented therapy without a lot of resources there. Really, my ultimate hope, and I'm glad that Mr. Campbell pointed this out as well, is that you see as rehabilitation practitioners that the things that we're doing every day, regardless of the setting that we're in, actually apply to low resource environments, and we can use the exact same skills and equipment because our equipment needs really are less. Next slide. So Pacific Partnership is the mission that I was on. It's a humanitarian mission that runs every 1 to 2 years. It's a fairly large operation with multiple partner nations, including both military and civilian organizations that get involved with us. We were aboard the USNS Mercy, although we were also primarily land-based, and I'll talk about that. But in terms of rehab staff, there was just one occupational therapist, that was myself. There were 2 PTs, one physical therapist, one who was active duty stationed on the ship and on the full extent of the mission, and then one reservist who was just in Vietnam, as well as I was just in Vietnam as well. And then we had 2 active duty corpsmen, one who was trained as an occupational therapy assistant and one who was trained as a physical therapy assistant. So 2 additional hands that we had to assist us as well. The objectives of Pacific Partnership, really the primary goal is to provide necessary healthcare services while equipping the local healthcare professionals to perform the same interventions that we're providing. But we're also performing this mission to maintain our own military readiness in the case of disaster, so natural disasters or any kind of crisis response. It keeps our skills up and keeps us ready to go. And we also support diplomacy and continued partnership with these other nations. And specific to Vietnam, we're offering a positive military presence as U.S. military personnel because most of these, especially in the smaller areas, most of these locals haven't encountered U.S. military personnel since the Vietnam War. So their perceptions of us are very negative. So we were instructed specifically, we're going to be in uniform the whole time to provide that positive presence and to alter that perception of the U.S. military. Next slide. You probably wouldn't expect this. I didn't either, but my primary role was actually part of the dermatology team, which whenever you look at this list here, it all makes sense, especially with presentations you've seen earlier, is that a large part of what they were doing was treating burns, so specifically burn scars. So this is not the acute treatment of burns, but the aftermath. So I was there to provide treatment and education on continued scar management, especially for hypertrophic and keloid scars, but I would also provide treatment for new burns if those came up and educate on wound care. When I got there, though, I ended up joining multiple teams. So we all know there's this kind of magic that happens when a medical team really views intervention as a team approach. And I believe, and of course saw this in action, that magic becomes a little bit stronger when you have limited resources because you're thinking so much more creatively. You're pulling at every resource and every member of the team in order to meet your patient needs, which I love so much. But that's what happened here. So I worked with the orthopedics team, mostly addressing congenital limb deformities and talking about conservative approaches and adaptations or modifications that we can make for those patients. But also I worked with upper extremity injuries such as wrist fractures and a little bit with consulting with joint replacements. I provided a lot of education on neurological rehab and even joined the team on consultation days, which is more of a primary care setting. And that's where we provided more education and kind of basic approaches to conditions like lymphedema, chronic pain, or other things related to aging, such as caregiving, body mechanics, safety for family members. as we learned what the trends in care were, we were also able to develop handout kind of last minute, and then we had medical students available to us who were able to interpret or translate some of our handouts into the Vietnamese language so that our patients could take that education home with them, especially since a lot of them were actually coming from quite a distance and wouldn't have been back with us. Next slide. And this is really what our treatment setting was like. We had our hospital ship, but most of our work was done at the local hospitals. I personally visited 3 hospitals, all of which were further into the city. Many of the hospitals had open air treatment facilities, no air conditioning in the July heat and humidity, not a lot of privacy. We were very limited on supplies, of course. We were limited to what was on board the ship. And since I was the only OT on the mission and I joined the mid-trip, I wasn't there for any opportunities as far as ordering supplies or stocking, all of that kind of stuff. But most of our patients were seen locally anyway, and we weren't able to kind of, lug a lot of equipment off the ship regardless. So it kind of either way, whether or not we had those resources, we knew that we were going to be working with what we could carry. We actually weren't even allowed to dock in Vietnam. So our ship was still out in the water. It was anchored. And so we had to take a water taxi that was about 30 to 45-minute ride. It was real small to the land. And then we had a small bus or like a van that would take us about an hour ride into the city. And there were a lot of people trying to fit on that. So again, we were limited on space. So we took what we could carry. But we did have drugstores in the community that occasionally we could use for small supplies like bandages or even over-the-counter medications. Next slide. We had to tailor our treatment to the hospital. So some of those hospitals that we were in were more conservative, holistic, traditional in nature, not really looking for surgical interventions. They wanted the more conservative approach that therapy typically provides. But we also had some that were a little bit more modern, and we were seeing patients post-surgically. We also had governmental barriers. Last minute, for example, there was a decision from the government that they wouldn't allow our healthcare providers to be credentialed, so we couldn't actually provide healthcare services in these communities. So that was where we took a pause. Our first 1 to 2 days, we were waiting kind of hour by hour, getting updates from our ambassador about when we were going to be able to provide services. And we were able to get to that point and build that relationship up, which was really wonderful. Another issue was pain management. They don't use a lot of pain medicines in Vietnam, so we had to advocate often for post-surgical pain management. And when those medications weren't being used, our tendency, of course, was to be a little bit more gentle in our approaches, while a lot of them had this push-through approach. And so they were like gung-ho and ready to go regardless. So it was a little bit harder of a balance for us. Of course, we also had a lot of ground to cover and a lot of patients to see. So in those circumstances, with our time constraints, a lot of what we did was education, which if you think about some of these other approaches you've been hearing about during the symposium, education is really a big piece to promote that compliance and that independence whenever we can't, in our absence. So whenever we can't be there hands-on with them, they have things that they can do and feel empowered to be independent with their treatment, as well as the healthcare providers that we're training and or cross-training to provide that extra education so others can pursue treatment. With education opportunities, of course, come a lot of eager learners. As you can see in the photo on the screen, we were surrounded by healthcare providers at all times who were all trying to learn as much as they could, which was amazing. But we also didn't have trained interpreters. Our interpreters were volunteers, which was amazing. They were local medical students who did their best to interpret for us, but it wasn't a perfect system, of course. So we also had Google Translate. That can be a wonderful tool. None of those options are ever going to be 100% or perfect, but they definitely work when you need to communicate. And we were able to get the gist across, especially with hands-on interventions. I mentioned previously that many of our patients were also coming from quite a distance. So word was spread that we were coming and providing free healthcare services. So people rode trains and bikes and walked to come see us. But for a lot of these individuals and families, this was really a one-time deal. They wouldn't be back for any kind of follow-up. We were warned about compliance that could be low, and that word compliance tends to have a little bit of a connotation to it. It's not necessarily by choice, but usually by lack of education. So we had to make sure we didn't overwhelm them with too much information or too many steps to the things that they were doing. So we tried to choose interventions that were simple, they're easy to understand, that we could demonstrate to them in the moment, and also that would do very little harm. And just as a side note, all of their rehab specialists are like kind of generalized or physiotherapists. And so they didn't even have a word in their vocabulary for occupational therapy, which made it kind of fun to frame our scope of practice for them. Next slide. So I'm just going to go through a few case studies. I have 4 of them. It's just cases that I actually saw in, while I was on the Mercy or while I was working on land with their team. Next slide. The first case was a 7-year-old female. She's actually in this photo. This was in a news article, so family gave permission to share this. She's that little girl in yellow pants. So she had, this was a burn case. She had had these burns for several years, and they were starting to see issues as she was growing and developing. They were limiting her mobility. But the greatest concern for the family with her scarring was that it was extending over the right breast, which for their culture, both beauty and functional purposes, was creating a lot of concern for her parents. So they wanted to pursue treatment. There was, of course, there was concern, as there often were in this culture with burns, for domestic violence. And we were instructed that we weren't allowed to question anything, which is a very different approach to what we take in the US. It's not something that we could question or pursue any kind of intervention for. So we had to take more of a love them in the moment kind of approach. And so that's what we did. We addressed the family's concerns and the patient's concerns. And what happened was this patient received an extensive laser procedure under anesthesia, which, if you aren't aware of what that is, our dermatologists who are on board perform this procedure where a laser creates perforations in the scar. So if you think about a piece of fabric, just standard fabric, if you try to pull it and stretch it, it usually doesn't have a lot of stretch to it. But if you get a fabric that has a lot of holes in it, so think about something that's crocheted, that piece of fabric, that material is a lot more stretchy. It can go in different directions and you can mobilize it a lot better. So that's what they do whenever they're performing this procedure, is they create holes and perforations in the skin, in those scars, so that they can stretch better. And when you do that, it creates a great opportunity for therapy to come in, because we can initiate range of motion, work on smoothing out the scars, and promote release of contractures as that tension is released from the tough skin of those scars, that scar tissue. Since we only saw them for a day, though, my focus was primarily on education. So again, I had handouts interpreted in their language and taught them how to use household items to break down scar tissue. I was also there in the OR to do all of the post-procedural wound care and wrapping. So whenever I was doing, wrapping with their bandages after the procedure, which was, of course, primarily for wound care purposes and prevention of infection, I was using approaches that promoted joint mobility. So if you've never heard of those types of approaches, one example is over the elbow for this patient. I used an X with the bandages. So instead of wrapping fully around with a circular motion around the joint, I created an X on the inside of the joint, which makes the joint more mobile. That was one of the kind of little approaches too, that then we could train the local physicians who are going to be performing these interventions after we left with their own equipment on the ways that they could wrap so these patients who are leaving and going out into the community have a little bit more mobility. Next slide. Our next case was this sweet 4-year-old with congenital torticollis. Family had been to multiple providers in the past who tried to treat her, but the family had difficulty following through with the interventions and with things like braces and splints, of course, and didn't have a lot of education. So when she saw us, it was very severe because this had been 4 years of development, and she was in such far lateral flexion that her ear was touching her shoulder and she was unable to bring it back to neutral position. So our amazing surgeons who were with us, they agreed to perform a sternocleidomastoid release, which essentially means they would cut the muscle on the side of the neck to decrease that tension and tightness and then help her return to neutral position. But they didn't have access to the ideal brace, or really any brace, for after surgery, which would ordinarily be something like a Dynapro, if you know what that is. It's like a sturdy padded brace that goes along the side of the head and neck and onto the shoulder. So they contacted me and said, what do you got? Can you make something? I said, I don't have much, but I'll make something work. So let's do it. And really, I only had scraps for splinting material. I didn't have a full sheet of thermoplastic. I didn't have a splint pan. I didn't even have scissors to cut thermoplastic. But I did make it work. I went to one of those community drugstores and found some scissors. I actually got some moleskin there as well. And then some of our physicians were staying on land in a hotel. So I borrowed a tea kettle from one of the hotels there to heat up water, and then used a stainless steel bowl that was available in the hospital to pour the water into. And that became my splint pan. So we made things work, and I was able to create a splint for her. That small picture on the bottom shows the thermoplastic covered in the moleskin. The picture next to that is in surgery. One of the staff at the local hospital, they came in and wanted to use the soft collar, the C collar that you see in the photo. So we used the thermoplastic splint and then initially placed that splint over. But what happened was, you could see, especially as she came out and starting waking up, that even though it helped with the lateral flexion, it wasn't doing enough for the rotation. We needed to prevent that the extensive rotation as well that she was getting. So, and the family, likewise, whenever we came out, they actually removed the C-collar right away because they were nervous about something being around her neck, which is understandable. You don't want to see your child looking like that. So what we did was we made some modifications again. So I had some extra material, and I created something on the lateral side that extended from that initial piece of thermoplastic, and got some straps, just these wide straps. Again, I didn't have full straps, but we had enough that fit around. So that opened up one side of her neck to make the family feel more comfortable with the approach that we were using. And in the end, we actually got straps around to where it looked a little bit more similar to something like the Dynapro. So in the end, we made it work. We educated the family, and we used we didn't have to use a whole lot of splinting material. We were able to do something that was functional that everyone felt comfortable with. Then, as with all the cases, the focus was really on education and on what the family was going to do after the hospitalization. So I took the time. I had one of the interpreters with me who did a wonderful job, and we did some training time. So worked on the stretches and on the exercises that the parents would be able to do with their child. We had them practice on themselves. So they knew what the movements felt like. And then we had them practice on her after her pain was managed. She was one of the patients that we had to advocate a lot for pain medication. Next slide. Next, we have a 5-year-old male with syndactyly of the right hand, which means that his second and third digits were fused together since birth. We had another brilliant physician who performed the release surgery. And again, I was asked prior to the surgery about splinting. This was after the torticollis procedure, so I'd already used most of my splinting material at that time. So we're working with limited materials. They originally wanted a full hand splint to protect the whole hand after surgery, but I didn't have the materials for that. And really, the more I thought about it, I actually realized it wasn't necessary because we were doing wound care with with wrapping supplies. So I spoke with the surgeon, presented my idea as an alternative option, and we made it work and we both loved it. Really, we gave the patient just this small like V-splint in the web space, which separated the digits, but it promoted greater function and it didn't block the eyepiece for mobilization. So it was better in the end. We used fewer resources. And really, that's kind of one of these opportunities where you realize that when you have to be creative, you might actually be ending, or your outcome might actually be something that's better for your patient versus had those greater supplies been available to us, and we wouldn't have realized that the challenge ended up in a benefit for our patient with something more functional. Next slide. Last case here is a 60-year-old male, or around 60 years old. He had a stroke, and I didn't know the details of his stroke or his treatment course, only that it resulted in residual left-sided weakness and a pretty significant left shoulder subluxation. So this was another case where it was a lot of education and a lot of training to the staff. They actually requested training on CIMT, constraint-induced movement therapy. For those who aren't aware, CIMT is where you are blocking the patient from using their strong side. So their unaffected side is usually wrapped, or it's placed in a sling, or it's placed in something that, even though it's the unaffected side, patients are very tempted to use that hand naturally instead of the other hand. So we block them from using that hand to force them, that's a strong word, but to promote use of the affected side. So it encourages them to use it more, which then creates more therapeutic use to develop and send all those neurological signals and to develop stronger use of that hand. So they had asked for education on that, and we provided training to the staff primarily on what that looks like in a clinical environment. It wasn't necessarily appropriate for this patient for the most part, but we were able to implement small principles from CIMT with that patient. And then they used that education for other clients that they had. But we did train a lot on joint approximation. One of the biggest things that we saw was when they're doing passive range of motion, they weren't aware of how to approximate the joint to lessen pain and also promote like that proprioceptive input that can strengthen at the glenohumeral joint. And then we talked about different ways to perform ADLs. We did one-handed ADL approaches, so getting dressed, tying shoes, all of those sorts of things that often go missed is just those everyday life activities. And then we did edema management and protective sleep positioning specifically for this patient. What we were hoping to accomplish out of that is to kind of reduce the length of stay. A lot of these patients that are coming in with long-term illnesses or conditions end up being in the hospital for an extended period of time. And we're talking about over a year, because if they would go back home, they wouldn't be getting the same therapeutic services. Here they continue to get their therapy throughout their entire hospitalization, and then they don't really have like an outpatient type of setting for therapy. So everything's just inpatient. So by providing some of these approaches and interventions, our hope is that we can provide education to help people be more independent at home, to return back to their communities and their families and the things that are meaningful to them, the same way that we do in our standard treatment here. Next slide. And then just one other thing that I wanted to talk about was congenital limb deformities. That's something that the community there needed a lot of education on, or were seeking a lot of education on, but I didn't necessarily see specific patients for this. So what I did with them was teach them about household items that they can use, or very low cost free items that they could use to promote function. So we talked about how, in some of these pictures, you can see you can cut a shampoo bottle and now you have an extension. It's that extension of the faucet, so it comes out further if you can't reach all the way in. We had foam that was wrapped around a door handle. So if you don't have the grasp to turn the door handle, now you can just push and it acts more like a lever. Talked about built-up handles, how you can just wrap pretty much anything around it, anything from a drugstore. And then basically the creation of things like universal cuff or a handle, how you can use hair ties instead of at the bottom right there. Those are ones that you can buy, but you can use a hair tie and just wrap it around the handle of something so they can hold on to it if they have poor grasp. These are just some examples, but really what I was trying to engage in the professionals there is how you can modify activities, encourage independence, allow the struggle a little bit so that the learning promotes this that sense of achievement that helps you to continue working toward those functional goals and ultimately increasing participation in whatever's meaningful to them. Next slide. And then I mentioned some of these really briefly when I was talking about our approach in primary care when I was meeting with patients for things like lymphedema and chronic pain. This is just a real quick list of some of the things that we did there and some of what the focus was. A big piece there was chronic pain, and PT and OT. We both work together a lot with patients on that. And the last slide is just for any questions or comments.
I have a quick question, if I can ask. So you mentioned before advocating for pain medicine and introducing pain medicine in cultures that aren't used to basically taking pain meds. And we haven't gotten a chance to talk about the role of analgesics in rehab, which I think is important. But I was wondering if in your program where you did advocate for that, how did you manage ensuring that you're not introducing addiction or a host of other issues into these different cultures that we're meant to be helping?
Sure, that's a great question. And I honestly didn't have a large role there. Our medical providers were the ones advocating for pain medication primarily. I think a strong benefit in terms of the question you're asking is that these medications aren't just available in the general community. They really are for inpatient stays and procedures, which provides a little bit more control from the medical provider point of view. But the advocacy that we were providing was post-surgical in a very acute phase, because our patients, including the 4-year-old in torticollis, they didn't even provide pain medication after her surgery of the sternocleidomastoid release. So ours was more advocacy in terms of acute procedures and after care. But I would imagine that having the control by those interventions being available only in inpatient stay, it makes it quite a bit of a difference in terms of addiction.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much for having me.
Thank you, Anjali. All right, now we are going to be taking a quick break. We have time slotted. Actually, yeah. Let's take a 10-minute break and have everyone come on back by 14:46. Thank you.
Even your poll?
I am easy.
many are on your panel? Okay, can you do that? Good. Are you?
I'm frozen.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we can definitely request it.
Yeah. Decent spatial ones.
Another table.
I don't know if we have.
Do you have? As long as the person. Five.
One,
I have
two.
six. If you have six, you definitely need the table.
You have another table? Yeah, we can snap one from, I'll put that one from, San Antonio.
From 10, okay,
Oh,
yeah.
it's so cold. I did have to put the heat on. Though.
Yeah.
It's freezing.
Are you Mon? I'm Margot.
I'm Shannon.
Oh,
Hey,
hey.
nice to meet
How are
you.
you?
Yes, I know.
Nice to meet you.
Someone from your email.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate all of your patience and
Oh, no,
flexibility.
not at all, not at all. Thank you. Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, I'm glad it worked out really well. I mean,
Oh, did she give her presentation already? Oh, so we missed it.
Oh, yeah, where was it?
I thought it was after based on the.
She's on the panel as well, but it was earlier.
That's what I thought, and then, but on the one that we have it, they have it at 2:30. So the agenda that I have says 2:30, so I was like, no,
no,
we missed it.
That's okay. We recorded it.
Oh, okay.
We're getting another table.
Yeah, oh, okay. Then initially I thought that I was like, oh, I think they're replacing the time that Dr. Howe was. They
There
did this
were-
morning, but then you didn't. hear
Yeah,
that.
there were a couple, because he was asked to hear the flight earlier, so
Right.
there were a lot of like random.
Adjustments.
Yeah.
Okay, because I was like, oh, we're here to support, but okay. That's
Yeah,
fine.
no,
We'll
you're
see the
good.
panel.
Yeah, and then we also,
And then we got the handheld up here. Okay, great.
We got these in a particular order.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. So I got one, up from the podium, 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's go.
no, you're good, you're good.
You said you need.
Oh, I'll show you. I mean, I'll.
Right now. We're trying to they're wireless.
They were on
Check,
hold,
1, 2.
and they all-
Yeah, we're gonna charge them all day.
Yeah.
Right now.
All right, we're good.
Oh, thank you. Oh, really? You guys might get so I don't. It's good thing that I just get you now. I was gonna do it. I know that. Like, yeah. Well, so right.
Welcome back from our quick break, everyone. Our next presentation is another pre-recorded video, and it will be a presentation that was completed by Kara Navarro, who is a recreational therapist. She's been working at Walter Reed for the last 14 years and specializes in providing recreational therapy services to service members who are injured or ill and need to re-engage with community.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Kara Navarro. I'm a certified therapeutic recreation specialist. My specialty areas are in adapted sports, community access, aquatic therapy, and military resources, post-injury illness or trauma. Today, I'll be discussing community-based rehabilitation and how community-based recreational therapy plays a role, what it is, why it matters, and how we can apply it to better support individuals in their community. Next slide. As you see the disclaimer, please note before we begin. Next slide. Today's session will focus on these three main objectives: understand the concept of community-based recreational therapy and its key principles and goals in promoting physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Identify and explain a key theoretical framework used in the provision of recreational therapy services. Demonstrate how the leisure well-being framework guides therapeutic interventions in community settings. Next slide. The definition published by the WHO in their community-based rehabilitation guidelines for the community-based rehab. It's a community-driven approach to enhance quality of life for people with disabilities. It promotes inclusion, participation, and contribution to society. It aims to maximize physical and mental abilities to access to services. Next slide. Community-based recreational therapy, or CBRT, is about using leisure and recreation within everyday community settings to help people improve their well-being. It's therapeutic, goal-oriented, and emphasizes on real-life participation. The holistic wellness, physical, emotional, cognitive, social, and spiritual. We start with the assessment, treatment planning, implement personalized interventions, and focus on the long-term sustainable outcomes. Next slide. It uses leisure in real-world settings to promote physical, cognitive, emotional, social, and spiritual well-being, focusing on the daily living and community access. It serves individuals with physical disabilities, older adults, individuals with psychiatric disorders, pediatric patients, youth at risk, people with developmental disabilities, brain injuries, individuals with cognitive disabilities, and individuals with behavioral health needs, and of course, veterans and our military. Ideally, community-based recreational therapy can take place in community centers, hospitals, schools, inpatient and outpatient mental health facilities, skilled nursing and assisted living facilities, sports programs, substance use programs, and correctional facilities. Although, with a limited resource environment, these areas may be modified to what's available. This is the importance of knowing what the community has to offer in order to facilitate effectively. Next slide. Here we have the leisure and well-being model. We're going to explore the leisure and well-being model, a framework that highlights the vital role of leisure in enhancing holistic health and quality of life. This model emphasizes how leisure activities, when aligned with individual strengths, interests, and cultural contexts, can foster physical, emotional, social, and cognitive well-being. In the context of community-based rehabilitation, the leisure well-being model serves as a powerful tool to promote inclusion, empowerment, and social participation. By incorporating structured and meaningful leisure opportunities into community-based rehab programs, we can support individuals with disabilities or those recovering from illness in reclaiming a sense of identity, building social connections, and enhancing overall well-being. This approach aligns with the community-based rehabilitation matrix, particularly within the health, education, and social components, offering a holistic, person-centered strategy that respects local contexts and prioritizes community engagement. This model goes beyond just solving problems. It focuses on building positive emotions, strength, and long-term growth. It's rooted in positive psychology and the idea of working with the whole person. Resolving problems isn't enough. Personal growth and positive effect are key. The model shows how recreational therapy is not just about fun activities. It's about building life tools and creating meaningful and lasting change. Next slide, please. We shift the focus from what's wrong to what's strong. This model emphasizes abilities over disabilities and helps clients build meaningful lives. The components of the recreational therapy service delivery are broken down into enhancing the leisure experience through areas of savoring leisure, authentic leisure, leisure gratification, mindful leisure, virtuous leisure. Then this leads into the area of developing resources, which are divided into 5 domains: psychological, social, cognitive, physical, environmental. The outcome pathway is improving leisure experiences and resources, which leads to positive affect, emotion, and experience. Next slide. The short-term goals from this model is to encourage people to enjoy leisure. We're savoring leisure and enjoying the moment. Midterm, we're cultivating hope, engagement, social connection, and community involvement. This is done through the experience. It places great importance on experiencing leisure to develop resources and well-being. Next slide. Long-term goals, we're developing habits and personal identity through leisure activities and emotional resources. Reaching that well-being with helping the patient reach a state of satisfaction, productive life engagement, and realization of one's full potential, physically, cognitively, and socially. And the final goal, cultivating an expression of one's self-potential. Healthy habits and Be Your Best Self are comprehensive programs in this model. They build skills in emotion regulation, mindfulness, competence, and autonomy, the key to long-term recovery and well-being. Next slide, please. We'll discuss the components of leisure and the importance to meet the goals identified in the leisure well-being model. So we have sports and recreation to improve physical and mental health, for powerful tools for skill development, helping individuals grow physically and socially. Next slide. And the participation breaks down the stigma and promotes inclusion. Recreation empowers individuals, increasing confidence, self-esteem, and motivation. Next slide. Many people we know face barriers in one or many areas listed here. Utilizing the leisure and well-being model within recreational therapy services allows for individuals to feel comfortable addressing these areas. There are many barriers to leisure, recreation, and sport. We have access to equipment, transportation, communication with those in need, and access to resources. Recognizing these is the first step to addressing them. In different areas, like some of the VAs, where we are in a rural setting, the creativity that has to happen to address these individuals in need has to come into play so they have access to the services they need. Next slide, please. Some more challenges listed. We face systemic challenges, limited community resources, adaptive needs, lack of accessible facilities. But the right strategies, we can overcome them. These barriers exist within recreational therapy programs. And we have built resources for use of telehealth to access some of our participants, like veterans or other community programs that have lost their facilities and or equipment. Next slide. Community-based rehabilitation programs use donor resources to gain access to necessary sports equipment and often tailoring the rehab activity to the environmental barriers faced after disasters like flooding or fires. Community programs rely on the access, and when it's eliminated, the providers have to have that creativity, and that's how they survive. Connection is if the success depends on the community involvement and that community connection. Using local resources, low cost effective approaches, and culturally relevant strategies can go a long way. Next slide, please. When overcoming challenges, there are strategies of continuous evaluation, adaptability, collaboration, and client feedback. Addressing these areas are vital to creating programs and rebuilding access. We need flexible, community-informed solutions that reflect the realities of those we serve. The future directions need to include expanding access to recreational therapy, research into cost-effective practices, and advocacy. Next slide, please. Here are some of the program examples: adapted sports, arts, animal-assisted learning, community mobility training. All are designed to meet a variety of goals, abilities, and interests. And we utilize these when implementing the leisure wellbeing model to provide these services. Next slide, please. The benefits of community-based recreational therapy are extensive. Enhanced physical and mental health, social skills, community connection, and empowerment through meaningful activity. Next slide, please. To wrap up, we'll talk about how the community-based recreational therapy supports broader rehabilitation goals. By applying the leisure wellbeing model and leveraging community resources, we can provide sustainable, personalized programs that help individuals thrive. Thank you for attending today, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
All right, well, I'd like to introduce and welcome Lieutenant Colonel John Umlauf, who's going to be speaking about musculoskeletal ultrasound in deployed setting. So Lieutenant Colonel John Umlauf, who has, I understand, 2 more weeks of terminal leave. He previously served as an associate professor and the director of curriculum for the Army Baylor University doctoral program in physical therapy. Not only is he board certified in orthopedics, a fellow of the American Academy of Orthopedic Manual Physical Therapy, but he's also certified in diagnostic musculoskeletal ultrasound. So with all of his experience over a decade in diagnostic ultrasound, musculoskeletal ultrasound, he's trained medical professionals across the DoD. And as he is transitioning out of his military service, he joined the faculty at the George Washington University 6 weeks ago, and in the Doctor of Physical Therapy program as a core faculty member. Please welcome John Umlauf.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Is there a button? Okay. There we go. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here and be talking to you about musculoskeletal ultrasound. Anyone knows me, it's kind of my thing I like probably talking about the most. I've been training in the DoD world for probably going on 8 to 9 years, musculoskeletal ultrasound, just traveling around the world. So it's a big passion of mine. And, you know, this kind of being, I guess, not in uniform, but I'm still on active duty. It's my last active duty, probably talk, which is pretty exciting. So thank you. So I don't have any disclosures. I deal with a lot with different vendors, but they don't pay me anything to represent them. I'll be sharing a couple of devices and happy to talk about ultrasounds, but I don't get any financial, I don't have any disclosures or conflicts of interest. So military service members do a lot of active activities, and they do get injured. They do seek medical care. A lot of those end up in medical evaluation or evacuations. And when you compare disease, non-battle injuries to battle injuries, DMBIs usually far exceed battle injuries when it comes at a cost of medical evacuations. And this really, you can go back through history, pretty much any conflict. And when you look at surges, when we expect more battle injuries, we actually get a lot more non-battle injuries as well. A large percentage of those non-battle injuries are musculoskeletal complaints. And actually, when you look at when they're evacuated, that a good amount of those that end up going to outpatient in medical evacuated, a good percentage of them are returned without any limitations. So, you know, one of the big questions, are we medevacing people to higher levels of care that maybe could stay in the fight? When you look at kind of the traditional, strategic, operational, tactical environment, to the right is the far forward line. You know, role 3, CASH, usually where we get advanced imaging, and where we have the point of care, I'm a physical therapist, so our physical therapist work is that role 2, and we don't really have advanced imaging there. And that's kind of where we have this gap, where if they need advanced imaging or make decisions, they're usually med-evacuated to a higher level care where they do have those imaging capabilities. And we expect in the future that the battlefield be nonlinear and more complex, making medical evacuations a lot more challenging. So musculoskeletal ultrasound, where does that fit? Right now, most time for orthopedic conditions, we're making decisions with subjective, objective, and orthopedic special tests. And generally, when you look at the research and evidence on special tests, they're very limited as far as their clinical utility. And I always like to say, colleague of mine, you could look at a box, you could shake a box, or you could just open the box and look inside. And that's really what ultrasound helps you do. And so where we think about it as the providers in the far forward environment, it'll be used more as a point of care tool. And that's what I'm kind of like, I promote to physical therapists and other providers to use it. So what I mean by a point of care tool is it's used at the bedside by the providers treating them and not by a separate provider or radiologist. And so still expect that, good amount of diagnostic information is provided by the patient interaction and the history. We use tests and measures to get additional information. And really that ultrasound is that last little bit of information to provide some more diagnostic clarity. There's been a lot of advances in technology. If we ask people about 10 years ago, why are they not using ultrasound? It's because the devices are prohibitively expensive. But these advances from, a traditional cart-based system to these handhelds that we have, and there's a lot of them. There's one of them, but this fits in your, no one's ever seen one, fits in your pocket. It's very light. This actually has 2 probes. This is another one where it's not even a pound, and it can just plug into a tablet or a phone. And these are extremely lightweight and can go with you pretty much anywhere. And what I mean by the cost reducing, expect the machine on the left to cost roughly $50,000 and the machine on the right to cost $5,000. So still expensive, but that big of a difference is pretty significant. They are not all created equal. I would say there's a couple good publications that compare all the different handheld portables. I've used probably most of them and tested them out. And when it comes to musculoskeletal care, all of them are not capable of really providing high image clarity for diagnostic musculoskeletal ultrasound. And so these are, again, some good publications on the ease of use of the interfaces and the image quality they provide. Usually they're comparing EFAST exams, but I would say they're pretty good when it comes to comparing for like musculoskeletal care. Now, if we reduce the barrier of the device, which I can speak to you from the Army side, I've been on a working group probably for the last, I think like 5 or 6 years, that's selecting the specific device that will go into the TCMC set. So think of every battalion having now access to a portable ultrasound. You can look it up online. The contract's been granted, so it is a matter of when, not if, these handheld portables, at least in the Army, are going to be accessible by providers, so they are coming. But providing the device, if you don't provide training, it's basically just going to sit in that box. And so we do have this, how do you train someone from I have the device to actually using it? And I've been spending probably the last 4 or 5 years trying to research that question. And in general, you know, how do you go from novice to competent and independent is, you know, a certain amount of didactic training. And what good that can do to someone is probably provide them the knowledge on indications, contraindications, but indications for musculoskeletal ultrasound, basically just knowledge of it. But it's such a high psychomotor skill acquisition needs to occur that there needs to be a large percentage of hands-on training to get over the complexities, especially when it comes to musculoskeletal ultrasound. When you compare it to like an exam like an EFAS exam, abdominal structures are very large. There's not nearly as many acoustic windows that you need to acquire. But in simply a shoulder evaluation, usually you need at least 11 images or 11 views to really do a good shoulder exam, and some will do a lot more views than that. So there is a lot of hands-on time. Musculoskeletal structures are small. A lot of them are oblique. You know, our human body is not a perfect square, unfortunately, so there's a lot of challenges. And then after they get those hands-on training, usually probably like a CME course or even on-the-job training, there needs to be a period of monitored usage. This is what we recommend for the training to actually transfer to clinical practice. And again, not just be a skill they went to a weekend course and doesn't actually result in clinical changes. And how much monitored usage, how do you actually acquire that? That's the biggest challenge that we're seeing in the Army, is how do we get people mentors and preceptors so they can get enough practice, mentorship, and precepting to become independent and competent. I always get this question about artificial intelligence and ultrasound. Why don't we just develop artificial intelligence? I would tell you I've been working probably, this is a poster we put out, I think 4 or 5 years ago at MHSRS, where we initially tried to develop artificial intelligence for bone stress injuries and failed miserably. So we pivoted to plantar fascia and was able to do plantar fascia. It's not that great of a utility. I'm still working with MIT Linking Lab, and we are very, very, very far away from, there's a lot of imaging, there's a lot. So maybe in 25, 50 years, we'll be there. We'll be in Star Trek, or just beep, 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 and it'll tell us. But I would say for musculoskeletal, the end user is a very important person to be able to actually use this training. There is now, you know, we do have internet, and the great thing is most, if not all of these devices have ability to do remote scanning support, meaning, I'll share this, hopefully this displays. So this is just an example. I look very tired in this video because it's like 3 a.m. my time, and it's, I forget what time in Amsterdam. So I was in Texas, and the provider there was in Amsterdam scanning an ankle, and the display. So that these are two bony structures. This works like this. Yeah. These are two bony structures to the left and the right. And you can see in the middle between the two bones, we're looking at the ligament called the ATFL, anterior talofibular ligament. And it looks like a black line kind of in between it. And so what I'm doing, I'm coaching her how to align the ultrasound probe and then how to apply some stress. And you can see when she stresses it, there's separation of that tissue. Sorry, I can't highlight. Does everyone kind of see a big black area gets larger? And so able to kind of coach her through that and confirm a complete ligamentous tear, again, while I was in Texas and she was in Amsterdam on a patient that was looking to play a high level sport there that day. So we actually have done, I wanted to share this kind of a pilot study we did where we equipped and trained 2 physical therapists on a 6-month deployment and tried to get some feedback on how beneficial it was in a deployed setting. So we took 2 PTs that were assigned to a Role 2, a brigade combat team. They were board certified in orthopedics, so they were experienced PTs, but they didn't have any formal ultrasound experience. The equipment I provided them was this is a V-Scan Air. The benefit of it has dual probes. It's a small footprint for them. And I gave them an iPad for an imaging device and just pretty much put it in a case and said, I'm going to train you on this and you're going to take this with you. Now, there are some issues. I can talk about different ultrasound devices if anyone wants to, but there's some issues with some of these. This connects wirelessly through a Wi-Fi signal, actually not Bluetooth, but it puts out its own Wi-Fi. So you can imagine if you don't want to be putting out a signal, you probably don't want to, you're in a combat zone, you don't want to be using that. You want to use probably something more tethered to the device that can work completely offline. So after giving the equipment, they received equipment training, received 40 hours of in-person synchronous hands-on training that covered all the major body regions: shoulder, elbow, wrist, hand, hip, knee, and foot and ankle. And then they were provided asynchronous support via like videos, so they can practice scanning. I made scan along videos so they could practice along with the video of scanning. And then we had some period of imaging review and support, but it was pretty limited because this was kind of just-in-time training right before deployment, kind of thinking about if we were going to have to ramp this up very quickly, what it would look like. And then I gave them a stack of these survey papers and said, after you do a scan, just fill this out. It won't take more than 20, 30 seconds to fill this out and just set it aside in this envelope and bring it back with you when you return from your deployment. And then when they returned, I had them complete some open-ended questions, just trying to get to the benefits and challenges of adding musculoskeletal ultrasound while deployed. Overall, they were between the 2 of them, they returned 68 scan surveys. One of the PTs actually redeployed after 4 months, so there potentially he would have done more, but we only received 68. Their overall confidence was about 70. If anyone wants to talk self-efficacy confidence, I'm happy to do that, but that's pretty much where they were, and it wasn't any, I expected some change over time, but it was pretty consistent, and the variability in their confidence seemed to be more associated with the body region or the structure they were scanning, not time and practice, which kind of makes sense. The most common area they scanned was the foot and ankle, followed by the shoulder and knee. This is pretty typical for musculoskeletal ultrasound, probably the most common area scanned. And these are the more common areas that we see are injured during deployed settings in soldiers. And the indications and the structures that we're looking at were pathology of the ligament and tendon. Those are familiar with musculoskeletal ultrasound. Ultrasound has great diagnostic utility for those structures. So they were using it for these high yield pathologies, followed by muscle, fluid, and bone. And you can see, masses, nerve, cartilage, maybe not as much for musculoskeletal. This is kind of busy slide, but this is just a summary from the European Society of Musculoskeletal Radiology that has a great publication on clinical indications for musculoskeletal ultrasound, and they have it broken down by body region and pathology. Overall, great diagnostic utilities for superficial structures, i.e. muscles, tendons, ligaments. And where it's not good, it's not this great imaging that's going to solve all the world's problems in advanced imaging. You can't image past bones. You can't get really deep structures. So some items, some musculoskeletal structures can't be imaged, or ultrasound's not really has good diagnostic utility for. Most of it's intra-articular things. And then lumbar and spine injuries doesn't really provide great diagnostic utility, not really much anything there. But when we look at the number one reason of the musculoskeletal structure, why people do seek ambulatory care, it is for pain in a joint. So it is still a large percentage of people are coming in with these complaints. So it does have a great utility. When they had them answer, when you did the scan, how did it influence your, were you more confident? They said yes. Almost every single scan they did improved the confidence in their management plan. I think this is pretty typical. If people start using musculoskeletal ultrasound, they feel better about the decisions they're making. One of the interesting things, we asked them, did the results or did the scan influence your decision to evacuate this person from theater? And in 23 cases, they said yes, it did. And 23 out of the 21, they retained. So they medevac 2, and the 2 they did was a full thickness Achilles tear. They actually tried managing it temporarily in theater. I'll talk a little bit more as we have time. With the support of the ortho surgeon, but they couldn't approximate the tissue under ultrasound, so they had to they've actually evacuated them out to get surgery. And the other one was a progressive neurologic disease that they couldn't explain with any other peripheral scanning of the nervous system. And in more than half the cases, they did say their rehab plan changed based off the ultrasound findings. I'll talk about this more, but what are they changing? Generally, they're adjusting their management plan to better align with the degree of severity of the injury. We asked them, what are the benefits? It's pretty consistent between the two PTs. And overall, they said better alignment of the rehab strategies and the confidence in their ability to make a determination to evacuate and retain and inform return to duty decisions. When was someone ready to return? And then enhanced communication. I think this makes sense to anyone that does it in a clinic, that their ability to communicate with the patient and describe to them and help the patient understand what's going on is better. But actually what they were alluding to is their ability to communicate with the command and make better informed communication skills on when the soldier, where they have to be, they have to work in the talk for a little bit, how long do they expect to be out? And then also talking to providers of high echelons of care. So many cases, they took images, contacted a provider at role 4, usually an orthopedic surgeon, and based off what they saw in the images, they were able to collaborate and make this a better informed decision to keep the patient in theater and manage them in theater. So I'll share a couple of those. There are definitely some challenges. The biggest one is training proficiency. They felt confident on big picture diagnoses, large rupture tears, but felt small, diagnosed like small ligaments were much more challenging. They probably need more training for those kind of structures. The device we gave them, it is a handheld portable. The scanning time of these is it's less than 50 minutes. And then the more you use it, the less it gets. So they had access to power supply. They never ran out of power doing a scan. And most times a musculoskeletal scan doesn't take more than like 10, 15 minutes and you can put it back on the charger. But they did say it's almost like more like battery anxiety was what they were describing. So anyone that has a battery powered car, you can kind of relate. And so they're just worried that it might die, but they said it never did while they're doing the scan. And then I would tell you the training I provided them was more traditional musculoskeletal ultrasound training and not specifically for an austere environment. So I did not really tell them that you don't have to use ultrasound gel. There's many other forms that you can use while deployed if you run out of gel. So that's shame on me, but they said they had gel, but they were always worried about getting more access to ultrasound gel. But there are many other things. You can use hand sanitizer if you run out. But that was shame on me. I never even thought to tell them. So I'd like to just share a couple of cases that kind of highlight where I think the benefits are. The first case was the one I was talking about, a full thickness Achilles rupture. And I think most people would say, yeah, you're probably going to get surgery on that. I was surprised when they said they tried to approximate the tissue, and we're talking with the orthopedic surgeon and had them on the line and trying to put them in a boot, but they couldn't. They were not successful. So they actually medevac that individual out, which makes sense. They had another patient that had a UCL rupture, and based off the imaging, they sent the imaging back to an orthopedic surgeon and talked about where the patient is and the different environments that they could actually work in, and they decided to keep the soldier wanted to stay in theater. They retained the soldier in theater, and then when they returned, they actually planned their surgery after that. And so, and then one of these, another one where a soldier fell and had an AC joint injury, but really wasn't clear on the degree of severity of the AC joint injury. And so they were able to use ultrasound to determine the severity of the injury and develop a good rehab program and manage them in theater. And this, they returned without any duty limitations and responded well to rehab. Same thing with a acute rotator cuff. Those that do ultrasound know that ultrasound, it's really good for rotator cuff. There's plenty published on it. So it's like tears, tendinopathies that have a different, whether it's actually good for tendinopathies or not in the rotator cuff. But for acute tears, it's great. Some tears need to go on and get surgery. Some can be managed conservatively. So there was a small rotator cuff tear. They're able to, to anyone that's seen them pretty early, know that they're pretty miserable. Even acute rotator cuff tear is a small one. So they were able to identify the pathology, manage them actually in theater, and they returned without any limitations as well. And so there are absolutely some limitations to this. This is a small sample, single deployment, single unit. So it's not really generalizable outside of this. This study. This should be published in MHSRS soon. They accepted that recently. So there'll be more details there about some of these cases. But I think it definitely is feasible. And, in 40 hours of what we call just-in-time training seem to promote immediate utilization of the ultrasound by PTs. And portable ultrasound is capable of augmenting PT practice rather than just be an additional thing. These were PTs that are treating these patients and seem to have a positive impact to augmenting and enhancing their ability to care for soldiers. And then where it really helps is aiding in that diagnostic information and matching rehab decisions. So a bit of both. But as I mentioned, there's still equipment availability challenges that we have, whether that's in theater or not in theater. One of the, like I said, it's a matter of time before that barrier does reduce. And I would tell you for musculoskeletal ultrasound, I've been on that working group, I think 5 or 6 years. Now it's finally over because they did select the device. From early on, it was ensured that the device would be capable of musculoskeletal ultrasound. And we can talk but ultrasound, and those that aren't aware, it is a perishable skill. If you don't do it, you don't use it, you lose it. If you go take a weekend class, it doesn't transfer. So the good thing about having it be able to do musculoskeletal ultrasound is that where the primary intent would be for trauma, EFAS, fast exams. But if you're seeing a lot of musculoskeletal ultrasound, and you're doing a lot of musculoskeletal ultrasound, you're going to be really proficient using the probe, and your skills to be able to do an EFAS fast exam are going to be strong. I would tell you it's very easy. Someone only knows the EFAS exam. It's really hard to train them on musculoskeletal ultrasound. Someone that is proficient on musculoskeletal ultrasound, it's very easy to teach them an EFAS exam. Okay. But again, one of the big barriers we have is this training availability and proficiency standards. It's not well established for practice in the military. There are some recommendations. Generally, if you ask me, I would say the most common recommendation you would see is you probably need to do 150 scans, be independent and competent. But 150 scans with probably 25 of each region would be a great answer. But that's very challenging to get that much support to be someone to mentor you through. That can be quite difficult. Okay, these are my references, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. That's my dot. So if you want any of my contact information, it's just that QR code. Please don't look me up on Global. I no longer have access to my military email, but I'm happy to respond to my civilian emails. Thank you. Okay.
I have a question. So you mentioned that the primary reason for the need for this is that a lot of soldiers, they seek care due to joint pain. And then you also mentioned the orthopedic surgeon trying to manage the Achilles injury in the field. And I was wondering if there are any pilot studies looking at other portable devices that induce either osteogenic or analgesic effects. I used to work in clinical trial portable EPHIS research, and there's like a lot of really interesting devices that I think be implemented.
Oh, interesting. So more therapeutic.
Exactly.
Therapeutic devices. Oh, yeah. There's plenty, at least in our field, that we've used. They get down to pretty much handhelds. Like some of them are just like electrical stimulation that we use that are pretty much handheld. Other than that, I'm not really sure. I mean, it's almost like go to MHSRS each year. You're going to find out there's like 10 new ones that are coming out in the market or something like that. I was amazed this last year they're trying to develop now, this is more imaging. That's not your question, but a portable CT scanner that can almost go in like a few cases that they want to get to roll to, which is pretty wild. Now, yeah, I would say devices. I think there's probably several that exist. I knew they have the A-stim stuff, and I have some other interesting devices. I'm not really, I would say it's not my area that I'm extremely familiar with. As like Dr. Campbell mentioned, for a PT, our best tools are our mind, our eyes, and our hands. Those are what we use for analgesic treatment. In fact, I'm a manual therapist, so I use a lot of hands-on interventions. And we do have other like modalities that we use, dry needling, instrument assisted soft tissue stuff, like a lot of those other modalities that we kind of use too.
In the field, do you use that?
Oh yeah. So dry needling, small needles fits. They're taking those deployed. They use a ton of needles, like dry needling deployed. iStim is like instrument assisted soft tissue. It's a very small footprint, fits in your pocket. And so there's a lot of that very small. For a PT, our equipment set is very small. Our biggest thing is our table, unless we don't get one. And then beyond that, then our biggest usually equipment's a weight set if we ever can take it. Like we can bring weights, we love to have weights, but that's usually pretty challenging to bring. And beyond that, we have different VFR. I think is trying to make its way out in the field. I think we're still a little bit away, maybe for some people bringing out their blood flow restriction therapy devices, like a small tourniquet device. But
thank you.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. I just hit the next. No, don't do that.
Well, no, you can do that, but here.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome. And here's a cute stand.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Cooper, since I've been asked at least twice now, did your lab print those stands or did you purchase them? I thought so. They have a 3D printing process. Oh. There we go. All right. Thank you for the presentations thus far. We have one more presentation before we move on to our panel. I'd like to introduce Dr. Danny Bassett, who is a commander in the United States Public Health Service Commission Corps and is currently stationed at the Uniformed Services University of the Health Sciences in Bethesda. He is faculty within the Department of Rehabilitation, within the Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation as an assistant professor and the chief of staff for the department. He also has extensive experience in academia and serves as a full-time assistant professor at Ohio North University and supports the George Washington University as a professional lecturer. Today, he is going to be speaking to us about working dogs, use of working dogs, or incorporating working dogs in the rehab environment. Dr. Bassett.
Thank you, Colonel Nordstrom. Okay, great. And then I just go back and forth with this one. So I really want to talk about hypothermia today because I'm freezing, but I'll talk about dogs instead. And I'll try to make it as quickly as possible so we don't stay late today. So quickly, background, I've been managing a grant for service dog for too long, I think, since 2017. What is it, Michelle? crazy time. So I do have some background in that. I'm a psychologist by training, but we'll talk about dogs today. So a lighter topic to end this, conference. So you've seen them around, right? These dogs with vests in the hospital and the streets. Who are these dogs? What do they do? Let's try to take a journey together. So this is a very basic presentation. So a bit of a history. First of all dogs are basically came from wolves. So there is a bit of a debate which one. So some say it's an anonymous wolf. We don't know who that wolf is, but there's a popular belief that it is the Canis lupus, which is the great wolf. The wolves were first domesticated for hunting and protection around 10,000, 40,000 years ago, prior to the agricultural revolution. So basically hunters and gatherers. It's not really clear if humans domesticated the wolves or the wolves domesticated themselves. But there's something very unique about the dog compared to the wolf. So there was a study in 2008 that compared these two groups. And there is something very unique about the dog. Carl Rogers, a psychologist, talked about unconditional positive regard, right? And there is no human that can provide that unpositive regard, conditional positive regard, as dogs can. The wolves tend to be very independent, right? The dogs will do everything and anything for their handler. There is a reason why the philosopher Thomas Hobbes coined this term homo homini lupus, which is man to man is a wolf, right? So very bad connotation with wolves, whereas the dogs are humans' best friend, right? So much so that we know that 12,000 years ago, we have evidence of dogs being buried with their owners. We know that, of course, dogs were bred, and if you want to know what type of work they were bred for, just look at the name. So shepherds, obviously for herding animals. If you look at retrievers, golden retriever, lab retriever, basically for sporting, for hunting, right? And then we have the royalty, and there are special dogs for them, the toy dogs. The small dog can be really mean, right? Typically for royalty, bred for that. So the dogs we know were the first species to be domesticated. That's in their name, Canis familiaris, which means domesticated dog, but not the only animals, that were domesticated. So we know goats, oxen, cats were domesticated to do specific work. And I'm going to go through this really quick. We also know that as long as humans went to war, dogs joined them, right? So we have evidence as far as 4,000 years ago that dogs did accompany their humans to war. We have depictions of knights putting armors on the dogs. William Shakespeare and Julius Caesar coined the term dogs of war, which you may be familiar with. In French, it sounds a bit better, chien de guerre, right? So these dogs did many, many different things. So we'll go through this quickly. Attack dogs, and we have depictions. Again, this is an Egyptian mural. We have guard dogs or sentinel dogs. I love this picture. These dogs are on guard duty, right? Peeking through these peepholes. Patrol or scout dogs. Dispatch messenger dogs, transportation dogs, and you have access to these, so you can take a look at the pictures later. Especially in World War I, pest control, there were known as ratter dogs, right? And sniffer dogs. In short, dogs were really, really popular and in demand, so much so that the Brits actually were asking people, hey, we need your dogs, right, to help the war effort. But in addition to these dogs of war, we also had a very unique dogs emerge, dogs of mercy. So Civil War, for example, we know that people took their dogs with them for companionship. World War I, again, the French coined another term, this time sanitary dogs or ambulance dogs. And these dogs were specially trained to basically ignore the dead, search the battlefield for injured soldiers and provide them comfort and supplies. Several thousands of these dogs were used in the Great War, World War I, Civil War. We have evidence of that too. These dogs, by the way, sometimes were trained to go back and tell the folks, hey, this is where my, master or my handler is. This person needs help. Follow me. This is good old Barry. Now, Barry lived in the St. Bernard Monastery in the 1800s. The St. Bernard Monastery is in the St. Bernard Pass in the Swiss Alps. And these monks used dogs to accompany them on the treacherous journey to and from the monastery. And they learned that these dogs are really good at finding their way around. So what they did was they sent these dogs to find travelers in despair, in need, and provide them comfort. Then they went back and said, hey, monks, you need to give these guys help, right? I'll show you where they are. This dude here, Barry, was very, very famous, saved more than 40 lives. Can you guess the breed of Barry? You want to say St. Bernard, right? Well, close enough. So he's the precursor to the St. Bernard. These monks actually bred dogs until we have the modern St. Bernard. So you can see he's a bit smaller than the modern St. Bernard. Another person that used these dogs at the Alps was Napoleon, and he didn't lose one soldier. He also was so impressed by these dogs on the battlefield that this is what he said. Now, mind you, this is a person that was responsible for the death of hundreds of thousands of people, right? But he kept a special heart when it came to in his heart when it came to dog. Dogs again were used in the World War I in extensive capacity, both for war and mercy dogs. Around the same time in the United States, we have someone sending a letter to the superintendent of the government hospital for the insane, what we later called St. Elizabeth nearby. And he basically said, hey, how about if we use dogs as chums and playmates? And the superintendent said, I don't think it's ever been used before. Let's try it as an experiment. In 1942, dogs and other animals were used to help warriors recover from battle fatigue, what was back then known battle fatigue in Pauling, New York. In 1981, we have Sister Quinn, a Dominican nun, that wanted to rehabilitate inmates. So she taught them to train dogs in prison. And this was the precursor to what we call today the prison puppy program, right? So we have, for example, organizations that have inmates train the dogs for future veterans, right? As early, again, World War I. So we're not really sure, the exact origin of where guide dogs came from, mobility dogs came from, but there is a consensus about mobility guide dogs. So most people agree that they originated in Germany in World War I, and of course the Germans used the German Shepherd. In 1975, we have Dr. Bergen in California, and she trained dogs to assist individuals with physical disabilities, what we call mobility dogs or assistance dogs sometimes. Today, you can look up Bergen University, the only university in the world that actually specializes in canine studies. 1976, we have a foundation in Colorado that trained dogs to help individuals with hearing disabilities. So let's talk about the category of dogs. We have animal-assisted activities, and this is an umbrella term for animals, not just dogs, so animal-assisted activities. Animals that basically work with individuals to improve motivation, education, recreation, and quality of life in general. These animals may or may not be involved in specific treatment goals, may or may not receive specific training or work with professionals in the field. An example, we have children with autism spectrum disorder, and they were exposed to guinea pigs, and on purpose choosing examples no dogs. And they basically saw significant improvements in social approach, social skills, and interest in attending school. Another category is animal-assisted therapy. Now, this is not the same as what you may know as therapy dogs. This is different. Animal-assisted therapy are basically animals that are involved in goal-directed, individualized healthcare treatment for individuals with disabilities. These animals are a part of the treatment plan. So they're written into the person's treatment plan. And they work with a professional in the field, a healthcare professional, like a physical therapist, a psychologist. Now, these individuals may be used to provide comfort, pain reduction, improve motor skills, and so on and so on. And I'll give you one example. So exposing hospitalized psychiatric patients with a history of violence to horses was associated with significant reduced violence in these individuals. Facility animals. So when I first started, I thought that facility animals are animals that lived in the facility. Kind of makes sense, right? But these animals actually punch in the clock and they punch out the clock, right? So they're just like an employee, right? They go to work in the morning and they leave in the afternoon, right? Monday through Friday. So they basically, they do receive some specialized training if they work in a hospital to navigate around the equipment, to jump on the bed if they need to, jump out of the bed, right? And not be scared when they hear voices in the hospital setting. They're very different than what I said, a therapy dog, right? In that the therapy dog that you may have seen in the hospital, they're like meet and greet dogs, right? Every once in a while, you'll see them at the hospital, but they don't punch the clock in and out, right? They don't come every day. And they don't work with someone that works at the hospital, right? Facility animals are different. So they work with a nurse, with a psychologist, someone that works at the facility, right? Now, sometimes you may have resident animals. Resident animals may or may not be facility animals. So a lot of our organizations that train service dogs have like cats, and cats just live there, right? They're being fed by the people that work at the facility, right? But they have no specialized reason for being there. They're just kind of there, right? Typically for socialization for the dogs. And they basically manage the facilities. Cats are very bossy, right? But these are not what we call facility animals. They don't punch in, punch out like facility animals do. So here's an example, full-time hospital facility dogs that worked with nurses. Again, they came in every day with the nurse and they provided significant support to terminally ill pediatric patients, increased compliance with invasive procedures. Now, you've all heard about this, emotional support animals, many different names for that, like therapy animals, companion animals, social dogs or animals, or sometimes pets. So many different words, gets very confusing. They're not legally considered pets. And the reason for that, if you want to call your animal an emotional support animal, you have to have a prescription. You have to have a healthcare provider write a prescription that says, this is a emotional support animal. Now, you will get some benefits for housing, for example. In the past, you were also able to get your emotional support animal on a plane with you. But hey, look at this Miracle on the Hudson, you know, Sully, right? Remember that one? Sully actually complained on social media that we have too many of those animals, right? They're all over the place. Snakes, pigs, right? Miniature horses, dogs, but some of them are misbehaving, right? Not a good thing. So Sully said, we need to stop this. And in fact, this was stopped in 2021. So you can no longer bring your emotional support animal on a plane. But they do have an effect on the human. They may ease psychiatric symptoms, but they were not specifically trained to do so. And that's the most important thing to remember about emotional support animals. So for example, shelter cats or kittens and dogs were placed with adults with SMI. And at 12 months post placement, there were significant reductions in anxiety, depression, loneliness, and we'll talk about this, oxytocin increase cortisol decrease. All right, so let's look at the effects of human-animal interaction. So the biosocial, social or psychological benefits. There's definitely an effect on the humans, and this effect has to do with the bond between the animal and the person, especially if you can touch the animal, like groom the animal, pet the animal, but sometimes just gazing at the animal. All this stuff leads to decrease in anxiety, depression, loneliness, cardiovascular health, and increased physical health. So much so that the American Heart Association says having a pet may help you live a longer, healthier life. It's on their website, right? Even looking at a goldfish may increase your anxiety, depression, right? As I mentioned, a lot of research to talk about oxytocin, right? Increase cortisol, drop. Specifically, you're able to touch the animal. So with looking at a fish may not do the trick. You have to actually touch the animal. And especially for dogs, significant effects on oxytocin and cortisol with dogs. Also improved self-efficacy, motivation, purpose, empowerment, and acceptance. So long story short, let's talk about service animals. Service animals are a unique category. They don't fall under the animal assistant activities that we talked about. They're a unique category. What is a service animal? It's a dog, right? The Department of Justice, the Americans with Disabilities Act basically says it's a dog, has to be a dog that is trained to mitigate a specific disability. I know you've heard about miniature horses. There's a provision for that, but we'll focus on dogs. When was the last time you saw a miniature horse on a plane, right? Or in a restaurant? So they're the only animals with public access. You can take them to a restaurant. There are some limitations. The dogs have to behave. If the dog is misbehaving, then the facility may kick them out. But there is no federally required training, certificate, vesting. All these vests that you see are not required. They're dedicated to one handler, and that's something very unique about service animals. Unlike therapy animals, we talked about them, right? That are in the hospital, they work with multiple patients. Service animals mitigate a disability for one person, have to be tailored for this one person. And this animal has to do something that mitigates a disability, not just reduce anxiety. So it cannot be an emotional support animal. I'm going to go through this really quick. The VA provides benefits to veterans with service dogs that historically these benefits are restricted to mobility, guide, and hearing, not psychiatric. And it basically pays for the training, the medical, very little out-of-pocket cost. So the big question here is it a service dog or an emotional support dog, right? And let me tell you right now, every service dog is also an emotional support dog, but that's not enough. Remember, dog has to do something to mitigate disability. So when I look at the emotional support, it can either be an enabler or a byproduct of the task that the dog is doing. So as far as the VA is concerned, the service dog is a device. Okay, so let's look at a wheelchair, right? If you have a wheelchair, it may increase your confidence, right? And lower your anxiety to get from point A to point B. A dog will do that too, right? So you have a dog next to you, it will lower your anxiety and increase your confidence of leaving the house and going to the mall, for example, right? Which is the task, intended task. It might also be a byproduct. So if you have a wheelchair and get from point A to point B, right? Maybe less depression, higher quality of life, right? If you have a service dog that after 5 years of being lonely, not able to leave the house, you're able to go to Walmart, right? Same thing, a byproduct will be increased quality of life, less depression, right? So really the emotional component is just an enabler or a byproduct, but we need to isolate the task. And sometimes it is it's very tricky. So when you look at mobility dogs, you know exactly what the dog is doing, right? The dog is picking up a key. If you look at a guide dog, you know what the dog is doing. But if you have a psychiatric dog, what is the dog doing? So the dog is placing a paw on the person, right? You have no idea what the dog is doing. So it gets very tricky. In 2020, there was a groundbreaking study And the VA looked at an emotional support group and a service dog group, and they did not find significant differences between these two groups, right? So again, is it a service dog or emotional support? The VA is still looking at a pilot study called the PAWS Act. Puppies assisting warriors with service members, I think it's called, and to basically look at the benefits of psychiatric dogs on humans. And I'm going to end with this. We talked about all of this. The interesting part is at the bottom, right? No required training. So the ADA does not require any specific training for any of these categories of dogs. It is implicit. So for example, if you go to the restaurant, the dog is misbehaving, you may kick the dog out. So you want to provide some training to the dog. And also, if you want to mitigate disability, you want to probably train the dog, but it's very implicit. So it's still the Wild West when it comes to regulating these different type of dogs. And I'm done.
Actually, Dr. Bombasset, you can stay up here. I'd like to invite all of our panelists to come on up at this time. Dr. Uma, and the only one that you have not been introduced to yet, come on up, is Jamie. Jamie is the chief of the Walter Reed Orthotics and Prosthetics Clinic. Give everyone just a couple of minutes. Now we are running short on time, but I think this is an important discussion to have, or at least to start. After going through all of the presentations throughout the day, we have a big question for not only everyone in this room, but especially the panelists up here. What is the way forward? You've presented on each of your individual topics. There have been plenty of orthotics and prosthetics discussions throughout the day. But how do we move this forward? So specifically to ensure our readiness. Would you like to translate that? Or are you okay? You're okay? So what I'd like to do is go down the line and individually, let's start with Dr. Bombasset because he was the last presentation, and provide your thoughts on how we move forward with respect to readiness.
Yeah, so I think that when it comes to dogs, there is no dispute, right? That there is something about the dog that we talked about the oxytocin, right, and lower cortisol. There's something beneficial about using dogs in the rehab setting. So I think if you're an OT, if you're a nurse, take a look into using an emotional support dog. Or even if you want to use, again, an AAT, right, that is a part of the treatment plan. When it comes to service dogs, again, we know that there is a benefit, but we have to separate the emotional support component from the actual task that the dog is actually performing. And that's the biggest challenge. So we really need to have a treatment plan. I like to use that. The organizations I work with do not like this term treatment plan for different reasons, but we need to have a treatment plan for the veteran, right? What's the objective? What are they trying to do? It has to be observable, has to be quantifiable, has to be measurable, right? So we have to think of the dog as a device, not as a cute thing, fluffy thing, right? Because when you see a dog, it's always the emotional reaction, right? Oh, right, which is the oxytocin part. But we need to look at the dog as a wheelchair or a walking device. So,
thank you, Dr. Bombasset. Jamie, from the prosthetic standpoint.
So I know you guys have probably talked about O&P without me. Left out.
We did.
But anyway, so for O&P, our biggest thing is making sure we have the skill set for mission readiness. Being able to address multiple comorbidities, multiple limb loss, examples of comorbidity, low vision, burns, Language barriers, that can be another thing that, your clinicians have to learn how to work with a translator, and learning how to properly relay to your patient what that next step is for goals. And then the other portion for us is your skills for fabrication. So the leg, you have to make it. And so if you don't have the skill set to actually fabricate that socket or troubleshoot that socket, and be able to teach your patient how to do it, especially if they're deploying, they're going to have to go back to the US to get, another socket made if they didn't know how to troubleshoot, potentially what they were feeling in the field. So for O&P, we are telling everybody, train, train, train. So even though everybody thinks they know everything, have somebody come into your lab and teach you other methods of casting and fabricating. Our team just did a 3-day course for bilateral upper extremity to work with patients that have low vision. So yeah, the big thing for us is in-house fabrication, having that skill set, and then of course, being ready to deal with multiple comorbidities.
Thank you.
Yes, this is working. I think it is. Okay, for ultrasound, I mean, it's institutional training support, whether that's strategic partners. It'll take a village, honestly, so partnerships with across different professions, especially for the physical therapy or PAs, and then some form of intentional instructional design somehow to fit the needs of the service members. And so we're currently working on that with some of our fellowship programs, integrating it into our fellowship programs, but we need to build the bench, I'd say, especially in the PT community. We need some more experts to carry the torch on. I'm retiring, so we need more of that. We need more, more subject matter expert take this to the next step.
Thank you. Dr. Gosney.
I updated you on where we are with development.
Thank you.
Development of our clinical guidelines. And so that really is the next step. And the challenge will be taking all of the statements and synthesizing them into something that can get to stage 4, which is actually testing them, replicating them in different environments. A disaster zone is different than a combat zone, is different than a marathon, but yet these are all resource limited spaces where you do have first responders, first receivers up the chain of care. So I think building the ethics piece in is more achievable than the education and training required, so that persons, especially at the point of care, are really able to apply the guidelines that are developed. Blended simulation prior to training at the event site will play a large role in this, and thankfully simulation learning has advanced so much that hopefully that bridge will not be a bridge too far.
Thank you. Dr. Berger.
Yeah, as far as disaster response and emergency preparedness, I think that we need to be training staff, training people who will be in that setting. In school, physical therapists really aren't trained on emergency preparedness and disaster response and how we can be a part of that. So identifying per your area or where you may be serving, what disasters you are prone to, and thinking forward to establish those plans before they happen, as well as preparing the team to have that rehab capability. So having a readily deployable unit of necessary PT materials and skills with people with those skills to go is super important. And as one of our colleagues said earlier today, it's not that much. Therapy can do a lot with a little material. So I think another readiness part to be considered is just the fact that there isn't a lot of rehabilitation professionals in those spaces, at least as far as like the therapists. So I think as therapists, integrating into these spaces is important, and for the other healthcare providers to allow that integration to happen and hear from specifically the rehabilitation professionals and therapists on their ideas to what to include.
Thank you. Dr. Shi.
Ми сьогодні багато говорили про надання допомоги реабілітаційної в умовах обмежених ресурсів, але наш найбільш обмежений ресурс – це наші люди, підготовлені, навчені, як надавати необхідну допомогу.
So today we spoke at length about providing rehabilitation support in a resource-limited environment, and for us, the biggest resource limit that we're seeing right now is qualified personnel that is capable of providing qualified help.
І саме тому, коли настане момент, потрібно розуміти, як мобілізувати цих навчених людей, як їх розподіляти. Тому навчання, як вже говорили попередньо, дуже важливе, особливо надання реабілітаційної допомоги, медичної допомоги в гострому періоді і, зокрема, в першу чергу серед цивільних медичних закладів.
Therefore, it is critical to understand how to organize this personnel, how to mobilize it, how to assign it to particular treatment facilities. And as was mentioned extensively today, the question of training of personnel is very important, especially in the context of providing rehabilitation care, in the context of providing care for acute trauma in the acute phase.
З досвіду ще один дуже важливий момент, про який необхідно пам'ятати, це розуміти, як ми можемо забезпечити безпечну роботу персоналу та безпосередньо пацієнтів під час надання реабілітації.
Also, it is very important to, it was mentioned before, to train civilian providers on how to provide combat care. And also, our experience shows that one particular factor of importance is ensuring the safety of both patients and the providers during rehabilitation care.
Якщо чесно, ми коли вперше проходили з пішохідним переходом тут у вас у Волтері Ріді, перша думка, яка мені спала, це було, Боже, як прекрасно, я хотіла мати таке в Україні, щоб ми в будь-який момент, коли виникає там повітряна тривога, ми могли дуже легко мобілізуватись і забезпечити безпеку для нашого персоналу і для наших пацієнтів.
For those that are familiar with Walter Reed facilities, I have to admit that when I first came down that walkway that is underground, my initial thought was, what a great resource to have in case of an air raid, where we could quickly mobilize and evacuate in case of a missile attack, where we could safely keep our patients and our staff to be able to provide continued care in cases where that is needed.
Також, виходячи з досвіду, я розумію, наскільки важливим є заздалегідь планування маршрутів пацієнтів з різними патологіями, визначення пріоритетності та обсягів надання допомоги безпосередньо на етапах і для кожного закладу.
Also, my experience shows that it is very important to understand ways how to facilitate the most expedient way to evacuate personnel out of harm's way and towards recovery, as well as conducting effective triaging of patients to prioritize those with highest needs first.
І, звичайно, очікуючи, що на значного потоку пацієнтів, ми в першу чергу, як би це не звучало жорстоко, в першу чергу повинні в пріоритеті надання реабілітаційної допомоги звертати на пацієнтів, які мають хороший прогноз до повернення військової служби.
And however frank this sounds, in our experience shows that patients that have the highest potential for recovery must be prioritized first due to the chances of that recovery happening. And that is the reality of what we're seeing and how we're moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for sharing your experience with us. Are there any questions that you'd like to present to the panel?
We've got a hand from Stuart Campbell.
And then Stacy also has a question. Stuart, you can go first.
It's not so much a question as, can you hear me first, Michelle?
Yes.
And I think that, thank you for all the panelists and everyone that spoke today, but part of the answer, I think, to what's next is specifically in the DoD is we need to include rehabilitation, role for care of whatever flavor you want in exercises. The way the combat troops and the combatant commands get better at things is they go to exercises, and we don't get that same visibility. I think our Ukrainian colleague just talked about a few things that would be very easy to exercise with rehabilitation staff to teach them the things that were just discussed. So I would put a call out to any decision makers out there. If you're talking about exercises and planning them, please not only get medicine involved, but get in some role for care. Over.
Stuart, I'd like to add to that. If anyone is interested in any of them, just get with the Reserve, National Guard, and any of the active duty that go out to the war axes and global medics and everything else. We absolutely do bring the rehab professionals out to those exercises. Sleep in tents and everything. But we need to do more of it, to your point. Okay. Stacy?
Thanks. This was for Dr. Schluck. I'm probably not saying that correctly, but I just wanted to ask, given the sort of the volume of really complex cases that you're seeing, how it and the severity of the polytrauma. These are patients that we would often see in rehab for many, many months, and who are going to go on to have, lifelong limitations. And so how long, what does the timeline look like for you all right now in terms of being able to provide those rehabilitative services? And are you in a place yet where you're able to think about the long term or the future for those patients and what care they'll need down the line?
Підполковнику, ще питання у нас. Розуміючи той рівень потоку пацієнтів, який ви зараз бачите у себе, і той рівень пацієнтів та кількість пацієнтів з важкою політравмою, ми на нашому досвіді розуміємо, що такі пацієнти у нас потребують дуже довготривалої реабілітації. Я хотіла запитати, попитати вас пояснити, як це виглядає з української сторони. Чи маєте ви можливість надавати таку довготривалу реабілітацію сьогодні вашим пацієнтам? І чи знаходитесь ви у тій стадії можливості надавання довготривалої реабілітації, щоб мати можливість повертати пацієнтів до повноцінного або найбільш повноцінного життя уже у цивільному середовищі?
Дякую за запитання. Насправді так, зараз у нас є така можливість повністю супроводжувати пацієнта протягом реабілітації, і від нас він вже виходить або в цивільне життя, або повертається на службу. На початок повномасштабного вторгнення, коли був дуже швидкий потік і одночасно величезний потік поранених, на жаль, такої можливості не було, і все відбувалося набагато швидше.
Yes, at this point, we do have a full range of tools available to us for full and complete rehabilitation of our patients. So our patients that undergo treatment with us are able to either be deemed for further follow-on service with the military, or they return back into their civilian lifestyle. However, that was not the case all the time. At the initial stages of the full-scale invasion, we did have a very large throughput of patients, and at that point, we struggled with providing a complete range of rehabilitation care, but that is no longer the case. We're able to rehabilitate them fully.
У нас зараз пацієнти можуть перебувати, якщо це необхідно, навіть там від кількох, 2-3 місяців, можуть бути до року, якщо це складна травма.
Current patients right now have the ability to stay in rehabilitative care depending on their needs, which ranges from 2 to 3 months and up to a year in cases of complex trauma.
Thank you very much.
Дякую.
Thank you, everyone. Panelists, if you'd like to take your seat, Dr. Cooper, you're going to join us for the closing remarks.
Great, thank you. So first, thank you to all the speakers today. Great job, it's very interesting. I think also very timely. Thank you